Chapter 1 of the Lotus Sutra, translated by Hendrik Cairn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Saddharma Puṇḍarīka, or the Lotus of the True Law. Homage to all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Chapter 1. Introductory. Thus have I heard. Once upon a time, the Lord was staying at Rajagriha, on the Gridhrakuta mountain, with a numerous assemblage of monks, 1,200 monks, all of them arhats, stainless, free from depravity, self-controlled, thoroughly emancipated in thought and knowledge, of noble breed, like unto great elephants, having done their task, done their duty, acquitted their charge, reached the goal, in whom the ties which bound them to existence were wholly destroyed, whose minds were thoroughly emancipated by perfect knowledge, who had reached the utmost perfection in subduing all their thoughts, who were possessed of the transcendent faculties, eminent disciples, such as the Venerable Ajñata Kaundinya, the Venerable Ashvajit, the Venerable Vashpa, the Venerable Mahanamin, the Venerable Bhadrika, the Venerable Mahakashyapa, the Venerable Kashyapa of Uruvilva, the Venerable Kashyapa of Nadi, the Venerable Kashyapa of Gaya, the Venerable Shariputra, the Venerable Mahamauddgalyayana, the Venerable Mahakatyayana, the Venerable Aniruddha, the Venerable Revata, the Venerable Kapina, the Venerable Gavampati, the Venerable Pilindavatsa, the Venerable Vakula, the Venerable Bharadvaja, the Venerable Mahakaushtila, the Venerable Nanda, alias Mahananda, the Venerable Upananda, the Venerable Sundarananda, the Venerable Purna Maitrayani Putra, the Venerable Subhuti, the Venerable Rahula. With them, yet other great disciples, as the Venerable Ananda, still under training, and 2,000 other monks, some of whom still under training, the others masters, with 6,000 nuns, having at their head Mahaprajapati, and the nun Yashodhara, the mother of Rahula, along with her train. Further, with 80,000 bodhisattvas, all unable to slide back, endowed with the spells of supreme, perfect enlightenment, firmly standing in wisdom, who moved onward the never deviating wheel of the law, who had propitiated many hundred thousands of Buddhas, who, under many hundred thousands of Buddhas, had planted the roots of goodness, had been intimate with many hundred thousands of Buddhas, were in body and mind fully penetrated with the feeling of charity, able in communicating the wisdom of the Tathagatas, very wise, having reached the perfection of wisdom, renowned in many hundred thousands of worlds, having saved many hundred thousand myriads of kotis of beings, such as the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Manjushri as Prince Royal, the Bodhisattvas Mahasattvas Avalokiteshvara, Mahastamaprapta, Sarvatanamin, Nityodyukta, Anikshiptadura, Ratnapani, Vaishajyaraja, Pradhanashura, Ratnakandra, Ratnaprabha, Purnakandra, Mahavikramin, Triloka Vikramin, Ananta Vikramin, Mahapratibhana, Satata Samita Biyukta, Dharanidhara, Aksha Yamati, Padma Shri, Nakshatraraja, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Maitreya, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Simha. With them were also the 16 virtuous men, to begin with Bhadrapala, to wit, Bhadrapala, Ratnakara, Susartavaha, Naradatta, Guhagupta, Varunadatta, Indradatta, Uttaramati, Viseshamati, Vardhamanamati, Amogadarshin, Susamstita, Suvikranta Vikramin, Anupamamati, Surya Garbha, and Dharani Dhara. Besides 80,000 bodhisattvas, among whom the forementioned were the chiefs. Further, Shakra, the ruler of the celestials, with 20,000 gods. His followers, such as the god Chandra, the moon, the god Surya, the sun, the god Samantaganda, the wind, the god Ratnaprabha, the god Avabasaprabha, and others. Further, the 4 great rulers of the cardinal points, with 30,000 gods in their train, viz. The great ruler Viruddhaka, the great ruler Virupaksha, the great ruler Dhritarashtra, and the great ruler Vaishravana, the god Ishvara, and the god Maheshvara, each followed by 30,000 gods. Further, Brahma Sahampati and his 12,000 followers, the Brahmakayaka gods, amongst whom Brahma Sikhin and Brahma Jyotishprabha, with the other 12,000 Brahmakayaka gods, together with the 8 Naga kings, and many 100,000 myriads of kotis of Nagas in their train, viz. The Naga king Nanda, the Naga king Upananda, Sagara, Vasuki, Takshaka, Manasvin, Anavatapta, and Utpalaka. Further, the 4 Kinara kings, with many 100,000 myriads of kotis of followers, viz. The Kinara king Druma, the Kinara king Mahadharma, the Kinara king Sudharma, and the Kinara king Dharmadhara. Besides the 4 divine beings, called Gandharvakayakas, with many 100,000 Gandharvas in their suite, viz. The Gandharva Manonya, the Gandharva Manonyasvara, the Gandharva Madhura, and the Gandharva Madhurasvara. Further, the 4 chiefs of the demons, followed by many 100,000 myriads of kotis of demons. Videreliket, the chief of the demons, Bali, Karaskanda, Vemakitri, and Rahu, along with the 4 Garuda chiefs, followed by many 100,000 myriads of kotis of Garudas. Videreliket, the Garuda chiefs, Mahategas, Mahakaya, Mahapurna, and Mahardiprapta, and with Ajatashatru, king of Magadha, the son of Vaidehi. Now, at that time, it was that the Lord surrounded, attended, honored, revered, venerated, worshipped by the 4 classes of hearers, after expounding the Dharma Paryaya called the Great Exposition, a text of great development, serving to instruct bodhisattvas and proper to all Buddhas, sat cross-legged on the seat of the law, and entered upon the meditation termed the station of the exposition of infinity. His body was motionless, and his mind had reached perfect tranquillity. And as soon as the Lord had entered upon his meditation, there fell a great rain of divine flowers, Mandaravas and great Mandaravas, Manjushakas and great Manjushakas, covering the Lord and the 4 classes of hearers, while the whole Buddha field shook in 6 ways. It moved, removed, trembled, trembled from one end to the other, tossed, tossed along. Then did those who were assembled and sitting together in that congregation, monks, nuns, male and female lay devotees, gods, nagas, goblins, Gandharvas, demons, Garudas, Kinnaras, great serpents, men and beings not human, as well as governors of a region, rulers of armies, and rulers of 4 continents, all of them, with their followers, gaze on the Lord in astonishment, in amazement, in ecstasy. And at that moment there issued a ray from within the circle of hair between the eyebrows of the Lord. It extended over 1,800,000 Buddha fields in the eastern quarter, so that all those Buddha fields appeared wholly illuminated by its radiance, down to the great hell, Avicii, and up to the limit of existence. And the beings in any of the 6 states of existence became visible, all without exception. Likewise, the Lord's Buddhas, staying, living, and existing in those Buddha fields, became all visible, and the law, preached by them, could be entirely heard by all beings. And the monks, nuns, lay devotees, male and female, yogins and students of yoga, those who had obtained the fruition of the paths of sanctification, and those who had not, they too became visible. And the bodhisattvas, mahasattvas in those Buddha fields, who plied the bodhisattva course with ability, due to their earnest belief in numerous and various lessons and the fundamental ideas, they too became all visible. Likewise, the Lord's Buddhas in those Buddha fields, who had reached final nirvana, became visible, all of them, and the stupas, made of jewels and containing the relics of the extinct Buddhas, became all visible in those Buddha fields. Then rose in the mind of the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Maitreya this thought: "Oh, how great a wonder does the Tathagata display! What may be the cause? What the reason of the Lord producing so great a wonder as this? And such astonishing, prodigious, inconceivable, powerful miracles now appear, although the Lord is absorbed in meditation. Why? Let me inquire about this matter. Who would be able here to explain it to me?" He then thought, "Here is Manjushri, the Prince Royal, who has plied his office under former Jinnas, and planted the roots of goodness, while worshipping many Buddhas. This Manjushri, the Prince Royal, must have witnessed before such signs of the former Tathagatas, those Arhats, those perfectly enlightened Buddhas. Of yore, he must have enjoyed the grand conversations on the law. Therefore will I inquire about this matter with Manjushri, the Prince Royal." And the four classes of the audience, monks, nuns, male and female lay devotees, numerous gods, nagas, goblins, Gandharvas, demons, Garudas, Kinnaras, great serpents, men, and beings not human, on seeing the magnificence of this great miracle of the Lord, were struck with astonishment, amazement, and curiosity, and thought, "Let us inquire why this magnificent miracle has been produced by the great power of the Lord." At the same moment, at that very instant, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Maitreya knew in his mind the thoughts arising in the minds of the four classes of hearers, and he spoke to Manjushri, the Prince Royal. "What, O Manjushri, is the cause? What is the reason of this wonderful, prodigious, miraculous shine having been produced by the Lord? Look how these 18,000 Buddha fields appear variegated, extremely beautiful, directed by Tathagatas, and superintended by Tathagatas." Then it was that Maitreya, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, addressed Manjushri, the Prince Royal, in the following stanzas: "Why, Manjushri, does this ray darted by the guide of men shine forth from between his brows? This single ray issuing from the circle of hair? And why this abundant rain of Mandaravas? The gods, overjoyed, let drop Manjushakas and sandal powder, divine, fragrant, and delicious. This earth is on every side replete with splendor, and all the four classes of the assembly are filled with delight, while the whole field shakes in 6 different ways, frightfully. And that ray in the eastern quarter illuminates the whole of 18,000 Buddha fields simultaneously, so that those fields appear as gold-colored. The universe, as far as the hell Avicii, and the extreme limit of existence, with all beings of those fields living in any of the 6 states of existence, those who are leaving one state to be born in another, their various and different actions in those states have become visible, whether they are in a happy, unhappy, low, eminent, or intermediate position. All that I see from this place. I see also the Buddhas, those lions of kings, revealing and showing the essence of the law, comforting many kotis of creatures and emitting sweet-sounding voices. They let go forth, each in his own field, a deep, sublime, wonderful voice, while proclaiming the Buddha laws by means of myriads of kotis of illustrations and proofs. And to the ignorant creatures who are oppressed with toils and distressed in mind by birth and old age, they announce the bliss of rest, saying, "This is the end of trouble, O monks." And to those who are possessed of strength and vigor, and who have acquired merit by virtue or earnest belief in the Buddhas, they show the vehicle of the Pratyeka Buddhas by observing this rule of the law. And the other sons of the Sugata, who, striving after superior knowledge, have constantly accomplished their various tasks, them also they admonish to enlightenment. From this place, O Manjughosha, I see and hear such things and thousands of kotis of other particulars besides. I will only describe some of them. I see in many fields bodhisattvas by many thousands of kotis, like sands of the Ganges, who are producing enlightenment according to the different degree of their power. There are some who charitably bestow wealth, gold, silver, gold money, pearls, jewels, conch shells, stones, coral, male and female slaves, horses and sheep, as well as litters adorned with jewels. They are spending gifts with glad hearts, developing themselves for superior enlightenment, in the hope of gaining the vehicle. Thus they think, the best and most excellent vehicle in the whole of the threefold world is the Buddha vehicle, magnified by the Sugatas. May I, forsooth, soon gain it after my spending such gifts. Some give carriages yoked with 4 horses, and furnished with benches, flowers, banners, and flags. Others give objects made of precious substances. Some again give their children and wives. Others their own flesh, or offer, when bidden, their hands and feet, striving to gain supreme enlightenment. Some give their heads, others their eyes, others their dear own body. And after cheerfully bestowing their gifts, they aspire to the knowledge of the Tathagatas. Here and there, O Manjushri, I behold beings who have abandoned their flourishing kingdoms, harems, and continents, left all their counselors and kinsmen, and betaken themselves to the guides of the world to ask for the most excellent law, for the sake of bliss. They put on reddish-yellow robes and shave hair and beard. I see also many bodhisattvas, like monks, living in the forest, and others inhabiting the empty wilderness, engaged in reciting and reading. And some bodhisattvas I see, who, full of wisdom or constancy, betake themselves to mountain caves, where, by cultivating and meditating the Buddha knowledge, they arrive at its perception. Others, who have renounced all sensual desires by purifying their own self, have cleared their sphere and obtained the 5 transcendent faculties, live in the wilderness as true sons of the Sugata. Some are standing firm, the feet put together and the hands joined in token of respect towards the leaders, and are praising joyfully the king of the leading jinnas in thousands of stanzas. Some, thoughtful, meek, and tranquil, who have mastered the niceties of the course of duty, question the highest of men about the law, and retain in their memory what they have learnt. And I see here and there some sons of the principal jinna who, after completely developing their own self, are preaching the law to many kotis of living beings, with many myriads of illustrations and reasons. Joyfully they proclaim the law, rousing many bodhisattvas, after conquering the evil one. With his hosts and vehicles, they strike the drum of the law. I see some sons of the Sugata, humble, calm, and quiet in conduct, living under the command of the Sugatas, and honored by men, gods, goblins, and titans. Others again, who have retired to woody thickets, are saving the creatures in the hells by emitting radiance from their body, and rouse them to enlightenment. There are some sons of the jinna who dwell in the forest, abiding in vigor, completely renouncing sloth, and actively engaged in walking. It is by energy that they are striving for supreme enlightenment. Others complete their course by keeping a constant purity and an unbroken morality, like precious stones and jewels. By morality do these strive for supreme enlightenment. Some sons of the jinna, whose strength consists in forbearance, patiently endure abuse, censure, and threats from proud monks. They try to attain enlightenment by dint of forbearance. Further, I see bodhisattvas who have forsaken all wanton pleasures, shun unwise companions, and delight in having intercourse with genteel men, Aryas, who, with avoidance of any distraction of thoughts, and with attentive mind, during thousands of kotis of years, have meditated in the caves of the wilderness. These strive for enlightenment by dint of meditation. Some again offer in presence of the jinnas and the assemblage of disciples gifts consisting in food, hard and soft, meat and drink, medicaments for the sick in plenty and abundance. Others offer in presence of the jinnas and the assemblage of disciples hundreds of kotis of clothes worth thousands of kotis, and garments of priceless value. They bestow in presence of the Sugatas hundreds of kotis of monasteries, which they have caused to be built of precious substances and sandalwood, and which are furnished with numerous lodgings or couches. Some present the leaders of men and their disciples with neat and lovely gardens, abounding with fruits and beautiful flowers, to serve as places of daily recreation. When they have, with joyful feelings, made such various and splendid donations, they rouse their energy in order to obtain enlightenment. These are those who try to reach supreme enlightenment by means of charitableness. Others set forth the law of quietness by many myriads of illustrations and proofs. They preach it to thousands of kotis of living beings. These are tending to supreme enlightenment by science. there are sons of the Sugata who try to reach enlightenment by wisdom. They understand the law of indifference and avoid acting at the antinomy of things, unattached like birds in the sky. Further, I see, O Manjughosha, many bodhisattvas who have displayed steadiness under the rule of the departed Sugatas, and now are worshipping the relics of the Jinnas. I see thousands of kotis of stupas, numerous as the sand of the Ganges, which have been raised by the sons of the Jinna, and now adorn kotis of grounds. Those magnificent stupas, made of 7 precious substances, with their thousands of kotis of umbrellas and banners, measure in height no less than 5,000 yojanas, and 2,000 in circumference. They are always decorated with flags. A multitude of bells is constantly heard sounding. Men, gods, goblins, and titans pay their worship with flowers, perfumes, and music. Such honor do the sons of the Sugata render to the relics of the Jinnas, so that all directions of space are brightened by the celestial coral trees in full blossom. From this spot I behold all this. Those numerous kotis of creatures, both this world and heaven covered with flowers, owing to the single ray shot forth by the Jinna. Oh, how powerful is the leader of men! How extensive and bright is his knowledge, that a single beam darted by him over the world renders visible so many thousands of fields. We are astonished at seeing this sign, and this wonder, so great, so incomprehensible. Explain me the matter, O Manjusvara. The sons of Buddha are anxious to know it. The 4 classes of the congregation, in joyful expectation, gaze on thee, O hero, and on me. Gladden their hearts, remove their doubts, grant a revelation, O son of Sugata. Why is it that the Sugata has now emitted such a light? Oh, how great is the power of the leader of men! Oh, how extensive and holy is his knowledge! That one ray extending from him all over the world makes visible many thousands of fields. It must be for some purpose that this great ray has been emitted. Is the Lord of men to show the primordial laws which he, the highest of men, discovered on the terrace of enlightenment? Or is he to prophesy the bodhisattvas their future destiny? There must be a weighty reason why so many thousands of fields have been rendered visible, variegated, splendid, and shining with gems, while Buddhas of infinite sight are appearing. Maitreya asks the son of Jinna, men, gods, goblins, and titans, the 4 classes of the congregation are eagerly awaiting what answer Manjusvara shall give in explanation. Whereupon Manjushri, the Prince Royal, addressed Maitreya, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, and the whole assembly of Bodhisattvas in these words. It is the intention of the Tathagata, young men of good family, to begin a grand discourse for the teaching of the law, to perform the great reign of the law, to make resound the great drum of the law, to raise the great banner of the law, to kindle the great torch of the law, to blow the great conch trumpet of the law, and to strike the great timbrel of the law. Again, it is the intention of the Tathagata, young men of good family, to make a grand exposition of the law this very day. Thus it appears to me, young men of good family, as I have witnessed a similar sign of the former Tathagatas, the Arhats, the perfectly enlightened. Those former Tathagatas, etc., they too emitted a lustrous ray, and I am convinced that the Tathagata is about to deliver a grand discourse for the teaching of the law, and make his grand speech on the law everywhere heard, he having shown such a foretoken. And because the Tathagata, etc., wishes that this Dharma Parya, meeting opposition in all the world, be heard everywhere, therefore does he display so great a miracle, and this foretoken consisting in the luster occasioned by the emission of a ray. I remember, young men of good family, that in the days of yore, many immeasurable, inconceivable, immense, infinite, countless aeons, more than countless aeons ago, nay, long and very long before, there was born a Tathagata called Chandrasurya Pradipa, an Arhat, etc., endowed with science and conduct, a Sugata, knower of the world, an incomparable tamer of men, a teacher and ruler of gods and men, a Buddha and Lord. He showed the law. He revealed the duteous course, which is holy at its commencement, holy in its middle, holy at the end, good in substance and form, complete and perfect, correct and pure. That is to say, to the disciples he preached the law containing the Four Noble Truths, and starting from the chain of causes and effects, tending to overcome birth, decrepitude, sickness, death, sorrow, lamentation, woe, grief, despondency, and finally leading to nirvana. And to the Bodhisattvas he preached the law connected with the six perfections and terminating in the knowledge of the Omniscient, after the attainment of supreme perfect enlightenment. Now, young men of good family, long before the time of that Tathagata, Chandrasurya Pradipa, the Arhat, etc., there had appeared a Tathagata, etc., likewise called Chandrasurya Pradipa, after whom, O Ajita, there were 20,000 Tathagatas, etc., all of them bearing the name of Chandrasurya Pradipa, of the same lineage and family name, to wit, of Bharadvaja. All those 20,000 Tathagatas, O Ajita, from the first to the last, showed the law, revealed the course which is holy at its commencement, holy in its middle, holy at the end, etc., etc. The aforesaid Lord Chandrasurya Pradipa, the Tathagata, etc., when a young prince, and not yet having left home to embrace the ascetic life, had 8 sons, viz. The young princes Sumati, Anantamati, Ratnamati, Viseshamati, Vimati Samudgatin, Goshamati, and Dharmamati. These 8 young princes, Ajita, sons of the Lord Chandra Surya Pradipa, the Tathagata, had an immense fortune. Each of them was in possession of 4 great continents, where they exercised the kingly sway. When they saw that the Lord had left his home to become an ascetic, and heard that he had attained supreme, perfect enlightenment, they forsook all of them the pleasures of royalty, and followed the example of the Lord by resigning the world. All of them strove to reach superior enlightenment and became preachers of the law, while constantly leading a holy life. Those young princes planted roots of goodness under many thousands of Buddhas. It was at that time, Majita, that the Lord Chandra Surya Pradipa, the Tathagata, etc., after expounding the Dharma Paryaya called the Great Exposition, a text of great extension, serving to instruct bodhisattvas and proper to all Buddhas, at the same moment and instant, at the same gathering of the classes of hearers, sat cross-legged on the same seat of the law, and entered upon the meditation termed the station of the exposition of infinity. His body was motionless, and his mind had reached perfect tranquility. And as soon as the Lord had entered upon meditation, there fell a great rain of divine flowers, Mandaravas and great Mandaravas, Manjushakas and great Manjushakas, covering the Lord and the 4 classes of hearers, while the whole Buddha field shook in 6 ways. It moved, removed, trembled, trembled from one end to the other, tossed, tossed along. Then did those who were assembled and sitting together at that congregation, monks, nuns, male and female lay devotees, gods, nagas, goblins, Gandharvas, demons, Garudas, Kinnaras, great serpents, men, and beings not human, as well as governors of a region, rulers of armies, and rulers of 4 continents, all of them, with their followers, gaze on the Lord in astonishment, in amazement, in ecstasy. And at that moment there issued a ray from within the circle of hair between the eyebrows of the Lord. It extended over 1800,000 Buddha fields in the eastern quarter, so that all those Buddha fields appeared wholly illuminated by its radiance, just like the Buddha fields do now, O Ajita. At that juncture, Ajita, there were 20 kotis of bodhisattvas following the Lord. All hearers of the law in that assembly, on seeing how the world was illuminated by the luster of that ray, felt astonishment, amazement, ecstasy, and curiosity. Now, it happened, Ajita, that under the rule of the aforesaid Lord, there was a bodhisattva called Varaprabha, who had 800 pupils. It was to this bodhisattva, Varaprabha, that the Lord, on rising from his meditation, revealed the Dharma Paryaya called the Lotus of the True Law. He spoke during fully 60 intermediate kalpas, always sitting on the same seat, with immovable body and tranquil mind. And the whole assembly continued sitting on the same seats, listening to the preaching of the Lord for 60 intermediate kalpas, there being not a single creature in that assembly who felt fatigue of body or mind. As the Lord Chandra Surya Pradipa, the Tathagata, etc., during 60 intermediate kalpas had been expounding the Dharma Paryaya called the Lotus of the True Law, a text of great development, serving to instruct bodhisattvas and proper to all Buddhas. He instantly announced his complete nirvana to the world, including the gods, Maras and Brahmas, to all creatures, including ascetics, Brahmins, gods, men, and demons, saying, "Today, O monks, this very night, in the middle watch, will the Tathagata, by entering the element of absolute nirvana, become wholly extinct." Thereupon, Ajita, the Lord Chandra Surya Pradipa, the Tathagata, etc., predestined the Bodhisattva called Sri Garbha to supreme perfect enlightenment, and then spoke thus to the whole assembly: "O monks, this Bodhisattva, Sri Garbha, here shall immediately after me attain supreme perfect enlightenment and become Vimalanetra, the Tathagata, etc." Thereafter, Ajita, that very night, at that very watch, the Lord Chandra Surya Pradipa, the Tathagata, etc., became extinct by entering the element of absolute nirvana, and the aforementioned Dharma Paryaya, termed the Lotus of the True Law, was kept in memory by the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Varaprabha. During 80 intermediate kalpas did the Bodhisattva Varaprabha keep and reveal the commandment of the Lord who had entered nirvana. Now, it so happened, Ajita, that the 8 sons of the Lord Chandra Surya Pradipa, Mati, and the rest were pupils to that very Bodhisattva Varaprabha. They were by him made ripe for supreme, perfect enlightenment, and in after times they saw and worshipped many 100,000 myriads of kotis of Buddhas, all of whom had attained supreme, perfect enlightenment, the last of them being Dipankara, the Tathagata, etc. Amongst those 8 pupils, there was one Bodhisattva who attached an extreme value to gain, honor, and praise, and was fond of glory. But all the words and letters one taught him faded from his memory, did not stick. So he got the appellation of Yasaskama. He had propitiated many 100,000 myriads of kotis of Buddhas by that root of goodness, and afterwards esteemed, honored, respected, revered, venerated, worshipped them. Perhaps, Ajita, thou feelest some doubt, perplexity, or misgiving, that in those days, at that time, there was another Bodhisattva, Mahasattva Varaprabha, preacher of the law. But do not think so. Why? Because it is myself who in those days at that time was the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Varaprabha, preacher of the law, and that Bodhisattva named Yasaskama, the lazy one, it is thyself, Ajita, who in those days at that time wert the Bodhisattva named Yasaskama, the lazy one. And so, Ajita, having once seen a similar foretoken of the Lord, I infer from a similar ray being emitted just now, that the Lord is about to expound the Dharma Paryaya called the Lotus of the True Law. And on that occasion, in order to treat the subject more copiously, Manjushri, the Prince Royal, uttered the following stanzas. I remember a past period, inconceivable, illimited kalpas ago, when the highest of beings, the Jinna, of the name of Chandra Surya Pradipa, was in existence. He preached the true law. He, the leader of creatures, he educated an infinite number of kotis of beings and roused inconceivably many bodhisattvas to acquiring supreme Buddha knowledge. And the 8 sons born to him, the leader, when he was Prince Royal, no sooner saw that the great sage had embraced ascetic life, than they resigned worldly pleasures and became monks. And the Lord of the world proclaimed the law, and revealed to thousands of kotis of living beings the Sutra, the development which by name is called the Excellent Exposition of Infinity. Immediately after delivering his speech, the leader crossed his legs and entered upon the meditation of the Excellent Exposition of the Infinite. There on his seat of the law, the eminent seer continued absorbed in meditation, and there fell a celestial rain of Mandaravas, while the drums of heaven resounded without being struck. The gods and elves in the sky paid honor to the highest of men, and simultaneously all the fields of Buddha began trembling. A wonder it was, a great prodigy. Then the chief emitted from between his brows one extremely beautiful ray, which, moving to the eastern quarter, glittered, illuminating the world all over the extent of 18,000 fields. It manifested the vanishing and appearing of beings. Some of the fields then seemed jeweled, others showed the hue of lapis lazuli, all splendid, extremely beautiful, owing to the radiance of the ray from the leader. Gods and men, as well as nagas, goblins, gandharvas, nymphs, kinnaras, and those occupied with serving the Sugata, became visible in the spheres and paid their devotion. The Buddhas also, those self-born beings, appeared of their own accord, resembling golden columns, like unto a golden disk within lapis lazuli. They revealed the law in the midst of the assembly. The disciples indeed are not to be counted. The disciples of Sugata are numberless. Yet the luster of the ray renders them all visible in every field. Energetic, without breach or flaw in their course, similar to gems and jewels, the sons of the leaders of men are visible in the mountain caves where they are dwelling. Numerous bodhisattvas, like the sand of the Ganges, who are spending all their wealth in giving alms, who have the strength of patience, are devoted to contemplation and wise, become all of them visible by that ray. Immovable, unshaken, firm in patience, devoted to contemplation, and absorbed in meditation, are seen the true sons of the Sugatas, while they are striving for supreme enlightenment by dint of meditation. They preach the law in many spheres, and point to the true, quiet, spotless state they know. Such is the effect produced by the power of the Sugata. And all the four classes of hearers, on seeing the power of the mighty Chandrarkadipa, were filled with joy, and asked one another, "How is this?" And soon afterwards, as the leader of the world, worshipped by men, gods, and goblins, rose from his meditation, he addressed his son, Varaprabha, the wise Bodhisattva and preacher of the law. "Thou art wise, the eye and refuge of the world. Thou art the trustworthy keeper of my law, and canst bear witness as to the treasure of laws which I am to lay bare to the wheel of living beings." Then, after rousing and stimulating, praising and lauding many Bodhisattvas, did the Jinna proclaim the supreme laws during fully 60 intermediate kalpas. And whatever excellent supreme law was proclaimed by the Lord of the world, while continuing sitting on the very same seat, was kept in memory by Varaprabha, the son of Jinna, the preacher of the law. And after the Jinna and leader had manifested the supreme law and stimulated the numerous crowd, he spoke that day towards the world, including the gods, as follows: "I have manifested the rule of the law. I have shown the nature of the law. Now, O monks, it is the time of my Nirvana. This very night, in the middle watch. Be zealous and strong in persuasion. Apply yourselves to my lessons, for the Jinnas, the great seers, are but rarely met with in the lapse of myriads of kotis of eons." The many sons of Buddha were struck with grief and filled with extreme sorrow when they heard the voice of the highest of men announcing that his Nirvana was near at hand. To comfort so inconceivably many kotis of living beings, the King of Kings said, "Be not afraid, O monks. After my Nirvana, there shall be another Buddha." The wise Bodhisattva Srigarbha, after finishing his course in faultless knowledge, shall reach highest, supreme enlightenment, and become a Jinna under the name of Vimala-Granetra. That very night, in the middle watch, he met complete extinction, like a lamp when the cause of its burning is exhausted. His relics were distributed, and of his stupas there was an infinite number of myriads of kotis. The monks and nuns, at the time being, who strove after supreme, highest enlightenment, numerous as the sand of the Ganges, applied themselves to the commandment of the Sugata. And the monk who then was the preacher of the law and the keeper of the law, Varaprabha, expounded for fully 80 intermediate kalpas the highest laws according to the commandment of the Sugata. He had 800 pupils, who all of them were by him brought to full development. They saw many kotis of Buddhas, great sages, whom they worshipped. By following the regular course, they became Buddhas in several spheres, and as they followed one another in immediate succession, they successively foretold each other's future destiny to Buddhaship. The last of these Buddhas, following one another, was Dipankara. He, the supreme God of gods, honored by crowds of sages, educated thousands of kotis of living beings. Among the pupils of Varaprabha, the son of Jinna, at the time of his teaching the law, was one slothful, covetous, greedy of gain and cleverness. He was also excessively desirous of glory, but very fickle, so that the lessons dictated to him and his own reading faded from his memory as soon as learnt. His name was Yasaskama, by which he was known everywhere. By the accumulated merit of that good action, spotted as it was, he propitiated thousands of kotis of Buddhas, whom he rendered ample honor. He went through the regular course of duties and saw the present Buddha, Shakyasima. He shall be the last to reach superior enlightenment and become a lord known by the family name of Maitreya, who shall educate thousands of kotis of creatures. He who then, under the rule of the extinct Sugata, was so slothful, was thyself, and it was I who then was the preacher of the law. As on seeing a foretoken of this kind, I recognize a sign, such as I have seen manifested of yore, therefore, and on that account, I know that decidedly the chief of Jinnas, the supreme king of the Shakyas, the all-seeing, who knows the highest truth, is about to pronounce the excellent sutra which I have heard before. That very sign displayed at present is a proof of the skillfulness of the leaders. The lion of the Shakyas is to make an exhortation to declare the fixed nature of the law. Be well prepared and well minded. Join your hands. He who is affectionate and merciful to the world is going to speak, is going to pour the endless rain of the law, and refresh those that are waiting for enlightenment. And if some should feel doubt, uncertainty, or misgiving in any respect, then the wise one shall remove it for his children, the Bodhisattvas here striving after enlightenment. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of the Lotus Sutra, translated by Hendrik Cairn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Skilfulness. The Lord then rose with recollection and consciousness from his meditation, and forthwith addressed the venerable Shariputra. The Buddha knowledge, Shariputra, is profound, difficult to understand, difficult to comprehend. It is difficult for all disciples and Pratyeka Buddhas to fathom the knowledge arrived at by the Tathagatas, etc. And that, Shariputra, because the Tathagatas have worshipped many 100,000 myriads of kotis of Buddhas, because they have fulfilled their course for supreme, complete enlightenment during many 100,000 myriads of kotis of eons, because they have wandered far, displaying energy and possessed of wonderful and marvelous properties, possessed of properties difficult to understand, because they have found out things difficult to understand, The mystery of the Tathagatas, etc., is difficult to understand, Shariputra, because when they explain the laws or phenomena, things that have their causes in themselves, they do so by means of skillfulness, by the display of knowledge, by arguments, reasons, fundamental ideas, interpretations, and suggestions, by a variety of skillfulness. They are able to release creatures that are attached to one point or another. The Tathagatas, etc., Shariputra, have acquired the highest perfection in skillfulness and the display of knowledge. They are endowed with wonderful properties, such as the display of free and unchecked knowledge, the powers, the absence of hesitation, the independent conditions, the strength of the organs, the constituents of bodhi, the contemplations, emancipations, meditations, the degrees of concentration of mind. The Tathagatas, etc., Shariputra, are able to expound various things and have something wonderful and marvelous. Enough, Shariputra. Let it suffice to say that the Tathagatas, etc., have something extremely wonderful, Shariputra. None but a Tathagata, Shariputra, can impart to a Tathagata those laws which the Tathagata knows. And all laws, Shariputra, are taught by the Tathagata and by him alone. No one but he knows all laws, what they are, how they are, like what they are, of what characteristics and of what nature they are. And on that occasion, to set forth the same subject more copiously, the Lord uttered the following stanzas. Innumerable are the great heroes in the world that embraces gods and men. The totality of creatures is unable to completely know the leaders. None can know their powers and states of emancipation, their absence of hesitation and Buddha properties, such as they are. Of yore have I followed in presence of kotis of Buddhas the good course, which is profound, subtle, difficult to understand, and most difficult to find. After pursuing that career during an inconceivable number of kotis of aeons, I have on the terrace of enlightenment discovered the fruit thereof. And therefore I recognize, like the other chiefs of the world, how it is, like what it is, and what are its characteristics. It is impossible to explain it. It is unutterable, nor is there such a being in the world, to whom this law could be explained, or who would be able to understand it when explained, with exception of the Bodhisattvas, those who are firm in resolve. As to the disciples of the knower of the world, those who have done their duty and received praise from the Sugatas, who are freed from faults and have arrived at the last stage of bodily existence, the Jina knowledge lies beyond their sphere. If this whole sphere were full of beings like Sharisutra, and if they were to investigate with combined efforts, they would be unable to comprehend the knowledge of the Sugata. Even if the 10 points of space were full of sages like thee, I, if they were full of such as the rest of my disciples, and if those beings combined were to investigate the knowledge of the Sugata, they would altogether not be able to comprehend the Buddha knowledge in its whole immensity. If the 10 points of space were filled with Pratyeka Buddhas, free from faults, gifted with acute faculties, and standing in the last stage of their existence, as numerous as reeds and bamboos in the woods, and if, combined for an endless number of myriads of kotis of eons, they were to investigate a part only of my superior laws, they would never find out its real meaning. If the 10 points of space were full of bodhisattvas, who, after having done their duty under many kotis of Buddhas, investigated all things, and preached many sermons, after entering a new vehicle, if the whole world were full of them as of dense reeds and bamboos, without any interstices, and if all combined were to investigate the law which the Sugata has realized, if they were going on investigating for many kotis of eons, as incalculable as the sand of the Ganges, with undivided attention and subtle wit, even then that knowledge would be beyond their ken. If such bodhisattvas as are unable to fall back, numerous as the sand of the Ganges, were to investigate it with undivided attention, it would prove to lie beyond their ken. Profound are the laws of the Buddhas, and subtle, all inscrutable and faultless. I myself know them as well as the Jinnas do in the 10 directions of the world. Thou, Shariputra, be full of trust in what the Sugata declares. The Jinna speaks no falsehood, the great seer who has so long preached the highest truth. I address all disciples here, those who have set out to reach the enlightenment of Pratyeka Buddhas, those who are roused to activity at my nirvana, and those who have been released from the series of evils. It is by my superior skillfulness that I explain the law at great length to the world at large. I deliver whosoever are attached to one point or another, and show the 3 vehicles. The eminent disciples in the assembly, headed by Ajñata Kaundinya, the 1200 Arhats, faultless and self-controlled, the other monks, nuns, male and female lay devotees, using the vehicle of disciples, and those who had entered the vehicle of Pratyeka Buddhas, all of them made this reflection: what may be the cause, what the reason of the Lord so extremely extolling the skillfulness of the Tathagatas, of his extolling it by saying, "Profound is the law by me discovered," of his extolling it by saying, "It is difficult for all disciples and Pratyeka Buddhas to understand it." But as yet the Lord has declared no more than one kind of emancipation, and therefore we also should acquire the Buddha laws on reaching nirvana. We do not catch the meaning of this utterance of the Lord. And the venerable Shariputra, who apprehended the doubt and uncertainty of the 4 classes of the audience, and guessed their thoughts from what was passing in his own mind, himself being in doubt about the law, then said to the Lord, "What, O Lord, is the cause? What the reason of the Lord so repeatedly and extremely extolling the skillfulness, knowledge, and preaching of the Tathagata? Why does he repeatedly extol it by saying, "Profound is the law by me discovered"? It is difficult to understand the mystery of the Tathagatas. Never before have I heard from the Lord such a discourse on the law. These four classes of the audience, O Lord, are overcome with doubt and perplexity. Therefore, may the Lord be pleased to explain what the Tathagata is alluding to, when repeatedly extolling the profound law of the Tathagatas. On that occasion, the Venerable Shariputra uttered the following stanzas. Now, first does the son of men utter such a speech: I have acquired the powers, emancipations, and numberless meditations. And thou mentionest the terrace of enlightenment, without any one asking thee. Thou mentionest the mystery, although no one asks thee. Thou speakest unasked, and laudest thine own course. Thou mentionest thy having obtained knowledge, and pronouncest profound words. Today a question rises in my mind, and of these self-controlled, faultless beings striving after nirvana. Why does the Jinna speak in this manner? Those who aspire to the enlightenment of Pratyeka Buddhas, the nuns and monks, gods, nagas, goblins, Gandharvas, and great serpents are talking together while looking up to the highest of men, and ponder in perplexity. Give an elucidation, great sage, to all the disciples of Sugata here assembled. Myself have reached the perfection of virtue, have been taught by the supreme sage. Still, O highest of men, even in my position I feel some doubt whether the course of duty shown to me shall receive its final sanction by nirvana. Let thy voice be heard, O thou, whose voice resounds like an egregious kettle drum. Proclaim thy law such as it is. The legitimate sons of Jinna here standing and gazing at the Jinna with joined hands, as well as the gods, nagas, goblins, titans, numbering thousands of kotis, like sand of the Ganges, and those that aspire to superior enlightenment, here standing fully 80,000 in number. Further, the kings, rulers of provinces, and paramount monarchs, who have flocked hither from thousands of kotis of countries, are now standing with joined hands and respectful thinking. How are we to fulfill the course of duty? The Venerable Shariputra having spoken, the Lord said to him, Enough, Shariputra, it is of no use explaining this matter. Why? Because, Shariputra, the world, including the gods, would be frightened if this matter were expounded. But the Venerable Shariputra entreated the Lord a second time, saying, Let the Lord expound. Let the Sugata expound this matter. For in this assembly, O Lord, there are many hundreds, many thousands, many 100,000s, many 100,000 myriads of kotis of living beings who have seen former Buddhas, who are intelligent and will believe, value, and accept the words of the Lord. The Venerable Shariputra addressed the Lord with this stanza. Speak clearly, O most eminent of Jinnas. In this assembly there are thousands of living beings, trustful, affectionate, and respectful towards the Sugata. They will understand the law by thee expounded. And the Lord said a second time to the venerable Shariputra, "Enough, Shariputra! It is of no use explaining this matter, for the world, including the gods, would be frightened. Shariputra, if this matter were expounded, and some monks might be proud and come to a heavy fall." And on that occasion uttered the Lord the following stanza: "Speak no more of it, that I should declare this law. This knowledge is too subtle, inscrutable, and there are so many unwise men who in their conceit and foolishness would scoff at the law revealed." A third time the venerable Shariputra entreated the Lord, saying, "Let the Lord expound, let the Sugata expound this matter. In this assembly, O Lord, there are many hundreds of living beings, my equals, and many hundreds, many thousands, many hundred thousands, many hundred thousand myriads of kotis of other living beings more, who in former births have been brought by the Lord to full ripeness. They will believe, value, and accept what the Lord declares, which shall tend to their advantage, weal, and happiness in length of time." On that occasion the venerable Shariputra uttered the following stanzas: "Explain the law, O thou most high of men! I, thine eldest son, beseech thee. Here are thousands of kotis of beings who are to believe in the law by thee revealed. And those beings that in former births so long and constantly have by thee been brought to full maturity, and now are all standing here with joined hands, they too are to believe in this law. Let the Sugata, seeing the 1200, my equals, and those who are striving after superior enlightenment, speak to them and produce in them an extreme joy." When the Lord for the third time heard the entreaty of the venerable Shariputra, he spoke to him as follows: "Now that thou entreatest the Tathagata a third time, Shariputra, I will answer thee. Listen then, Shariputra. Take well and duly to heart what I am saying. I am going to speak." Now it happened that 5000 proud monks, nuns, and lay devotees of both sexes in the congregation rose from their seats, and, after saluting with their heads the Lord's feet, went to leave the assembly. Owing to the principle of good which there is in pride, they imagined having attained what they had not, and having understood what they had not. Therefore, thinking themselves aggrieved, they went to leave the assembly, to which the Lord by his silence showed assent. Thereupon the Lord addressed the venerable Shariputra: "My congregation, Shariputra, has been cleared from the chaff, freed from the trash, it is firmly established in the strength of faith. It is good, Shariputra, that those proud ones are gone away. Now I am going to expound the matter, Shariputra." "Very well, Lord," replied the venerable Shariputra. The Lord then began and said: "It is but now and then, Shariputra, that the Tathagata preaches such a discourse on the law as this: just as but now and then is seen the blossom of the glamorous fig tree, Shariputra, so does the Tathagata but now and then preach such a discourse on the law. Believe me, Shariputra, I speak what is real. I speak what is truthful. I speak what is right. It is difficult to understand the exposition of the mystery of the Tathagata, Shariputra. For in elucidating the law, Shariputra, I use 100,000s of various skillful means, such as different interpretations, indications, explanations, illustrations. It is not by reasoning, Shariputra, that the law is to be found. It is beyond the pale of reasoning and must be learnt from the Tathagata. For, Shariputra, it is for a sole object, a sole aim, verily, a lofty object, a lofty aim, that the Buddha, the Tathagata, etc., appears in the world. And what is that sole object, that sole aim, that lofty object, that lofty aim of the Buddha, the Tathagata, etc., appearing in the world? To show all creatures the sight of Tathagata knowledge, does the Buddha, the Tathagata, etc., appear in the world. To open the eyes of creatures for the sight of Tathagata knowledge, does the Buddha, the Tathagata, etc., appear in the world. This, so Shariputra, is the sole object, the sole aim, the sole purpose of his appearance in the world. Such then, Shariputra, is the sole object, the sole aim, the lofty object, the lofty aim of the Tathagata. And it is achieved by the Tathagata. For, Shariputra, I do show all creatures the sight of Tathagata knowledge. I do open the eyes of creatures for the sight of Tathagata knowledge, Shariputra. I do firmly establish the teaching of Tathagata knowledge, Shariputra. I do lead the teaching of Tathagata knowledge on the right path, Shariputra. By means of one sole vehicle, to wit, the Buddha vehicle, Shariputra, do I teach creatures the law. There is no second vehicle, nor a third. This is the nature of the law, Shariputra, universally in the world, in all directions. For, Shariputra, all the Tathagatas, etc., who in times past existed in countless, innumerable spheres, in all directions, for the weal of many, the happiness of many, out of pity to the world, for the benefit, weal, and happiness of the great body of creatures, and who preached the law to gods and men with able means, such as several directions and indications, various arguments, reasons, illustrations, fundamental ideas, interpretations, paying regard to the dispositions of creatures whose inclinations and temperaments are so manifold. All those Buddhas and Lords, Shariputra, have preached the law to creatures by means of only one vehicle, the Buddha vehicle, which finally leads to omniscience. It is identical with showing all creatures the sight of Tathagata knowledge, with opening the eyes of creatures for the sight of Tathagata knowledge, with the awakening or admonishing by the display or sight of Tathagata knowledge, with leading the teaching of Tathagata knowledge on the right path. Such is the law they have preached to creatures, and those creatures, Shariputra, who have heard the law from the past Tathagatas, etc., have all of them reached supreme, perfect enlightenment. And the Tathagatas, etc., who shall exist in future Shariputra, in countless innumerable spheres, in all directions, for the weal of many, the happiness of many, out of pity to the world, for the benefit, weal, and happiness of the great body of creatures, and who shall preach the law to gods and men, etc., as above, till the right path. Such is the law they shall preach to creatures. And those creatures, Shariputra, who shall hear the law from the future Tathagatas, etc., shall all of them reach supreme, perfect enlightenment. And the Tathagatas, etc., who now at present are staying, living, existing, Shariputra, in countless innumerable spheres in all directions, etc., and who are preaching the law to gods and men, etc., as above, till the right path. Such is the law they are preaching to creatures, and those creatures, Shariputra, who are hearing the law from the present Tathagatas, etc., shall all of them reach supreme, perfect enlightenment. I myself also, Shariputra, am at the present period a Tathagata, etc., for the weal of many, etc., till manifold. I myself also, Shariputra, am preaching the law to creatures, etc., till the right path. Such is the law I preach to creatures, and those creatures, Shariputra, who now are hearing the law from me, shall all of them reach supreme, perfect enlightenment. In this sense, Shariputra, it must be understood that nowhere in the world a second vehicle is taught, far less a third. Yet, Shariputra, when the Tathagatas, etc., happen to appear at the decay of the epoch, the decay of creatures, the decay of besetting sins, the decay of views, or the decay of lifetime, when they appear amid such signs of decay, at the disturbance of the epoch, when creatures are much tainted, full of greed, and poor in roots of goodness, then, Shariputra, the Tathagatas, etc., use skillfully to designate that one and sole Buddha vehicle by the appellation of the threefold vehicle. Now, Shariputra, such disciples, arhats, or pratyeka Buddhas, who do not hear their actually being called to the Buddha vehicle by the Tathagata, who do not perceive nor heed it, those, Shariputra, should not be acknowledged as disciples of the Tathagata, nor as arhats, nor as pratyeka Buddhas. Again, Shariputra, if there be some monk or nun pretending to arhatship without an earnest vow to reach supreme, perfect enlightenment, and saying, I am standing too high for the Buddha vehicle, I am in my last appearance in the body before complete nirvana, then, Shariputra, consider such a one to be conceited. For, Shariputra, it is unfit, it is improper that a monk, a faultless arhat, should not believe in the law which he hears from the Tathagata in his presence. I leave out of question when the Tathagata shall have reached complete nirvana. For at that period, that time, Shariputra, when the Tathagata shall be wholly extinct, there shall be none who either knows by heart or preaches such sutras as this. It will be under other Tathagatas, etc., that they are to be freed from doubts. In respect to these things, believe my words, Shariputra, value them, take them to heart, for there is no falsehood in the Tathagatas, Shariputra. There is but one vehicle, Shariputra, and that the Buddha vehicle. And on that occasion, to set forth this matter more copiously, the Lord uttered the following stanzas. No less than 5,000 monks, nuns, and lay devotees of both sexes, full of unbelief and conceit, remarking this slight, went, defective in training, and foolish as they were, away in order to beware of damage. The Lord, who knew them to be the dregs of the congregation, exclaimed, they have no sufficient merit to hear this law. My congregation is now pure, freed from chaff, the trash is removed, and the pith only remains. Hear from me, Shariputra, how this law has been discovered by the highest man, and how the mighty Buddhas are preaching it with many hundred proofs of skillfulness. I know the disposition and conduct, the various inclinations of kotis of living beings in this world. I know their various actions and the good they have done before. Those living beings I initiate in this law by the aid of manifold interpretations and reasons, and by hundreds of arguments and illustrations have I, in one way or another, gladdened all creatures. I utter both sutras and stanzas, legends, gatakas, and prodigies, besides hundreds of introductions and curious parables. I show nirvana to the ignorant with low dispositions, who have followed no course of duty under many kotis of Buddhas, are bound to continued existence and wretched. The self-born one uses such means to manifest Buddha knowledge, but he shall never say to them, ye also are to become Buddhas. Why should not the Mighty One, after having waited for the right time, speak now that he perceives the right moment is come? This is the fit opportunity, met somehow, of commencing the exposition of what really is. Now, the word of my commandment, as contained in 9 divisions, has been published according to the varying degree of strength of creatures. Such is the device I have shown in order to introduce creatures to the knowledge of the giver of boons. And to those in the world who have always been pure, wise, good-minded, compassionate sons of Buddha, and done their duty under many kotis of Buddhas, will I make known amplified sutras. For they are endowed with such gifts of mental disposition and such advantages of a blameless outward form, that I can announce to them in future, ye shall become Buddhas, benevolent and compassionate. Hearing which, all of them will be pervaded with delight at the thought. We shall become Buddhas, preeminent in the world. And I, perceiving their conduct, will again reveal amplified sutras. And those are the disciples of the leader who have listened to my word of command. One single stanza, learnt or kept in memory, suffices, no doubt of it, to lead all of them to enlightenment. There is indeed but one vehicle, there is no second, nor a third anywhere in the world, apart from the case of the Purushottamas, using an expedient to show that there is a diversity of vehicles. The chief of the world appears in the world to reveal the Buddha knowledge. He has but one aim, indeed no second. The Buddhas do not bring over creatures by an inferior vehicle. There, where the self-born one has established himself, and where the object of knowledge is, of whatever form or kind, where the powers, the stages of meditation, the emancipations, the perfected faculties are, there the beings also shall be established. I should be guilty of envy, should I, after reaching the spotless, eminent state of enlightenment, establish anyone in the inferior vehicle. That would not beseem me. There is no envy whatever in me, no jealousy, no desire nor passion. Therefore, I am the Buddha because the world follows my teaching. When, splendidly marked with the 32 characteristics, I am illuminating this whole world and worshipped by many hundreds of beings, I show the unmistakable stamp of the nature of the law. Then, Shariputra, I think thus: how will all beings by the 32 characteristics mark the self-born seer, who of his own accord sheds his luster all over the world? And while I am thinking and pondering, when my wish has been fulfilled and my vow accomplished, I no more reveal Buddha knowledge. If, O son of Shari, I spoke to the creatures, vivify in your minds the wish for enlightenment, they would in their ignorance all go astray and never catch the meaning of my good words. And considering them to be such, and that they have not accomplished their course of duty in previous existences, I see how they are attached and devoted to sensual pleasures, infatuated by desire, and blind with delusion. From lust they run into distress. They are tormented in the 6 states of existence, and people the cemetery again and again. They are overwhelmed with misfortune, as they possess little virtue. They are continually entangled in the thickets of sectarian theories, such as, it is and it is not, it is thus and it is not thus. In trying to get a decided opinion on what is found in the 62 heretical theories, they come to embrace falsehood and continue in it. They are hard to correct, proud, hypocritical, crooked, malignant, ignorant, dull. Hence they do not hear the good Buddha call, not once in kotis of births. To those, son of Shari, I show a device and say, put an end to your trouble. When I perceive creatures vexed with mishap, I make them see Nirvana. And so do I reveal all those laws that are ever holy and correct from the very first. And the son of Buddha, who has completed his course, shall once be a Jinna. It is but my skillfulness which prompts me to manifest 3 vehicles, for there is but one vehicle and one track. There is also but one instruction by the leaders. Remove all doubt and uncertainty, And should there be any who feel doubts, let them know that the lords of the world speak the truth. This is the only vehicle, a second there is not. The former Tathagatas also, living in the past for innumerable eons, the many thousands of Buddhas who are gone to final rest, whose number can never be counted, those highest of men have all of them revealed most holy laws by means of illustrations, reasons, and arguments, with many hundred proofs of skillfulness. And all of them have manifested but one vehicle, and introduced but one on earth. By one vehicle have they led to full ripeness inconceivably many thousands of kotis of beings. Yet the jhinas possess various and manifold means through which the Tathagata reveals to the world, including the gods, superior enlightenment in consideration of the inclinations and dispositions of the different beings. And all in the world who are hearing or have heard the law from the mouth of the Tathagatas, given alms, followed the moral precepts, and patiently accomplished the whole of their religious duties, who have acquitted themselves in point of zeal and meditation, with wisdom reflected on those laws, and performed several meritorious actions, have all of them reached enlightenment. And such beings as were living, patient, subdued, and disciplined under the rule of the jhinas of those times, have all of them reached enlightenment. Others also who paid worship to the relics of the departed jhinas, erected many thousands of stupas made of gems, gold, silver, or crystal, or built stupas of emerald, cat's eye, pearls, egregious lapis lazuli, or sapphire, they have all of them reached enlightenment. And those who erected stupas from marble, sandalwood, or eaglewood, constructed stupas from deodar, or a combination of different sorts of timber, and who in gladness of heart built for the jhinas stupas of bricks or clay, or caused mounds of earth to be raised in forests and wildernesses in dedication to the jhinas. The little boys even who, in playing, erected here and there heaps of sand, with the intention of dedicating them as stupas to the jhinas, they have all of them reached enlightenment. Likewise have all who caused jewel images to be made and dedicated, adorned with the 32 characteristic signs, reached enlightenment. Others, who had images of sugatas made of the 7 precious substances of copper or brass, have all of them reached enlightenment. Those who ordered beautiful statues of sugatas to be made of lead, iron, clay, or plaster, have, etc. Those who made images of the sugatas on painted walls, with complete limbs and the 100 holy signs, whether they drew them themselves or had them drawn by others, have, etc. Those even, whether men or boys, who during the lesson or in play, by way of amusement, made upon the walls such images with the nail or a piece of wood, have all of them reached enlightenment. They have become compassionate, and by rousing many bodhisattvas have saved kotis of creatures. Those who offered flowers and perfumes to the relics of the Tathagatas, to stupas, a mound of earth, images of clay, or drawn on a wall, who caused musical instruments, drums, conch trumpets, and noisy great drums to be played, and raised the rattle of timbrels at such places, in order to celebrate the highest enlightenment, who caused sweet lutes, cymbals, tabors, small drums, reed pipes, flutes of or sugar cane to be made, have all of them reached enlightenment. Those who, to celebrate the Sugatas, made iron cymbals resound, or small drums, who sang a song sweet and lovely, they have all of them reached enlightenment. By paying various kinds of worship to the relics of the Sugatas, by doing but a little for the relics, by making resound, were it but a single musical instrument, or by worshipping, were it but with a single flower, by drawing on a wall the images of the Sugatas, by doing worship, were it even with distracted thoughts, one shall, in course of time, see kotis of Buddhas. Those who, when in presence of a stupa, have offered their reverential salutation, be it in a complete form or by merely joining the hands, who, were it but for a single moment, bent their head or body, and who at stupas containing relics have one single time said, "Homage be to Buddha," albeit they did it with distracted thoughts, all have attained superior enlightenment. The creatures who, in the days of those Sugatas, whether already extinct or still in existence, have heard no more than the name of the law, have all of them reached enlightenment. Many kotis of future Buddhas beyond imagination and measure shall likewise reveal this device as Jinnas and Supreme Lords. Endless shall be the skillfulness of these leaders of the world, by which they shall educate kotis of beings to that Buddha knowledge which is free from imperfection. Never has there been any being who, after hearing the law of those leaders, shall not become Buddha. For this is the fixed vow of the Tathagatas. Let me, by accomplishing my course of duty, lead others to enlightenment. They are to expound in future days many thousand kotis of heads of the law. In their Tathagataship, they shall teach the law by showing the sole vehicle before mentioned. The line of the law forms an unbroken continuity, and the nature of its properties is always manifest. Knowing this, the Buddhas, the highest of men, shall reveal this single vehicle. They shall reveal the stability of the law, its being subjected to fixed rules, its unshakable perpetuity in the world, the awakening of the Buddhas on the elevated terrace of the earth, their skillfulness. In all directions of space are standing Buddhas, like sand of the Ganges, honored by gods and men. These also do, for the weal of all beings in the world, expound superior enlightenment. Those Buddhas, while manifesting skillfulness, display various vehicles, though at the same time indicating the one single vehicle, the supreme place of blessed rest. Acquainted as they are with the conduct of all mortals, with their peculiar dispositions and previous actions, with due regard to their strenuousness and vigor, as well as their inclination, the Buddhas impart their lights to them. By dint of knowledge, the leaders produce many illustrations, arguments, and reasons, and considering how the creatures have various inclinations, they impart various directions. And myself also, the leader of the chief jinnas, am now manifesting, for the wheel of creatures now living, this Buddha enlightenment by thousands of kotis of various directions. I reveal the law in its multifariousness with regard to the inclinations and dispositions of creatures. I use different means to rouse each according to his own character. Such is the might of my knowledge. I likewise see the poor wretches deficient in wisdom and conduct, lapsed into the mundane whirl, retained in dismal places, plunged in affliction incessantly renewed. Fettered as they are by desire, like the yak by its tail, continually blinded by sensual pleasure, they do not seek the Buddha, the Mighty One. They do not seek the law that leads to the end of pain. Staying in the 6 states of existence, they are benumbed in their senses, stick unmoved to the low views, and suffer pain on pain. For those I feel a great compassion. On the terrace of enlightenment I have remained 3 weeks in full, searching and pondering on such a matter, steadily looking up to the tree there standing, keeping in view that king of trees with an unwavering gaze. I walked round at its foot, thinking, this law is wonderful and lofty, whereas creatures are blind with dullness and ignorance. Then it was that Brahma entreated me, and so did Indra, the 4 rulers of the cardinal points, Maheshvara, Ishvara, and the hosts of Marats by thousands of kotis. All stood with joined hands and respectful, while myself was revolving the matter in my mind and thought. What shall I do? At the very time that I am uttering syllables, beings are oppressed with evils. In their ignorance, they will not heed the law I announce, and in consequence of it, they will incur some penalty. It would be better were I never to speak. May my quiet extinction take place this very day. But, on remembering the former Buddhas and their skillfulness, I thought, nay, I also will manifest this tripartite Buddha enlightenment. When I was thus meditating on the law, the other Buddhas in all the directions of space appeared to me in their own body, and raised their voice, crying, Amen! Amen, solitary, first leader of the world! Now that thou hast come to unsurpassed knowledge, and art meditating on the skillfulness of the leaders of the world, thou repeatest their teaching. We also, being Buddhas, will make clear the highest word, divided into 3 parts, for men occasionally have low inclinations, and might perchance from ignorance not believe us when we say, ye shall become Buddhas. Hence we will rouse many bodhisattvas by the display of skillfulness, and the encouraging of the wish of obtaining fruits. And I was delighted to hear the sweet voice of the leaders of men. In the exaltation of my heart, I said to the blessed saints, the words of the eminent sages are not spoken in vain. I, too, will act according to the indications of the wise leaders of the world, having myself been born in the midst of the degradation of creatures, I have known agitation in this dreadful world. When I had come to that conviction, O son of Shari, I instantly went to Benares, where I skillfully preached the law to the 5 solitaries, that law which is the base of final beatitude. From that moment, the wheel of my law has been moving, and the name of Nirvana made its appearance in the world, as well as the name of Arhat, of Dharma and Sangha. Many years have I preached and pointed to the stage of Nirvana, the end of wretchedness and mundane existence. Thus I used to speak at all times. And when I saw Shariputra, the children of the highest of men, by many thousands of kotis, numberless, striving after the supreme, the highest enlightenment, and when such as had heard the law of the Jinnas, owing to the many-sidedness of their skillfulness, had approached me and stood before my face, all of them with joined hands and respectful, then I conceived the idea that the time had come for me to announce the excellent law, and to reveal supreme enlightenment, for which task I had been born in the world. This event today will be hard to be understood by the ignorant, who imagine they see here a sign, as they are proud and dull. But the Bodhisattvas, they will listen to me. And I felt free from hesitation and highly cheered. Putting aside all timidity, I began speaking in the assembly of the sons of Sugata, and roused them to enlightenment. On beholding such worthy sons of Buddha, I said, "Thy doubts also will be removed, and these 1200 disciples of mine, free from imperfections, will all of them become Buddhas." Even as the nature of the law of the former mighty saints and the future Jinnas is, so is my law free from any doubtfulness, and it is such as I today preach it to thee. At certain times, at certain places, somehow do the leaders appear in the world, and after their appearance, will they whose view is boundless, at one time or another preach a similar law. It is most difficult to meet with this superior law, even in myriads of kotis of aeons. Very rare are the beings who will adhere to the superior law which they have heard from me. Just as the blossom of the glamorous fig tree is rare, albeit sometimes at some places, and somehow it is met with, as something pleasant to see for everybody, as a wonder to the world, including the gods, so wonderful and far more wonderful is the law I proclaim. Anyone who, on hearing a good exposition of it, shall cheerfully accept it and recite but one word of it, will have done honor to all Buddhas. Give up all doubt and uncertainty in this respect. I declare that I am the king of the law, Dharma Raja. I am urging others to enlightenment, but I am here without disciples. Let this mystery be for thee, Shariputra, for all disciples of mine, and for the eminent Bodhisattvas who are to keep this mystery. For the creatures, when at the period of the 5 depravities, are vile and bad. They are blinded by sensual desires, the fools, and never turn their minds to enlightenment. Some beings, having heard this one and sole vehicle manifested by the Jinna, will in days to come swerve from it, reject the sutra, and go down to hell. But those beings who shall be modest and pure, striving after the supreme and the highest enlightenment, to them shall I unhesitatingly set forth the endless forms of this one and sole vehicle. Such is the mastership of the leaders, that is, their skillfulness. They have spoken in many mysteries, hence it is difficult to understand them. Therefore, try to understand the mystery of the Buddhas, the holy masters of the world. Forsake all doubt and uncertainty. You shall become Buddhas. Rejoice. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3, Part 1 of the Lotus Sutra, translated by Hendrik Cairn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 1, a Parable. Then the Venerable Shariputra, pleased, glad, charmed, cheerful, thrilling with delight and joy, stretched his joined hands towards the Lord, and, looking up to the Lord with a steady gaze, addressed him in this strain: I am astonished, amazed, O Lord! I am in ecstasy to hear such a call from the Lord. For when before I had heard of this law from the Lord, I saw other Bodhisattvas, and heard that the Bodhisattvas would in future get the name of Buddhas. I felt extremely sorry, extremely vexed to be deprived from so grand a sight as the Tathagata knowledge. And whenever, O Lord, for my daily recreation, I was visiting the caves of rocks, or mountains, wood thickets, lovely gardens, rivers, and roots of trees, I always was occupied with the same and ever recurring thought. Whereas the entrance into the fixed points of the law is nominally equal, we have been dismissed by the Lord with the inferior vehicle. Instantly, however, O Lord, I felt that it was our own fault, not the Lord's. For had we regarded the Lord at the time of his giving the all-surpassing demonstration of the law, that is, the exposition of supreme, perfect enlightenment, then, O Lord, we should have become adepts in those laws. But because, without understanding the mystery of the Lord, we at the moment of the Bodhisattvas, not being assembled, heard only in a hurry, caught, meditated, minded, took to heart the first lessons pronounced on the law, therefore, O Lord, I used to pass day and night in self-reproach. But today, O Lord, I have reached complete extinction. Today, O Lord, I have become calm. Today, O Lord, I am wholly come to rest. Today, O Lord, I have reached arhatship. Today, O Lord, I am the Lord's eldest son, born from his law, sprung into existence by the law, made by the law, inheriting from the law, accomplished by the law. My burning has left me, O Lord, now that I have heard this wonderful law, which I had not learnt before, announced by the voice from the mouth of the Lord. And on that occasion, the Venerable Shariputra addressed the Lord in the following stanzas: I am astonished, great leader. I am charmed to hear this voice. I feel no doubt any more. Now am I fully ripe for the superior vehicle. Wonderful is the voice of the Sugatas. It dispels the doubt and pain of living beings. My pain also is all gone now that I, freed from imperfections, have heard that voice. When I was taking my daily recreation, or was walking in woody thickets, when betaking myself to the roots of trees, or to mountain caves, I indulged in no other thought but this: "Oh, how am I deluded by vain thoughts! Whereas the faultless laws are nominally equal, shall I in future not preach the superior law in the world? The 32 characteristic signs have failed me, and the gold color of the skin has vanished. All the 10 powers and emancipations have likewise been lost. Oh, how have I gone astray at the equal laws! The secondary signs also of the great seers, the 80 excellent specific signs, and the 18 uncommon properties have failed me. Oh, how am I deluded!" And when I had perceived Thee so benign and merciful to the world, and was lonely, walking to take my daily recreation, I thought, "I am excluded from that inconceivable, unbounded knowledge." Days and nights, O Lord, I passed always thinking of the same subject. I would ask the Lord whether I had lost my rank or not. In such reflections, O chief of Jinas, I constantly passed my days and nights, and on seeing many other Bodhisattvas praised by the leader of the world, and on hearing this Buddha law, I thought, "To be sure, this is expounded mysteriously. It is an inscrutable, subtle, and faultless science, which is announced by the Jinas on the terrace of enlightenment." Formerly I was attached to heretical theories, being a wandering monk and in high honor with the heretics. Afterwards has the Lord, regarding my disposition, taught me Nirvana, to detach me from perverted views. After having completely freed myself from all heretical views, and reached the laws of void, I conceive that I have become extinct. Yet this is not deemed to be extinction. But when one becomes Buddha, a superior being honored by men, gods, goblins, titans, and adorned with the 32 characteristic signs, then one will be completely extinct. All those former cares have now been dispelled, since I have heard the voice. Now am I extinct, as thou announcest my destination to Nirvana before the world including the gods. When I first heard the voice of the Lord, I had a great terror lest it might be Mara, the evil one, who on this occasion had adopted the disguise of Buddha. But when the unsurpassed Buddha wisdom had been displayed in, and established with arguments, reasons, and illustrations by myriads of kotis, then I lost all doubt about the law I heard. And when thou hadst mentioned to me the thousands of kotis of Buddhas, the past Jinas, who have come to final rest, and how they preached this law by firmly establishing it through skillfulness, how the many future Buddhas, and those who are now existing as knowers of the real truth, shall expound or are expounding this law by hundreds of able devices. And when thou wert mentioning thine own course after leaving home, how the idea of the wheel of the law presented itself to thy mind, and how thou decidest upon preaching the law. Then I was convinced. This is not Mara. It is the Lord of the world, who has shown the true course. No Maras can here abide. So then my mind, for a moment, was overcome with perplexity. But when the sweet, deep, and lovely voice of Buddha gladdened me, all doubts were scattered, my perplexity vanished, and I stood firm in knowledge. I shall become a Tathagata, undoubtedly, worshipped in the world, including the gods. I shall manifest Buddha wisdom, mysteriously rousing many bodhisattvas. After this speech of the venerable Shariputra, the Lord said to him, I declare to thee, Shariputra, I announce to thee, in presence of this world including the gods, Maras, and Brahmas, in presence of this people including ascetics and Brahmins, that thou, Shariputra, hast been by me made ripe for supreme, perfect enlightenment, in presence of 20,000 myriads of kotis of Buddhas, and that thou, Shariputra, hast for a long time followed my commandments. Thou, Shariputra, art by the counsel of the Bodhisattva, by the decree of the Bodhisattva, reborn here under my rule. Owing to the mighty will of the Bodhisattva, thou, Shariputra, hast no recollection of thy former vow to observe the religious course, of the counsel of the Bodhisattva, the decree of the Bodhisattva. Thou thinkest that thou hast reached final rest. I, wishing to revive and renew in thee the knowledge of thy former vow to observe the religious course, will reveal to the disciples the Dharmaparyaya called the Lotus of the True Law, this Sutranta, etc. Again, Shariputra, at a future period, after innumerable, inconceivable, immeasurable aeons, when thou shalt have learnt the true law of 100,000 myriads of kotis of Tathagatas, showed devotion in various ways, and achieved the present Bodhisattva course, thou shalt become in the world a Tathagata, etc., named Padmaprabha, endowed with science and conduct, a Sugata, a knower of the world, an unsurpassed tamer of men, a master of gods and men, a Lord Buddha. At that time then, Shariputra, the Buddha field of that Lord, the Tathagata, Padmaprabha, to be called Viraga, will be level, pleasant, delightful, extremely beautiful to see, pure, prosperous, rich, quiet, abounding with food, replete with many races of men. It will consist of lapis lazuli, and contain a checkerboard of 8 compartments distinguished by gold threads, each compartment having its jewel tree always and perpetually filled with blossoms, and fruits of 7 precious substances. Now that Tathagata, Padmaprabha, etc., Shariputra, will preach the law by the instrumentality of 3 vehicles. Further, Shariputra, that Tathagata will not appear at the decay of the aeon, but preach the law by virtue of a vow. That aeon, Shariputra, will be named Maharatna Pratimandita, the rest ornamented with magnificent jewels. Knowest thou, Shariputra, why that aeon is named Maharatna Pratimandita? The bodhisattvas of a Buddha field, Shariputra, are called Ratnas, jewels, and at that time there will be many bodhisattvas in that sphere called viraga, innumerable, incalculable, beyond computation, abstraction made from their being computed by the Tathagatas. On that account is that aeon called Maharatna Pratimandita. Now, to proceed, Shariputra, at that period the bodhisattvas of that field will, in walking, step on jewel lotuses, and these bodhisattvas will not be plying their work for the first time. They, having accumulated roots of goodness, and observed the course of duty under many 100,000 Buddhas, they are praised by the Tathagatas for their zealous application to Buddha knowledge, are perfected in the rites preparatory to transcendent knowledge, accomplished in the direction of all true laws, mild, thoughtful. Generally, Shariputra, will that Buddha region teem with such bodhisattvas. As to the lifetime, Shariputra, of that Tathagata, Padmaprabha, it will last 12 intermediate kalpas, if we leave out of account the time of his being a young prince. And the lifetime of the creatures then living will measure 8 intermediate kalpas. At the expiration of 12 intermediate kalpas, Shariputra, the Tathagata, Padmaprabha, after announcing the future destiny of the bodhisattva called Dhriti Paripurna, to superior perfect enlightenment, is to enter complete nirvana. This bodhisattva, Mahasattva, Dhriti Paripurna, O monks, shall immediately after me come to supreme, perfect enlightenment. He shall become in the world a Tathagata, named Padma Vishabha Vikramin, an Arhat, etc., endowed with science and conduct, etc., etc. Now, the Tathagata, Padma Vishabha Vikramin, Shariputra, will have a Buddha field of quite the same description. The true law, Shariputra, of that Tathagata, Padma Vishabha Vikramin, will, after his extinction, last 32 intermediate kalpas, and the counterfeit of his true law will last as many intermediate kalpas. And on that occasion the Lord uttered the following stanzas. Thou also, son of Sari, shalt in future be a Jinna, a Tathagata named Padmaprabha, of illimited sight. Thou shalt educate thousands of kotis of living beings. After paying honor to many kotis of Buddhas, making strenuous efforts in the course of duty, and after having produced in thyself the 10 powers, thou shalt reach supreme, perfect enlightenment. Within a period inconceivable and immense, there shall be an aeon rich in jewels, and a sphere named Viraga, the pure field of the highest of men. And its ground will consist of lapis lazuli, and be set off with gold threads. It will have hundreds of jewel trees, very beautiful, and covered with blossoms and fruits. Bodhisattvas of good memory, able in showing the course of duty, which they have been taught under hundreds of Buddhas, will come to be born in that field. And the aforementioned Jinna, then in his last bodily existence, shall, after passing the state of Prince Royal, renounce sensual pleasures, leave home to become a wandering ascetic, and thereafter reach the supreme and the highest enlightenment. The lifetime of that Jinna will be precisely 12 intermediate kalpas, and the life of men will then last 8 intermediate kalpas. After the extinction of the Tathagata, the true law will continue 32 aeons in full, for the benefit of the world, including the gods. When the true law shall have come to an end, its counterfeit will stand for 32 intermediate kalpas. The dispersed relics of the Holy One will always be honored by men and gods. Such will be the fate of that Lord. Rejoice, O son of Sari, for it is thou who shalt be that most excellent of men, so unsurpassed. The four classes of the audience: monks, nuns, lay devotees, male and female, gods, nagas, goblins, Gandharvas, demons, Garudas, Kinnaras, great serpents, men, and beings not human, on hearing the announcement of the venerable Shariputra's destiny to supreme, perfect enlightenment, were so pleased, glad, charmed, thrilling with delight and joy, that they covered the Lord severally with their own robes, while Indra, the chief of gods, Brahma, Sahampati, besides 100,000s of kotis of other divine beings, covered him with heavenly garments, and bestrewed him with flowers of heaven, Mandaravas, and great Mandaravas. High aloft, they whirled celestial clothes, and struck 100,000s of celestial musical instruments and cymbals, high in the sky, and after pouring a great rain of flowers, they uttered these words: "The wheel of the law has been put in motion by the Lord, the first time at Benares, at Rishipatna in the Deer Park. Today has the Lord again put in motion the supreme wheel of the law." And on that occasion, those divine beings uttered the following stanzas: "The wheel of the law was put in motion by thee, O thou that art unrivaled in the world, at Benares, O great hero! That wheel which is the rotation of the rise and decay of all aggregates. There it was put in motion for the first time. Now a second time is it turned here, O Lord. Today, O Master, thou hast preached this law, which is hard to be received with faith. Many laws have we heard near the Lord of the world, but never before did we hear a law like this. We receive with gratitude, O great hero, the mysterious speech of the great sages, such as this prediction regarding the self-possessed Arya Shariputra. May we also become such incomparable Buddhas in the world, who by mysterious speech announce supreme Buddha enlightenment. May we also, by the good we have done in this world and in the next, and by our having propitiated the Buddha, be allowed to make a vow for Buddhaship. End of Chapter 3, Part 1. Chapter 3, Part 2 of the Lotus Sutra. Translated by Hendrik Cairn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 2. Thereupon the venerable Shariputra thus spoke to the Lord: "My doubt is gone, O Lord. My uncertainty is at an end on hearing from the mouth of the Lord my destiny to supreme enlightenment. But these 1200 self-controlled disciples, O Lord, who have been placed by thee on the stage of Sikshas, have been thus admonished and instructed. My preaching of the law, O monks, comes to this: that deliverance from birth, decrepitude, disease, and death is inseparably connected with nirvana. And these 2000 monks, O Lord, thy disciples, both those who are still under training and adepts, who all of them are free from false views about the soul, false views about existence, false views about cessation of existence, free, in short, from all false views, who are fancying themselves to have reached the stage of nirvana, these have fallen into uncertainty by hearing from the mouth of the Lord this law, which they had not heard before. Therefore, O Lord, please speak to these monks, to dispel their uneasiness, so that the four classes of the audience, O Lord, may be relieved from their doubt and perplexity. On this speech of the venerable Shariputra, the Lord said to him the following: Have I not told thee before, Shariputra, that the Tathagata, etc., preaches the law by able devices, varying directions and indications, fundamental ideas, interpretations, with due regard to the different dispositions and inclinations of creatures whose temperaments are so various? All his preachings of the law have no other end but supreme and perfect enlightenment, for which he is rousing beings to the Bodhisattva course. But, Shariputra, to elucidate this matter more at large, I will tell thee a parable, for men of good understanding will generally readily enough catch the meaning of what is taught under the shape of a parable. Let us suppose the following case, Shariputra. In a certain village, town, borough, province, kingdom, or capital, there was a certain housekeeper, old, aged, decrepit, very advanced in years, rich, wealthy, opulent. He had a great house, high, spacious, built a long time ago and old, inhabited by some 2, 3, 4, or 500 living beings. The house had but one door and a thatch. Its terraces were tottering, the bases of its pillars rotten, the coverings and plaster of the walls loose. On a sudden, the whole house was from every side put in conflagration by a mass of fire. Let us suppose that the man had many little boys, say 5, or 10, or even 20, and that he himself had come out of the house. Now, Shariputra, that man, on seeing the house from every side wrapped in a blaze by a great mass of fire, got afraid, frightened, anxious in his mind, and made the following reflection: I myself am able to come out from the burning house through the door quickly and safely, without being touched or scorched by that great mass of fire. But my children, those young boys, are staying in the burning house, playing, amusing, and diverting themselves with all sorts of sports. They do not perceive, nor know, nor understand, nor mind that the house is on fire, and do not get afraid. Though scorched by that great mass of fire, and affected with such a mass of pain, they do not mind the pain, nor do they conceive the idea of escaping. The man, Shariputra, is strong, has powerful arms, and so he makes this reflection: I am strong, and have powerful arms. Why? let me gather all my little boys and take them to my breast to effect their escape from the house. A second reflection then presented itself to his mind. This house has but one opening. The door is shut, and those boys, fickle, unsteady, and childlike as they are, will, it is to be feared, run hither and thither, and come to grief and disaster in this mass of fire. Therefore I will warn them. So resolved, he calls to the boys. Come, my children, the house is burning with a mass of fire. Come, lest ye be burnt in that mass of fire, and come to grief and disaster. But the ignorant boys do not heed the words of him who is their well-wisher. They are not afraid, not alarmed, and feel no misgiving. They do not care, nor fly, nor even know, nor understand the purport of the word burning. On the contrary, they run hither and thither, walk about, and repeatedly look at their father, all because they are so ignorant. Then the man is going to reflect thus. The house is burning, is blazing by a mass of fire. It is to be feared that myself, as well as my children, will come to grief and disaster. Let me therefore, by some skillful means, get the boys out of the house. The man knows the disposition of the boys, and has a clear perception of their inclinations. Now these boys happen to have many and manifold toys to play with, pretty, nice, pleasant, dear, amusing, and precious. The man, knowing the disposition of the boys, says to them, My children, your toys which are so pretty, precious, and admirable, which you are so loath to miss, which are so various and multifarious, such as bullock carts, goat carts, deer carts, which are so pretty, nice, dear, and precious to you, have all been put by me outside the house door for you to play with. Come, run out, leave the house. To each of you I shall give what he wants. Come soon, come out for the sake of these toys. And the boys, on hearing the names mentioned, of such playthings as they like and desire, so agreeable to their taste, so pretty, dear, and delightful, quickly rush out from the burning house with eager effort and great alacrity, one having no time to wait for the other, and pushing each other on with the cry of, Who shall arrive first, the very first? The man, seeing that his children have safely and happily escaped, and knowing that they are free from danger, goes and sits down in the open air on the square of the village, his heart filled with joy and delight, released from trouble and hindrance, quite at ease. The boys go up to the place where their father is sitting and say, Father, give us those toys to play with, those bullock carts, goat carts, and deer carts. Then Shariputra, the man, gives to his sons, who run swift as the wind, bullock carts only, made of 7 precious substances, provided with benches, hung with a multitude of small bells, lofty, adorned with rare and wonderful jewels, embellished with jewel wreaths, decorated with garlands of flowers, carpeted with cotton mattresses and woolen coverlets, covered with white cloth and silk, having on both sides rosy cushions, yoked with white, very fair and fleet bullocks, led by a multitude of men. To each of his children he gives several bullock carts of one appearance and one kind, provided with flags, and swift as the wind. That man does so, Shariputra, because being rich, wealthy, and in possession of many treasures and granaries, he rightly thinks, "Why should I give these boys inferior carts? All these boys being my own children, dear and precious. I have got such great vehicles, and ought to treat all the boys equally and without partiality. As I own many treasures and granaries, I could give such great vehicles to all beings. How much more, then, to my own children?" Meanwhile, the boys are mounting the vehicles with feelings of astonishment and wonder. Now, Shariputra, what is thy opinion? Has that man made himself guilty of a falsehood by first holding out to his children the prospect of 3 vehicles, and afterwards giving to each of them the greatest vehicles only, the most magnificent vehicles? Shariputra answered, "By no means, Lord, by no means, Sugata. That is not sufficient, O Lord, to qualify the man as a speaker of falsehood, since it only was a skillful device to persuade his children to go out of the burning house and save their lives. Nay, besides recovering their very body, O Lord, they have received all those toys. If that man, O Lord, had given no single cart, even then he would not have been a speaker of falsehood, for he had previously been meditating on saving the little boys from a great mass of pain by some able device. Even in this case, O Lord, the man would not have been guilty of falsehood, and far less now that he, considering his having plenty of treasures and prompted by no other motive but the love of his children, gives to all, to coax them, vehicles of one kind, and those the greatest vehicles. That man, Lord, is not guilty of falsehood." The venerable Shariputra having thus spoken, the Lord said to him, very well, Shariputra, quite so. It is even as thou sayest. So too, Shariputra, the Tathagata, etc., is free from all dangers, wholly exempt from all misfortune, despondency, calamity, pain, grief, the thick enveloping dark mists of ignorance. He, the Tathagata, endowed with Buddha knowledge, forces, absence of hesitation, uncommon properties, and mighty by magical power, is the Father of the world, who has reached the highest perfection in the knowledge of skillful means, who is most merciful, long-suffering, benevolent, compassionate. He appears in this triple world, which is like a house, the roof and shelter whereof are decayed, a house burning by a mass of misery, in order to deliver from affection, hatred, and delusion the beings subject to birth, old age, disease, death, grief, wailing, pain, melancholy, despondency, the dark enveloping mists of ignorance, in order to rouse them to supreme and perfect enlightenment. Once born, he sees how the creatures are burnt, tormented, vexed, distressed by birth, old age, disease, death, grief, wailing, pain, melancholy, despondency, how, for the sake of enjoyments and prompted by sensual desires, they severally suffer various pains. In consequence both of what in this world they are seeking and what they have acquired, they will in a future state suffer various pains, in hell, in the brute creation, in the realm of Yama, suffer such pains as poverty in the world of gods or men, union with hateful persons or things, and separation from the beloved ones. And whilst incessantly whirling in that mass of evils, they are sporting, playing, diverting themselves. They do not fear, nor dread, nor are they seized with terror. They do not know, nor mind. They are not startled, do not try to escape, but are enjoying themselves in that triple world which is like unto a burning house, and run hither and thither. Though overwhelmed by that mass of evil, they do not conceive the idea that they must beware of it. Under such circumstances, Shariputra, the Tathagata reflects thus: Verily, I am the father of these beings. I must save them from this mass of evil, and bestow on them the immense, inconceivable bliss of Buddha knowledge, wherewith they shall sport, play, and divert themselves, wherein they shall find their rest. Then Shariputra, the Tathagata reflects thus: If in the conviction of my possessing the power of knowledge and magical faculties, I manifest to these beings the knowledge, forces, and absence of hesitation of the Tathagata, without availing myself of some device, these beings will not escape. For they are attached to the pleasures of the five senses, to worldly pleasures. They will not be freed from birth, old age, disease, death, grief, wailing, pain, melancholy, despondency, by which they are burnt, tormented, vexed, distressed, unless they are forced to leave the triple world, which is like a house, the shelter and roof whereof is in a blaze. How are they to get acquainted with Buddha knowledge? Now, Shariputra, even as that man with powerful arms, without using the strength of his arms, attracts his children out of the burning house by an able device, and afterwards gives them magnificent great carts, so Shariputra, the Tathagata, the Arhat, etc., possessed of knowledge and freedom from all hesitation, without using them, in order to attract the creatures out of the triple world, which is like a burning house with decayed roof and shelter, shows by his knowledge of able devices three vehicles: videre licet, the vehicle of the disciples, the vehicle of the Pratyeka Buddhas, and the vehicle of the Bodhisattvas. By means of these three vehicles, he attracts the creatures and speaks to them thus: Do not delight in this triple world, which is like a burning house, in these miserable forms, sounds, odors, flavors, and contacts. For in delighting in this triple world ye are burnt, heated, inflamed with the thirst inseparable from the pleasures of the five senses. Fly from this triple world. Betake yourselves to the three vehicles: the vehicle of the disciples, the vehicle of the Pratyeka Buddhas, the vehicle of the Bodhisattvas. I give you my pledge for it, that I shall give you these three vehicles. Make an effort to run out of this triple world. And to attract them, I say, these vehicles are grand, praised by the Aryas, and provided with most pleasant things. With such you are to sport, play, and divert yourselves in a noble manner. Ye will feel the great delight of the faculties, powers, constituents of Bodhi, meditations, the 8 degrees of emancipation, self-concentration, and the results of self-concentration, and ye will become greatly happy and cheerful. Now, Shariputra, the beings who have become wise have faith in the Tathagata, the Father of the world, and consequently apply themselves to his commandments. Amongst them there are some who, wishing to follow the dictate of an authoritative voice, apply themselves to the commandment of the Tathagata, to acquire the knowledge of the 4 great truths, for the sake of their own complete nirvana. These one may say to be those who, coveting the vehicle of the disciples, fly from the triple world, just as some of the boys will fly from that burning house, prompted by a desire of getting a cart yoked with deer. Other beings desirous of the science without a master, of self-restraint and tranquility, apply themselves to the commandment of the Tathagata to learn to understand causes and effects, for the sake of their own complete nirvana. These one may say to be those who, coveting the vehicle of the Pratyeka Buddhas, fly from the triple world, just as some of the boys fly from the burning house, prompted by the desire of getting a cart yoked with goats. Others again, desirous of the knowledge of the All-Knowing, the knowledge of Buddha, the knowledge of the Self-Born One, the science without a master, apply themselves to the commandment of the Tathagata to learn to understand the knowledge, powers, and freedom from hesitation of the Tathagata, for the sake of the common weal and happiness, out of compassion to the world, for the benefit, weal, and happiness of the world at large, both gods and men, for the sake of the complete nirvana of all beings. These one may say to be those who, coveting the great vehicle, fly from the triple world. Therefore they are called Bodhisattvas Mahasattvas. They may be likened to those among the boys who have fled from the burning house, prompted by the desire of getting a cart yoked with bullocks. In the same manner, Shariputra, as that man, on seeing his children escaped from the burning house, and knowing them safely and happily rescued and out of danger, in the consciousness of his great wealth, gives the boys one single grand cart, so too Shariputra, the Tathagata, the Arhat, etc., on seeing many kotis of beings recovered from the triple world, released from sorrow, fear, terror, and calamity, having escaped owing to the command of the Tathagata, delivered from all fears, calamities, and difficulties, and having reached the bliss of nirvana, so too Shariputra, the Tathagata, the Arhat, etc., considering that he possesses great wealth of knowledge, power, and absence of hesitation, and that all beings are his children, leads them by no other vehicle but the Buddha vehicle to full development. But he does not teach a particular nirvana for each being. He causes all beings to reach complete nirvana by means of the complete nirvana of the Tathagata. And those beings, Shariputra, who are delivered from the triple world, to them the Tathagata gives as toys to amuse themselves with the lofty pleasures of the Aryas, the pleasures of meditation, emancipation, self-concentration, and its results. Toys, all of the same kind. Even as that man, Shariputra, cannot be said to have told a falsehood for having held out to those boys the prospect of 3 vehicles, and given to all of them but one great vehicle, a magnificent vehicle made of 7 precious substances, decorated with all sorts of ornaments, a vehicle of one kind, the most egregious of all. So too Shariputra, the Tathagata, the Arhat, etc., tells no falsehood, when by an able device he first holds forth 3 vehicles, and afterwards leads all to complete nirvana by the one great vehicle. For the Tathagata, Shariputra, who is rich in treasures and storehouses of abundant knowledge, powers, and absence of hesitation, is able to teach all beings the law which is connected with the knowledge of the All-Knowing. In this way, Shariputra, one has to understand how the Tathagata, by an able device and direction, shows but one vehicle, the great vehicle. And on that occasion the Lord uttered the following stanzas. A man, has an old house, large but very infirm. Its terraces are decaying and the columns rotten at their bases. The windows and balconies are partly ruined, the wall, as well as its coverings and plaster, decaying. The coping shows rents from age. The thatch is everywhere pierced with holes. It is inhabited by no less than 500 beings, containing many cells and closets, filled with excrements and disgusting. Its roof rafters are wholly ruined, the walls and partitions crumbling away. Cotees of vultures nestle in it, as well as doves, owls, and other birds. There are in every corner dreadful snakes, most venomous and horrible, scorpions, and mice of all sorts. It is the abode of very wicked creatures of every description. Further, one may meet in it here and there beings not belonging to the human race. It is defiled with excrement and urine, and teeming with worms, insects, and fireflies. It resounds from the howling of dogs and jackals. In it are horrible hyenas that are wont to devour human carcasses, many dogs and jackals greedily seeking the matter of corpses. Those animals, weak from perpetual hunger, go about in several places to feed upon their prey, and quarreling, fill the spot with their cries. Such is that most horrible house. There are also very malign goblins who violate human corpses. In several spots there are centipedes, huge snakes, and vipers. Those animals creep into all corners where they make nests to deposit their brood, which is often devoured by the goblins. And when those cruel-minded goblins are satiated with feeding upon the flesh of other creatures, so that their bodies are big, then they commence sharply fighting on the spot. In the wasted retreats are dreadful, malign urchins, some of them measuring 1 span, others 1 cubit or 2 cubits, all nimble in their movements. They are in the habit of seizing dogs by the feet, throwing them upside down upon the floor, pinching their necks, and using them ill. There are also live yelling ghosts, naked, black, wan, tall, and high, who, hungry and in quest of food, are here and there emitting cries of distress. Some have a mouth like a needle, others have a face like a cow's. They are of the size of men or dogs, go with entangled hair, and utter plaintive cries from want of food. Those goblins, ghosts, imps, like vultures, are always looking out through the windows and loopholes in all directions in search of food. Such is that dreadful house, spacious and high, but very infirm, full of holes, frail and dreary. Let us suppose that it is the property of a certain man, and that while he is out of doors the house is reached by a conflagration, so that on a sudden it is wrapped in a blazing mass of fire on every side. The beams and rafters consumed by the fire, the columns and partitions in flame are crackling most dreadfully, whilst goblins and ghosts are yelling. Vultures are driven out by hundreds, urchins withdraw with parched faces, hundreds of mischievous beasts of prey run, scorched on every side, crying and shouting. Many poor devils move about, burnt by the fire, While burning, they tear one another with the teeth, and bespatter each other with their blood. Hyenas also perish there in the act of eating one another. The excrements burn, and a loathsome stench spreads in all directions. The centipedes, trying to fly, are devoured by the urchins. The ghosts, with burning hair, hover about, equally vexed with hunger and heat. In such a state is that awful house, where thousands of flames are breaking out on every side. But the man who is the master of the house looks on from without. And he hears his own children, whose minds are engaged in playing with their toys, in their fondness of which they amuse themselves as fools do in their ignorance. And as he hears them, he quickly steps in to save his children, lest his ignorant children might perish in the flames. He tells them the defect of the house, and says, "This young man of good family is a miserable house, a dreadful one. The various creatures in it, and this fire to boot, form a series of evils. In it are snakes, mischievous goblins, urchins, and ghosts in great number, hyenas, troops of dogs and jackals, as well as vultures seeking their prey. Such beings live in this house, which, apart from the fire, is extremely dreadful and miserable enough, and now comes to it this fire blazing on all sides." The foolish boys, however, though admonished, do not mind their father's words. Deluded as they are by their toys, they do not even understand him. Then the man thinks, "I am now in anxiety on account of my children. What is the use of my having sons if I lose them? No, they shall not perish by this fire." Instantly a device occurred to his mind. These young and ignorant children are fond of toys, and have none just now to play with. Oh, they are so foolish! He then says to them, "Listen, my sons, I have carts of different sorts, yoked with deer, goats, and excellent bullocks, lofty, great, and completely furnished. They are outside the house. Run out, do with them what you like. For your sake have I caused them to be made. Run out all together and rejoice to have them." All the boys, on hearing of such carts, exert themselves, immediately rush out hastily, and reach, free from harm, the open air. On seeing that the children have come out, the man betakes himself to the square in the center of the village, and there, from the throne he is sitting on, he says, "Good people, now I feel at ease. These poor sons of mine, whom I have recovered with difficulty, my own dear 20 young children, were in a dreadful, wretched, horrible house, full of many animals. As it was burning and wrapped in thousands of flames, they were amusing themselves in it with playing. But now I have rescued them all. Therefore I now feel most happy." The children, seeing their father happy, approached him and said, "Dear father, give us, as you have promised, those nice vehicles of 3 kinds. And make true all that you promised us in the house when saying, 'I will give you 3 sorts of vehicles.' Do give them, it is now the right time." Now the man, as we have supposed, had a mighty treasure of gold, silver, precious stones, and pearls. He possessed bullion, numerous slaves, domestics, and vehicles of various kinds. Carts made of precious substances, yoked with bullocks, most excellent, with benches, and a row of tinkling bells, decorated with umbrellas and flags, and adorned with a network of gems and pearls. They are embellished with gold, and artificial wreaths hanging down here and there, covered all around with excellent cloth and fine white muslin. Those carts are moreover furnished with choice mattresses of fine silk, serving for cushions, and covered with choice carpets, showing the images of cranes and swans, and worth thousands of kotis. The carts are yoked with white bullocks, well fed, strong, of great size, very fine, who are tended by numerous persons. Such excellent carts that man gives to all his sons, who, overjoyed and charmed, go and play with them in all directions. In the same manner, Shariputra, I, the great seer, am the protector and father of all beings. And all creatures who, childlike, are captivated by the pleasures of the triple world are my sons. This triple world is as dreadful as that house, overwhelmed with a number of evils, entirely inflamed on every side by 100 different sorts of birth, old age, and disease. But I, who am detached from the triple world and serene, am living in absolute retirement in a wood. This triple world is my domain, and those who in it are suffering from burning heat are my sons. And I told its evils because I had resolved upon saving them, but they would not listen to me, because all of them were ignorant and their hearts attached to the pleasures of sense. Then I employ an able device and tell them of the three vehicles, so showing them the means of evading the numerous evils of the triple world which are known to me. And those of my sons who adhere to me, who are mighty in the 6 transcendent faculties (abhignas) and the triple science, the Pratyeka Buddhas, as well as the Bodhisattvas unable to slide back, and those others who equally are my sons, to them I just now am showing, by means of this excellent allegory, the single Buddha vehicle. Receive it. Ye shall all become Jinas. It is most excellent and sweet, the most exalted in the world, that knowledge of the Buddhas, the most high among men. It is something sublime and adorable. The powers, meditations, degrees of emancipation and self-concentration by many hundreds of kotis, that is the exalted vehicle in which the sons of Buddha take a never-ending delight. In playing with it they pass days and nights, fortnights, months, seasons, years, intermediate kalpas, nay, thousands of kotis of kalpas. This is the lofty vehicle of jewels, which sundry bodhisattvas and the disciples listening to the Sugata employ to go and sport on the terrace of enlightenment. Know then, Tishya, that there is no second vehicle in this world anywhere to be found, in whatever direction thou shalt search, apart from the device shown by the Most High among men. Ye are my children. I am your father, who has removed you from pain, from the triple world, from fear and danger, when you had been burning for many kotis of eons. And I am teaching blessed rest, nirvana, insofar as, though you have not yet reached final rest, you are delivered from the trouble of the mundane whirl, provided you seek the vehicle of the Buddhas. Any bodhisattvas here present obey my Buddha rules. Such is the skillfulness of the Jinna that he disciplines many bodhisattvas. When the creatures in this world delight in low and contemptible pleasures, then the chief of the world, who always speaks the truth, indicates pain as the first great truth. And to those who are ignorant and too simple-minded to discover the root of that pain, I lay open the way. Awaking of full consciousness, strong desire is the origin of pain. Always try, unattached, to suppress desire. This is my third truth, that of suppression. It is an infallible means of deliverance, for by practicing this method one shall become emancipated. And from what are they emancipated, Shariputra? They are emancipated from chimeras, yet they are not wholly freed. The chief declares that they have not yet reached final and complete rest in this world. Why is it that I do not pronounce one to be delivered before one's having reached the highest supreme enlightenment? Because such is my will. I am the ruler of the law, who is born in this world to lead to beatitude. This, Shariputra, is the closing word of my law, which now at the last time I pronounce for the weal of the world, including the gods. Preach it in all quarters. And if someone speaks to you these words, I joyfully accept, and with signs of utmost reverence receives this sutra, thou mayest consider that man to be unable to slide back. To believe in this sutra, one must have seen former Tathagatas, paid honor to them, and heard a law similar to this. To believe in my supreme word, one must have seen me. Thou and the assembly of monks have seen all these bodhisattvas. This sutra is apt to puzzle the ignorant, and I do not pronounce it before having penetrated to superior knowledge. Indeed, it is not within the range of the disciples, nor do the Pratyeka Buddhas come to it. But thou, Shariputra, hast good will, not to speak of my other disciples here. They will walk in my faith, though each cannot have his individual knowledge. But do not speak of this matter to haughty persons, nor to conceited ones, nor to yogins who are not self-restrained. For the fools, always reveling in sensual pleasures, might in their blindness scorn the law manifested. Now hear the dire results when one scorns my skillfulness and the Buddha rules, for ever fixed in the world, when one with sullen brow scorns the vehicle. Hear the destiny of those who have scorned such a sutra like this, whether during my lifetime or after my nirvana, or who have wronged the monks. After having disappeared from amongst men, they shall dwell in the lowest hell, Avici, during a whole kalpa, and thereafter they shall fall lower and lower, the fools passing through repeated births for many intermediate kalpas. And when they have vanished from amongst the inhabitants of hell, they shall further descend to the condition of brutes, be even as dogs and jackals, and become a sport to others. Under such circumstances, they shall grow blackish of color, spotted, covered with sores, itchy. Moreover, they shall be hairless and feeble. All those who have an aversion to my supreme enlightenment. They are ever despised amongst animals. Hit by clods or weapons, they yell. Everywhere they are threatened with sticks, and their bodies are emaciated from hunger and thirst. Sometimes they become camels or asses, carrying loads, and are beaten with whips and sticks. They are constantly occupied with thoughts of eating, the fools who have scorned the Buddha rule. At other times, they become ugly jackals, half blind and crippled. The helpless creatures are vexed by the village boys, who throw clods and weapons at them. Again, shooting off from that place, those fools become animals with bodies of 500 yojanas, whirling round, dull and lazy. They have no feet, and creep on the belly, to be devoured by many kotis of animals, is the dreadful punishment they have to suffer for having scorned a sutra like this. And whenever they assume a human shape, they are born crippled, maimed, crooked, one-eyed, blind, dull, and low, they having no faith in my sutra. Nobody keeps their side. A putrid smell is continually issuing from their mouths. An evil spirit has entered the body of those who do not believe in this supreme enlightenment. Needy, obliged to do menial labor, always in another's service, feeble and subject to many diseases, they go about in the world unprotected. The man whom they happen to serve is unwilling to give them much, and what he gives is soon lost. Such is the fruit of sinfulness. Even the best prepared medicaments administered to them by able men do, under those circumstances, but increase their illness, and the disease has no end. Some commit thefts, affrays, assaults, or acts of hostility, whereas others commit robberies of goods. All this befalls the sinner. Never does he behold the Lord of the world, the King of kings ruling the earth, for he is doomed to live at a wrong time, he who scorns my Buddha rule. Nor does that foolish person listen to the law. He is deaf and senseless. He never finds rest, because he has scorned this enlightenment. During many 100,000 myriads of kotis of aeons, equal to the sand of the Ganges, he shall be dull and defective. That is the evil result from scorning this sutra. Hell is his garden or monastery, a place of misfortune, his abode. He is continually living amongst asses, hogs, jackals, and dogs. And when he has assumed a human shape, he is to be blind, deaf, and stupid, the servant of another, and always poor. Diseases, myriads of kotis of wounds on the body, scab, itch, scurf, leprosy, blotch, a foul smell are, in that condition, his covering and apparel. His sight is dim to distinguish the real. His anger appears mighty in him, and his passion is most violent. He always delights in animal wombs. Were I to go on, Shariputra, for a whole aeon, enumerating the evils of him who shall scorn my sutra, I should not come to an end. And since I am fully aware of it, I command thee, Shariputra, that thou shalt not expound a sutra like this before foolish people. But those who are sensible, instructed, thoughtful, clever, and learned, who strive after the highest supreme enlightenment, to them expound its real meaning. Those who have seen many kotis of Buddhas, planted immeasurably many roots of goodness, and undertaken a strong vow, to them expound its real meaning. Those who, full of energy and ever kind-hearted, have a long time been developing the feeling of kindness, have given up body and life, in their presence thou mayest preach this sutra. Those who show mutual love and respect, keep no intercourse with ignorant people, and are content to live in mountain caverns, to them expound this hallowed sutra. If thou see sons of Buddha who attach themselves to virtuous friends and avoid bad friends, then reveal to them this sutra. Those sons of Buddha who have not broken the moral vows are pure like gems and jewels, and devoted to the study of the great sutras. Before those thou mayest propound this sutra. Those who are not irascible, ever sincere, full of compassion for all living beings, and respectful towards the Sugata, before those thou mayest propound this sutra. To one who in the congregation, without any hesitation and distraction of mind, speaks to expound the law, with many myriads of kotis of illustrations, thou mayest manifest this sutra. And he who, desirous of acquiring all knowingness, respectfully lifts his joined hands to his head, or who seeks in all directions to find some monk of sacred eloquence, and he who keeps in memory the great sutras, while he never shows any liking for other books, nor even knows a single stanza from another work, to all of them thou mayest expound this sublime sutra. He who seeks such an excellent sutra as this, and after obtaining it devoutly worships it, is like the man who wears a relic of the Tathagata he has eagerly sought for. Never mind other sutras, nor other books in which a profane philosophy is taught. Such books are fit for the foolish. Avoid them, and preach this sutra. During a full aeon, Shariputra, I could speak of thousands of kotis of connected points. But this suffices. Thou mayest reveal this sutra to all who are striving after the highest, supreme enlightenment. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Lotus Sutra, translated by Hendrik Cairn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Disposition. As the Venerable Subhuti, the Venerable Mahakatyayana, the Venerable Mahakashyapa, and the Venerable Mahamauddgalyayana heard this law unheard of before, and as from the mouth of the Lord they heard the future destiny of Shariputra to superior perfect enlightenment, they were struck with wonder, amazement, and rapture. They instantly rose from their seats and went up to the place where the Lord was sitting. After throwing their cloak over one shoulder, fixing the right knee on the ground, and lifting up their joined hands before the Lord, looking up to him, their bodies bent down and inclined, they addressed the Lord in this strain: Lord, we are old, aged, advanced in years, honored as seniors in this assemblage of monks. Worn out by old age, we fancy that we have attained nirvana. We make no efforts, O Lord, for supreme, perfect enlightenment. Our force and exertion are inadequate to it, though the Lord preaches the law and has long continued sitting, and though we have attended to that preaching of the law, yet, O Lord, as we have so long been sitting and so long attended the Lord's service, our greater and minor members, as well as the joints and articulations, begin to ache. Hence, O Lord, we are unable, in spite of the Lord's preaching, to realize the fact that all is vanity or void, purposeless or causeless or unconditioned, and unfixed. we have conceived no longing after the Buddha laws, the divisions of the Buddha fields, the sports of the Bodhisattvas or Tathagatas. For, by having fled out of the triple world, O Lord, we imagined having attained nirvana, and we are decrepit from old age. Hence, O Lord, though we have exhorted other Bodhisattvas, and instructed them in supreme, perfect enlightenment, we have, in doing so, never conceived a single thought of longing. And just now, O Lord, we are hearing from the Lord that disciples also may be predestined to supreme, perfect enlightenment. We are astonished and amazed, and deem it a great gain, O Lord, that today, on a sudden, we have heard from the Lord a voice such as we never heard before. We have acquired a magnificent jewel, O Lord, an incomparable jewel. We had not sought, nor searched, nor expected, nor required so magnificent a jewel. It has become clear to us, O Lord. It has become clear to us, O Sugata. It is a case, O Lord, as if a certain man went away from his father, and betook himself to some other place. He lives there in foreign parts for many years, 20, or 30, or 40, or 50. In course of time, the one, the father, becomes a great man; the other, the son, is poor. In seeking a livelihood for the sake of food and clothing, he roams in all directions and goes to some place, whereas his father removes to another country. The latter has much wealth, gold, corn, treasures, and granaries, possesses much wrought gold and silver, many gems, pearls, lapis lazuli, conch shells, and stones, corals, gold and silver, many slaves, male and female, servants for menial work and journeymen, is rich in elephants, horses, carriages, cows, and sheep. He keeps a large retinue, has his money invested in great territories, and does great things in business, money lending, agriculture, and commerce. In course of time, Lord, that poor man, in quest of food and clothing, roaming through villages, towns, boroughs, provinces, kingdoms, and royal capitals, reaches the place where his father, the owner of much wealth and gold, treasures and granaries, is residing. Now, the poor man's father, Lord, the owner of much wealth and gold, treasures and granaries, who was residing in that town, had always and ever been thinking of the son he had lost 50 years ago. But he gave no utterance to his thoughts before others, and was only pining in himself and thinking, "I am old, aged, advanced in years, and possess abundance of bullion, gold, money, and corn, treasures and granaries, but have no son. It is to be feared lest death shall overtake me, and all this perish unused." Repeatedly he was thinking of that son. "Oh, how happy should I be were my son to enjoy this mass of wealth!" Meanwhile, Lord, the poor man, in search of food and clothing, was gradually approaching the house of the rich man, the owner of abundant bullion, gold, money, and corn, treasures and granaries. And the father of the poor man happened to sit at the door of his house, surrounded and waited upon by a great crowd of Brahmans, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Sudras. He was sitting on a magnificent throne, with a footstool decorated with gold and silver, while dealing with 100,000s of kotis of gold pieces, and fanned with a chauri on a spot under an extended awning inlaid with pearls and flowers and adorned with hanging garlands of jewels, sitting, in short, in great pomp. The poor man, Lord, saw his own father in such pomp, sitting at the door of the house, surrounded with a great crowd of people, and doing a householder's business. The poor man, frightened, terrified, alarmed, seized with a feeling of horripilation all over the body, and agitated in mind, reflects thus: "Unexpectedly have I here fallen in with a king or grandee. People like me have nothing to do here. Let me go. In the street of the poor I am likely to find food and clothing without much difficulty. Let me no longer tarry at this place, lest I be taken to do forced labor or incur some other injury." Thereupon, Lord, the poor man quickly departs, runs off, does not tarry from fear of a series of supposed dangers. But the rich man, sitting on the throne at the door of his mansion, has recognized his son at first sight, in consequence whereof he is content, in high spirits, charmed, delighted, filled with joy and cheerfulness. He thinks, "Wonderful! He who is to enjoy this plenty of bullion, gold, money, and corn, treasures and granaries, has been found. He of whom I have been thinking again and again is here now that I am old, aged, advanced in years." At the same time, moment and instant, Lord, he dispatches couriers to whom he says, "Go, sirs, and quickly fetch me that man." The fellows thereon all run forth in full speed, and overtake the poor man, who, frightened, terrified, alarmed, seized with a feeling of horripilation all over his body, agitated in mind, utters a lamentable cry of distress, screams and exclaims, "I have given you no offense." But the fellows drag the poor man, however lamenting, violently with them. He, frightened, terrified, alarmed, seized with a feeling of horripilation all over his body, and agitated in mind, thinks by himself, "I fear lest I shall be punished with capital punishment. I am lost." He faints away and falls on the earth. His father, dismayed and near despondency, says to those fellows, "Do not carry the man in that manner." With these words he sprinkles him with cold water, without addressing him any further. For that householder knows the poor man's humble disposition and his own elevated position, yet he feels that the man is his son. The householder, Lord, skillfully conceals from every one that it is his son. He calls one of his servants and says to him, "Go, sirrah, and tell that poor man, 'Go, sirrah, whither thou likest, thou art free.'" The servant obeys, approaches the poor man, and tells him, "Go, sirrah, whither thou likest, thou art free." The poor man is astonished and amazed at hearing these words. He leaves that spot and wanders to the street of the poor in search of food and clothing. In order to attract him, the householder practices an able device. He employs for it two men, ill-favored and of little splendor. "Go," says he, go to the man you saw in this place, hire him in your own name for a double daily fee, and order him to do work here in my house. And if he asks, 'What work shall I have to do?' tell him, 'Help us in clearing the heap of dirt.' The two fellows go and seek the poor man, and engage him for such work as mentioned. Thereupon the two fellows, conjointly with the poor man, clear the heap of dirt in the house for the daily pay they receive from the rich man, while they take up their abode in a hovel of straw in the neighborhood of the rich man's dwelling. And that rich man beholds through a window his own son clearing the heap of dirt, at which sight he is anew struck with wonder and astonishment. Then the householder descends from his mansion, lays off his wreath and ornaments, parts with his soft, clean, and gorgeous attire, puts on dirty raiment, takes a basket in his right hand, smears his body with dust, and goes to his son, whom he greets from afar, and thus addresses: "Please take the baskets, and without delay remove the dust." By this device he manages to speak to his son, to have a talk with him and say, "Do, sirrah, remain here in my service. Do not go again to another place. I will give thee extra pay, and whatever thou wantest thou mayest confidently ask me, be it the price of a pot, a smaller pot, a boiler, or wood, or be it the price of salt, food, or clothing. I have got an old cloak, man. If thou shouldst want it, ask me for it, I will give it. Any utensil of such sort, when thou wantest to have it, I will give thee. Be at ease, fellow. Look upon me as if I were thy father, for I am older and thou art younger, and thou hast rendered me much service by clearing this heap of dirt. And as long as thou hast been in my service, thou hast never shown, nor art showing wickedness, crookedness, arrogance, or hypocrisy. I have discovered in thee no vice at all of such as are commonly seen in other manservants. From henceforward thou art to me like my own son." From that time, Lord, the householder addresses the poor man by the name of son, and the latter feels in presence of the householder as a son to his father. In this manner, Lord, the householder, affected with longing for his son, employs him for the clearing of the heap of dirt during 20 years, at the end of which the poor man feels quite at ease in the mansion to go in and out, though he continues taking his abode in the hovel of straw. After a while, Lord, the householder falls sick, and feels that the time of his death is near at hand. He says to the poor man, "Come hither, man. I possess abundant bullion, gold, money, and corn, treasures and granaries. I am very sick, and wish to have one upon whom to bestow my wealth, by whom it is to be received, and with whom it is to be deposited. Accept it. For in the same manner as I am the owner of it, so art thou. But thou shalt not suffer anything of it to be wasted." And so, Lord, the poor man accepts the abundant bullion, gold, money, and corn, treasures and granaries of the rich man. But for himself he is quite indifferent to it, and requires nothing from it, not even so much as the price of a prastha of flour. He continues living in the same hovel of straw, and considers himself as poor as before. After a while, Lord, the householder perceives that his son is able to save, mature and mentally developed; that in the consciousness of his nobility he feels abashed, ashamed, disgusted, when thinking of his former poverty. The time of his death approaching, he sends for the poor man, presents him to a gathering of his relations, and before the king or king's peer, and in the presence of citizens and country people, makes the following speech: "Hear, gentlemen, this is my own son, by me begotten. It is now 50 years that he disappeared from such and such a town. He is called so and so, and myself am called so and so. In searching after him, I have from that town come hither. He is my son, I am his father. To him I leave all my revenues, and all my personal or private wealth shall he acknowledge his own." The poor man, Lord, hearing this speech, was astonished and amazed. He thought by himself, "Unexpectedly have I obtained this bullion, gold, money and corn, treasures and granaries. Even so, O Lord, do we represent the sons of the Tathagata, and the Tathagata says to us, 'Ye are my sons,' as the householder did. We were oppressed, O Lord, with 3 difficulties, videre licet, the difficulty of pain, the difficulty of conceptions, the difficulty of transition or evolution. And in the worldly whirl we were disposed to what is low. Then have we been prompted by the Lord to ponder on the numerous inferior laws or conditions, things that are similar to a heap of dirt. Once directed to them, we have been practicing, making efforts, and seeking for nothing but Nirvana as our fee. We were content, O Lord, with the Nirvana obtained, and thought to have gained much at the hands of the Tathagata, because of our having applied ourselves to these laws, practiced and made efforts. But the Lord takes no notice of us, does not mix with us, nor tell us that this treasure of the Tathagata's knowledge shall belong to us, though the Lord skillfully appoints us as heirs to this treasure of the knowledge of the Tathagata. And we, O Lord, are not impatiently longing to enjoy it, because we deem it a great gain already to receive from the Lord Nirvana as our fee. We preach to the Bodhisattvas Mahasattvas a sublime sermon about the knowledge of the Tathagata. We explain, show, demonstrate the knowledge of the Tathagata, O Lord, without longing. For the Tathagata, by his skillfulness, knows our disposition, whereas we ourselves do not know nor apprehend. It is for this very reason that the Lord just now tells us that we are to him as sons, and that he reminds us of being heirs to the Tathagata. For the case stands thus: we are as sons to the Tathagata, but low or humble of disposition. The Lord perceives the strength of our disposition, and applies to us the denomination of Bodhisattvas. We are, however, charged with a double office, insofar as in presence of Bodhisattvas we are called persons of low disposition, and at the same time have to rouse them to Buddha enlightenment. Knowing the strength of our disposition, the Lord has thus spoken, and in this way, O Lord, do we say that we have obtained unexpectedly and without longing the jewel of omniscience, which we did not desire, nor seek, nor search after, nor expect, nor require, and that inasmuch as we are the sons of the Tathagata. On that occasion, the Venerable Mahakāssyapa uttered the following stanzas. we are stricken with wonder, amazement, and rapture at hearing a voice. It is the lovely voice, the leader's voice that so unexpectedly we hear today. In a short moment, we have acquired a great heap of precious jewels, such as we were not thinking of nor requiring. All of us are astonished to hear it. It is like the history of a young person who, seduced by foolish people, went away from his father and wandered to another country far distant. The father was sorry to perceive that his son had run away, and in his sorrow roamed the country in all directions during no less than 50 years. In search of his son, he came to some great city, where he built a house and dwelt, blessed with all that can gratify the five senses. He had plenty of bullion and gold, money and corn, conch shells, stones and coral, elephants, horses and footboys, cows, cattle and sheep, interests, revenues, landed properties, male and female slaves, and a great number of servants, was highly honored by thousands of courtiers, and a constant favorite of the kings. The citizens bow to him with joined hands, as well as the villagers in the rural districts. Many merchants come to him, and persons charged with numerous affairs. In such way, the man becomes wealthy, but he gets old, aged, advanced in years, and he passes days and nights always sorrowful in mind on account of his son. It is 50 years since that foolish son has run away. I have got plenty of wealth, and the hour of my death draws near. Meanwhile, that foolish son is wandering from village to village, poor and miserable, seeking food and clothing. When begging, he at one time gets something, another time he does not. He grows lean in his travels, the unwise boy, while his body is vitiated with scabs and itch. In course of time, he, in his rovings, reaches the town where his father is living, and comes to his father's mansion to beg for food and raiment. And the wealthy, rich man happens to sit at the door on a throne under a canopy expanded in the sky, and surrounded with many hundreds of living beings. His trustees stand round him, some of them counting money and bullion, some writing bills, some lending money on interest. The poor man, seeing the splendid mansion of the householder, thinks within himself, "Where am I here? This man must be a king or a grandee. Let me not incur some injury and be caught to do forced labor." With these reflections, he hurried away, inquiring after the road to the street of the poor. The rich man on the throne is glad to see his own son, and dispatches messengers with the order to fetch that poor man. The messengers immediately seize the man, but he is no sooner caught than he faints away, as he thinks, "These are certainly executioners who have approached me. What do I want clothing or food?" On seeing it, the rich, sagacious man thinks, "This ignorant and stupid person is of low disposition, and will have no faith in my magnificence, nor believe that I am his father." Under those circumstances, he orders persons of low character, crooked, one-eyed, maimed, ill-clad, and blackish, to go and search that man who shall do menial work. "Enter my service and cleanse the putrid heap of dirt, replete with feces and urine. I will give thee a double salary, are the words of the message. On hearing this call, the poor man comes and cleanses the said spot. He takes up his abode there in a hovel near the mansion. The rich man continually observes him through the windows and thinks, "There is my son engaged in a low occupation, cleansing the heap of dirt." Then he descends, takes a basket, puts on dirty garments, and goes near the man. He chides him, saying, "Thou dost not perform thy work. I will give thee double salary and twice more ointment for the feet. I will give thee food with salt, potherbs, and besides a cloak." So he chides him at the time, but afterwards he wisely conciliates him by saying, "Thou dost thy work very well indeed. Thou art my son, surely, there is no doubt of it." Little by little he makes the man enter the house, and employs him in his service for fully 20 years, in the course of which time he succeeds in inspiring him with confidence. At the same time he lays up in the house gold, pearls, and crystal, draws up the sum total, and is always occupied in his mind with all that property. The ignorant man, who is living outside the mansion, alone in a hovel, cherishes no other ideas but of poverty, and thinks to himself, "Mine are no such possessions." The rich man, perceiving this of him, thinks, "My son has arrived at the consciousness of being noble." He calls together a gathering of his friends and relatives, and says, "I will give all my property to this man." In the midst of the assembly, where the king, burghers, citizens, and many merchantmen were present, he speaks thus: "This is my son, whom I lost a long time ago. It is now fully 50 years, and 20 years more during which I have seen him, that he disappeared from such and such a place, and that in his search I came to this place. He is owner of all my property. To him I leave it all and entirely. Let him do with it what he wants. I give him my whole family property." And the poor man is struck with surprise, remembering his former poverty, his low disposition, and as he receives those good things of his fathers and the family property, he thinks, "Now am I a happy man." In like manner has the leader, who knows our low disposition or position, not declared to us, "Ye shall become Buddhas," but, "Ye are certainly my disciples and sons." And the Lord of the world enjoins us, "Teach, Kashyapa, the superior path to those that strive to attain the highest summit of enlightenment, the path by following which they are to become Buddhas." Being thus ordered by the Sugata, we show the path to many Bodhisattvas of great might, by means of myriads of kotis of illustrations and proofs. And by hearing us, the sons of Jinna realize that eminent path to attain enlightenment, and in that case receive the prediction that they are to become Buddhas in this world. Such is the work we are doing strenuously, preserving this law treasure, and revealing it to the sons of Jinna in the manner of that man who had deserved the confidence of that other man. Yet, though we diffuse the Buddha treasure, we feel ourselves to be poor. We do not require the knowledge of the Jinna, and yet at the same time we reveal it. We fancy an individual nirvana. So far, no further does our knowledge reach. Nor do we ever rejoice at hearing of the divisions of Buddha fields. All these laws are faultless, unshaken, exempt from destruction and commencement, but there is no law in them. When we hear this, however, we cannot believe. We have put aside all aspiration to superior Buddha knowledge a long time ago. Never have we devoted ourselves to it. This is the last and decisive word spoken by the Jinna. In this bodily existence, closing with nirvana, we have continually accustomed our thoughts to the void. We have been released from the evils of the triple world we were suffering from, and have accomplished the command of the Jinna. To whomsoever among the sons of Jinna who in this world are on the road to superior enlightenment, we reveal the law, and whatever law we taught, we never had any predilection for it. And the master of the world, the self-born one, takes no notice of us, waiting his time. He does not explain the real connection of the things, as he is testing our disposition. Able in applying devices at the right time, like that rich man, he says, "Be constant in subduing your low disposition." And to those who are subdued, he gives his wealth. It is a very difficult task which the Lord of the world is performing, a task in which he displays his skillfulness when he tames his sons of low disposition and thereupon imparts to them his knowledge. On a sudden, have we today been seized with surprise, just as the poor man who acquired riches. Now, for the first time, have we obtained the fruit under the rule of Buddha, a fruit as excellent as faultless. As we have always observed the moral precepts under the rule of the knower of the world, we now receive the fruit of that morality which we have formerly practiced. Now have we obtained the egregious, hallowed, exalted, and perfect fruit of our having observed an excellent and pure spiritual life under the rule of the leader. Now, O Lord, are we disciples, and we shall proclaim supreme enlightenment everywhere. Reveal the word of enlightenment, by which we are formidable disciples. Now have we become arhats, O Lord, and deserving of the worship of the world, including the gods, Maras, and Brahmas, in short, of all beings. Who is there, even were he to exert himself during kotis of aeons, able to thwart thee, who accomplishes in this world of mortals such difficult things as those, and others even more difficult? It would be difficult to offer resistance with hands, feet, head, shoulder, or breast, even were one to try during as many complete aeons as there are grains of sand in the Ganges. One may charitably give food, soft and solid, clothing, drink, a place for sleeping and sitting, with clean coverlets. One may build monasteries of sandalwood, and after furnishing them with double pieces of fine white muslin, present them. One may be assiduous in giving medicines of various kinds to the sick, in honor of the Sugata. One may spend alms during as many aeons as there are grains of sand in the Ganges. Even then, one will not be able to offer resistance. Of sublime nature, unequaled power, miraculous might, firm in the strength of patience is the Buddha. A great ruler is the Jinna, free from imperfections. The ignorant cannot bear or understand such things as these. Always returning, he preaches the law to those whose course of life is conditioned. He the Lord of the law, the Lord of all the world, the great Lord, the chief among the leaders of the world. Fully aware of the circumstances or places of all beings, he indicates their duties. So multifarious, and considering the variety of their dispositions, he inculcates the law with thousands of arguments. He, the Tathagata, who is fully aware of the course of all beings and individuals, preaches a multifarious law, while pointing to this superior enlightenment. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the Lotus Sutra, translated by Hendrik Cairn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5 on Plants. Thereupon the Lord addressed the venerable Maha Kashyapa and the other senior great disciples and said, very well, Kashyapa. You have done very well to proclaim the real qualities of the Tathagata. They are the real qualities of the Tathagata, Kashyapa, but he has many more, innumerable, incalculable, the end of which it would be difficult to reach, even were one to continue enumerating them for immeasurable eons. The Tathagata, Kashyapa, is the master of the law, the king, lord, and master of all laws. And whatever law for any case has been instituted by the Tathagata remains unchanged. All laws, Kashyapa, have been aptly instituted by the Tathagata. In his Tathagata wisdom, he has instituted them in such a manner that all those laws finally lead to the stage of those who know all. The Tathagata also distinctly knows the meaning of all laws. The Tathagata, the Arhat, etc., is possessed of the faculty of penetrating all laws, possessed of the highest perfection of knowledge, so that he is able to decide all laws, able to display the knowledge of the all-knowing, impart the knowledge of the all-knowing, and lay down the rules of the knowledge of the all-knowing. It is a case, Kashyapa, similar to that of a great cloud, big with rain, coming up in this wide universe over all grasses, shrubs, herbs, trees of various species and kinds, families of plants of different names, growing on earth, on hills, or in mountain caves. A cloud covering the wide universe to pour down its rain everywhere and at the same time. Then, Kashyapa, the grasses, shrubs, herbs, and wild trees in this universe, such as have young and tender stalks, twigs, leaves, and foliage, and such as have middle-sized stalks, twigs, leaves, and foliage, and such as have the same fully developed, all those grasses, shrubs, herbs, and wild trees, smaller and greater other trees, will each, according to its faculty and power, suck the humid element from the water emitted by that great cloud, and by that water which, all of one essence, has been abundantly poured down by the cloud, they will each, according to its germ, acquire a regular development, growth, shooting up, and bigness. And so they will produce blossoms and fruits, and will receive, each severally, their names. Rooted in one and the same soil, all those families of plants and germs are drenched and vivified by water of one essence throughout. In the same manner, Kashyapa, does the Tathagata, the Arhat, etc., appear in the world. Like unto a great cloud coming up, the Tathagata appears and sends forth his call to the whole world, including gods, men, and demons. And even as a great cloud, Kashyapa, extending over the whole universe, in like manner, Kashyapa, the Tathagata, the Arhat, etc., before the face of the world, including gods, men, and demons, lifts his voice and utters these words: I am the Tathagata, O ye gods and men, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened one. Having reached the shore myself, I carry others to the shore. Being free, I make free. Being comforted, I comfort. Being perfectly at rest, I lead others to rest. By my perfect wisdom, I know both this world and the next, such as they really are. I am all-knowing, all-seeing. Come to me, ye gods and men, hear the law. I am he who indicates the path, who shows the path, as knowing the path, being acquainted with the path. Then, Kashyapa, many 100,000 myriads of kotis of beings come to hear the law of the Tathagata, and the Tathagata, who knows the difference as to the faculties and the energy of those beings, produces various Dharma Paryayas, tells many tales, amusing, agreeable, both instructive and pleasant, tales by means of which all beings not only become pleased with the law in this present life, but also, after death, will reach happy states, where they are to enjoy many pleasures and hear the law. By listening to the law, they will be freed from hindrances, and in due course apply themselves to the law of the All-Knowing, according to their faculty, power, and strength. Even as the great cloud, Kashyapa, after expanding over the whole universe, pours out the same water and recreates by it all grasses, shrubs, herbs, and trees, even as all these grasses, shrubs, herbs, and trees, according to their faculty, power, and strength, suck in the water and thereby attain the full development assigned to their kind. In like manner, Kashyapa, is the law preached by the Tathagata, the Arhat, etc., of one and the same essence. That is to say, the essence of it is deliverance, the final aim being absence of passion, annihilation, knowledge of the All-Knowing. As to that, Kashyapa, it must be understood that the beings who hear the law when it is preached by the Tathagata, who keep it in their memory and apply themselves to it, do not know, nor perceive, nor understand their own self. For, Kashyapa, the Tathagata only really knows who, how, and of what kind those beings are, what, how, and whereby they are meditating, what, how, and whereby they are contemplating, what, why, and whereby they are attaining. No one but the Tathagata, Kashyapa, is there present, seeing all intuitively, and seeing the state of those beings in different stages, as of the lowest, highest, and mean grasses, shrubs, herbs, and trees. I am he, Kashyapa, who, knowing the law which is of but one essence, viz. The essence of deliverance, the law ever peaceful, ending in nirvana, the law of eternal rest, having but one stage and placed in voidness, who, knowing this, do not on a sudden reveal to all the knowledge of the All-knowing, since I pay regard to the dispositions of all beings. You are astonished, Kashyapa, that you cannot fathom the mystery expounded by the Tathagata. It is, Kashyapa, because the mystery expounded by the Tathagatas, the Arhats, etc., is difficult to be understood. And on that occasion, the more fully to explain the same subject, the Lord uttered the following stanzas. I am the Dharma Raja, born in the world as the destroyer of existence. I declare the law to all beings after discriminating their dispositions. Superior men of wise understanding guard the word, guard the mystery, and do not reveal it to living beings. That science is difficult to be understood. The simple, if hearing it on a sudden, would be perplexed. They would in their ignorance fall out of the way and go astray. I speak according to their reach and faculty. By means of various meanings, I accommodate my view or the theory. It is, Kashyapa, as if a cloud rising above the horizon shrouds all space in darkness and covers the earth. That great rain cloud, big with water, is wreathed with flashes of lightning and rouses with its thundering call all creatures. By warding off the sunbeams, it cools the region, and gradually lowering so as to come in reach of hands, it begins pouring down its water all around. And so, flashing on every side, it pours out an abundant mass of water equally, and refreshes this earth. And all herbs which have sprung up on the face of the earth, all grasses, shrubs, forest trees, other trees, small and great, the various field fruits and whatever is green, all plants on hills, in caves and thickets, all those grasses, shrubs, and trees are vivified by the cloud that both refreshes the thirsty earth and waters the herbs. Grasses and shrubs absorb the water of one essence which issues from the cloud according to their faculty and reach. And all trees, great, small, and mean, drink that water according to their growth and faculty, and grow lustily. The great plants, whose trunk, stalk, bark, twigs, pith, and leaves are moistened by the water from the cloud, develop their blossoms and fruits. They yield their products, each according to its own faculty, reach, and the particular nature of the germ. Still, the water emitted from the cloud is of but one essence. In the same way, Kashyapa, the Buddha comes into the world like a rain cloud, and once born, he, the world's Lord, speaks and shows the real course of life. And the great seer, honored in the world, including the gods, speaks thus. I am the Tathagata, the highest of men, the Jinna. I have appeared in this world like a cloud. I shall refresh all beings whose bodies are withered, who are clogged to the triple world. I shall bring to felicity those that are pining away with toils, give them pleasures and final rest. Hearken to me, ye hosts of gods and men. Approach to behold me. I am the Tathagata, the Lord, who has no superior, who appears in this world to save. To thousands of kotis of living beings I preach a pure and most bright law that has but one scope, to wit, deliverance and rest. I preach with ever the same voice, constantly taking enlightenment as my text. For this is equal for all. No partiality is in it, neither hatred nor affection. I am inexorable, bear no love nor hatred towards any one, and proclaim the law to all creatures without distinction, to the one as well as the other. Whether walking, standing, or sitting, I am exclusively occupied with this task of proclaiming the law. I never get tired of sitting on the chair I have ascended. I recreate the whole world like a cloud shedding its water without distinction. I have the same feelings for respectable people as for the low, for moral persons as for the immoral, for the depraved as for those who observe the rules of good conduct, for those who hold sectarian views and unsound tenets as for those whose views are sound and correct. I preach the law to the inferior in mental culture as well as to persons of superior understanding and extraordinary faculties. Inaccessible to weariness, I spread in season the reign of the law. After hearing me, each according to his faculty, the several beings find their determined place in various situations, amongst gods, men, beautiful beings, amongst Indras, Brahmas, or the monarchs, rulers of the universe. Here, now, I am going to explain what is meant by those plants of different size, some of them being low in the world, others middle-sized and great. Small plants are called the men who walk in the knowledge of the law, which is free from evil, after the attaining of nirvana, who possess the 6 transcendent faculties and the triple science. Mean plants are called the men who, dwelling in mountain caverns, covet the state of a Pratyeka Buddha, and whose intelligence is moderately purified. Those who aspire to become leading men, thinking, I will become a Buddha, a chief of gods and men, and who practice exertion and meditation, are called the highest plants. But the sons of Sugata, who sedulously practice benevolence and a peaceful conduct, who have arrived at certainty about their being leading men, these are called trees. Those who move forward the wheel that never rolls back, and with manly strength stand firm in the exercise of miraculous power, releasing many kotis of beings, those are called great trees. Yet it is one and the same law which is preached by the Jinna. Like the water emitted by the cloud is one and the same. Different only are the faculties as described, just as the plants on the face of the earth. By this parable, thou mayest understand the skilfulness of the Tathagata, how he preaches one law, the various developments whereof may be likened to drops of rain. I also pour out rain, the rain of the law, by which this whole world is refreshed, and each according to his faculty takes to heart this well-spoken law, that is one in its essence. Even as all grasses and shrubs, as well as plants of middle size, trees and great trees, at the time of rain look bright in all quarters, so it is the very nature of the law to promote the everlasting wheel of the world. By the law the whole world is recreated, and as the plants, when refreshed, expand their blossoms, the world does the same when refreshed. The plants that in their growth remain middle-sized are arhats, saints, stopping when they have overcome frailties, and the pratyeka Buddhas who, living in woody thickets, accomplish this well-spoken law. But the many bodhisattvas who, thoughtful and wise, go their way all over the triple world, striving after supreme enlightenment, they continue increasing in growth like trees. Those who, endowed with magical powers, and being adepts in the 4 degrees of meditation, feel delight at hearing of complete voidness, and emit thousands of rays, they are called the great trees on earth. So then, Kashyapa, is the preaching of the law like the water poured out by the cloud everywhere alike, by which plants and men thrive, endless and eternal blossoms are produced. I reveal the law which has its cause in itself. At due time, I show Buddha enlightenment. This is my supreme skillfulness, and that of all leaders of the world. What I here say is true in the highest sense of the word. All my disciples attain nirvana. By following the sublime path of enlightenment, all my disciples shall become Buddhas. And further, Kashyapa, the Tathagata, in his educating creatures is equal, i.e. impartial, and not unequal, i.e. partial. As the light of the sun and moon, Kashyapa, shines upon all the world, upon the virtuous and the wicked, upon high and low, upon the fragrant and the ill-smelling, as their beams are sent down upon everything equally, without inequality, partiality, so too, Kashyapa, the intellectual light of the knowledge of the omniscient, the Tathagatas, the Arhats, etc., the preaching of the true law proceeds equally in respect to all beings in the 5 states of existence, to all who according to their particular disposition are devoted to the great vehicle, or to the vehicle of the pratyeka Buddhas, or to the vehicle of the disciples. Nor is there any deficiency or excess in the brightness of the Tathagata knowledge up to one's becoming fully acquainted with the law. There are not 3 vehicles, Kashyapa. There are but beings who act differently. Therefore it is declared that there are 3 vehicles. When the Lord had thus spoken, the venerable Maha Kashyapa said to him, Lord, if there are not 3 vehicles, for what reason then is the designation of disciples, Shravakas, Buddhas, and Bodhisattvas kept up in the present times? On this speech the Lord answered the venerable Maha Kashyapa as follows. It is, Kashyapa, as if a potter made different vessels out of the same clay. Some of those pots are to contain sugar, others ghee, others curds and milk, others of inferior quality are vessels of impurity. There is no diversity in the clay used. No, the diversity of the pots is only due to the substances which are put into each of them. In like manner, Kashyapa, is there but one vehicle, viz. the Buddha vehicle. There is no second vehicle, no third. The Lord, having thus spoken, the venerable Mahakāssyapa said, Lord, if the beings are of different disposition, will there be for those who have left the triple world one nirvana, or two, or three? The Lord replied, Nirvana, Kāssyapa, is a consequence of understanding that all laws, things, are equal. Hence there is but one nirvana, not two, not three. Therefore, Kāssyapa, I will tell thee a parable. For men of good understanding will generally readily enough catch the meaning of what is taught under the shape of a parable. It is a case, Kāssyapa, similar to that of a certain blind-born man, who says, There are no handsome or ugly shapes. There are no men able to see handsome or ugly shapes. There exists no sun nor moon. There are no asterisms nor planets. There are no men able to see planets. But other persons say to the blind-born, There are handsome and ugly shapes. There are men able to see handsome and ugly shapes. There is a sun and moon. There are asterisms and planets. There are men able to see planets. But the blind-born does not believe them, nor accept what they say. Now there is a physician who knows all diseases. He sees that blind-born man and makes to himself this reflection. The disease of this man originates in his sinful actions in former times. All diseases possible to arise are fourfold: rheumatical, cholerical, phlegmatical, and caused by a complication of the corrupted humors. The physician, after thinking again and again on a means to cure the disease, makes to himself this reflection: Surely, with the drugs in common use it is impossible to cure this disease. But there are in the Himalaya, the king of mountains, 4 herbs, to wit, first, one called possessed of all sorts of colors and flavors; second, delivering from all diseases; third, delivering from all poisons; fourth, procuring happiness to those standing in the right place. As the physician feels compassion for the blind-born man, he contrives some device to get to the Himalaya, the king of mountains. There he goes up and down and across to search. In doing so he finds the 4 herbs. One he gives after chewing it with the teeth; another after pounding; another after having it mixed with another drug and boiled; another after having it mixed with a raw drug; another after piercing with a lancet somewhere a vein; another after singeing it in fire; another after combining it with various other substances so as to enter in a compound potion, food, etc. Owing to these means being applied, the blind-born recovers his eyesight, and in consequence of that recovery he sees outwardly and inwardly, far and near, the shine of sun and moon, the asterisms, planets, and all phenomena. Then he says, "Oh, how foolish was I that I did not believe what they told me, nor accepted what they affirmed. Now I see all. I am delivered from my blindness and have recovered my eyesight. there is none in the world who could surpass me. And at the same moment, seers of the five transcendent faculties, strong in the divine sight and hearing, in the knowledge of others' minds, in the memory of former abodes, in magical science and intuition, speak to the man thus: "Good man, thou hast just recovered thine eyesight, nothing more, and dost not know yet anything. Whence comes this conceitedness to thee? Thou hast no wisdom, nor art thou a clever man." Further they say to him, "Good man, when sitting in the interior of thy room, thou canst not see nor distinguish forms outside, nor discern which beings are animated with kind feelings, and which with hostile feelings. Thou canst not distinguish, nor hear at the distance of 5 yojanas the voice of a man, or the sound of a drum, conch trumpet, and the like. Thou canst not even walk as far as a kos without lifting up thy feet. Thou hast been produced and developed in thy mother's womb without remembering the fact. How then wouldst thou be clever, and how canst thou say, 'I see all'? Good man, thou takest darkness for light, and takest light for darkness." Whereupon the seers are asked by the man, "By what means and by what good work shall I acquire such wisdom, and with your favor acquire those good qualities or virtues?" And the seers say to that man, "If that be thy wish, go and live in the wilderness, or take thine abode in mountain caves, to meditate on the law and cast off evil passions. So shalt thou become endowed with the virtues of an ascetic, and acquire the transcendent faculties." The man catches their meaning and becomes an ascetic. Living in the wilderness, the mind intent upon one sole object, he shakes off worldly desires and acquires the 5 transcendent faculties. After that acquisition, he reflects thus: "Formerly I did not do the right thing, hence no good accrued to me. Now, however, I can go whither my mind prompts me. Formerly I was ignorant, of little understanding, in fact, a blind man." Such, Kashyapa, is the parable I have invented to make thee understand my meaning. The moral to be drawn from it is as follows. The word blind-born, Kashyapa, is a designation for the creatures staying in the whirl of the world with its 6 states. The creatures who do not know the true law and are heaping up the thick darkness of evil passions. Those are blind from ignorance, and in consequence of it they build up conceptions. In consequence of the latter, name and form, and so forth, up to the genesis of this whole huge mass of evils. So the creatures blind from ignorance remain in the whirl of life. But the Tathagata, who is out of the triple world, feels compassion, prompted by which, like a father for his dear and only son, he appears in the triple world and sees with his eye of wisdom that the creatures are revolving in the circle of the mundane whirl, and are toiling without finding the right means to escape from the rotation. And on seeing this, he comes to the conclusion: yon beings, according to the good works they have done, in former states have feeble aversions and strong attachments, or feeble attachments and strong aversions. Some have little wisdom, others are clever. Some have soundly developed views, others have unsound views. To all of them, the Tathagata skillfully shows three vehicles. The seers in the parable, those possessing the five transcendent faculties and clear sight, are the Bodhisattvas, who produce enlightened thought, and by the acquirement of acquiescence in the eternal law, awake us to supreme, perfect enlightenment. The great physician in the parable is the Tathagata. To the blind-born may be likened the creatures blind with infatuation. Attachment, aversion, and infatuation are likened to rheum, bile, and phlegm. The 62 false theories also must be looked upon as such, i.e., as doshas, humors and corrupted humors of the body, faults and corruptions. The four herbs are like vanity or voidness, causelessness or purposelessness, unfixedness, and reaching nirvana. Just as by using different drugs, different diseases are healed, so by developing the idea of vanity or voidness, purposelessness, unfixedness, which are the principles of emancipation, is ignorance suppressed. The suppression of ignorance is succeeded by the suppression of conceptions or fancies, and so forth, up to the suppression of the whole huge mass of evils. And thus one's mind will dwell no more on good nor on evil. To the man who recovers his eyesight is likened the votary of the vehicle of the disciples and of Pratyeka Buddhas. He rends the ties of evil passion in the whirl of the world. Freed from those ties, he is released from the triple world with its 6 states of existence. Therefore, the votary of the vehicle of the disciples may think and speak thus: there are no more laws to be penetrated. I have reached nirvana. Then the Tathagata preaches to him: how can he who has not penetrated all laws have reached nirvana? The Lord rouses him to enlightenment, and the disciple, when the consciousness of enlightenment has been awakened in him, no longer stays in the mundane whirl, but at the same time has not yet reached nirvana. As he has arrived at true insight, he looks upon this triple world in every direction as void, resembling the produce of magic, similar to a dream, a mirage, an echo. He sees that all laws and phenomena are unborn and undestroyed, not bound and not loose, not dark and not bright. He who views the profound laws in such a light sees as if he were not seeing the whole triple world full of beings of contrary and omnifarious fancies and dispositions. And on that occasion, in order to more amply explain the same subject, the Lord uttered the following stanzas. As the rays of the sun and moon descend alike on all men, good and bad, without deficiency in one case or surplus in the other, so the wisdom of the Tathagata shines like the sun and moon, leading all beings without partiality. As the potter, making clay vessels, produces from the same clay pots for sugar, milk, ghee, or water, some for impurities, others for curdled milk, the clay used by the artificer for the vessels being of but one sort. As a vessel is made to receive all its distinguishing qualities according to the quality of the substance laid into it, so the Tathagatas, on account of the diversity of taste, mention a diversity of vehicles, though the Buddha vehicle be the only indisputable one. He who ignores the rotation of mundane existence has no perception of blessed rest. But he who understands that all laws are void, and without reality, and without individual character, penetrates the enlightenment of the perfectly enlightened lords in its very essence. One who occupies a middle position of wisdom is called a pratyekajina, id est pratyeka Buddha. One lacking the insight of voidness is termed a disciple. But after understanding all laws, one is called a perfectly enlightened one. Such a one is assiduous in preaching the law to living beings by means of hundreds of devices. It is as if some blind-born man, because he sees no sun, moon, planets, and stars, in his blind ignorance should say, "There are no visible things at all." But a great physician, taking compassion on the blind man, goes to the Himalaya, where, seeking across up and down, he fetches from the mountain 4 plants: the herb of all colors, flavors, and cases, and others. These he intends to apply. He applies them in this manner. One he gives to the blind man after chewing it, another after pounding, again another by introducing it with the point of a needle into the man's body. The man, having got his eyesight, sees the sun, moon, planets, and stars, and arrives at the conclusion that it was from sheer ignorance that he spoke thus as he had formerly done. In the same way do people of great ignorance, blind from their birth, move in the turmoil of the world because they do not know the wheel of causes and effects, the path of toils. In the world so blinded by ignorance appears the highest of those who know all, the Tathagata, the great physician of compassionate nature. As an able teacher, he shows the true law. He reveals supreme Buddha enlightenment to him who is most advanced. To those of middling wisdom, the leader preaches a middling enlightenment. Again, another enlightenment he recommends to him who is afraid of the mundane whirl. The disciple, who, by his discrimination, has escaped from the triple world, thinks he has reached pure, blessed Nirvana. But it is only by knowing all laws and the universal laws that the immortal Nirvana is reached. In that case, it is as if the great seers, moved by compassion, said to him, "Thou art mistaken. Do not be proud of thy knowledge. When thou art in the interior of thy room, thou canst not perceive what is going on without, fool as thou art. Thou who, when staying within, dost not perceive even now what people outside are doing or not doing, how wouldst thou be wise, fool as thou art? Thou art not able to hear a sound at a distance of but 5 yojanas, far less at a greater distance. Thou canst not discern who are malevolent or benevolent towards thee. Whence, then, comes that pride to thee? If thou hast to walk so far as a kos, thou canst not go without a beaten track. And what happened to thee when in thy mother's womb, thou hast immediately forgotten." In this world he is called all-knowing, who possesses the 5 transcendent faculties. But when thou who knowest nothing pretendest to be all-knowing, it is an effect of infatuation. If thou art desirous of omniscience, direct thy attention to transcendent wisdom. Then betake thyself to the wilderness and meditate on the pure law. By it thou shalt acquire the transcendent faculties. The man catches the meaning, goes to the wilderness, meditates with the greatest attention, and, as he is endowed with good qualities, ere long acquires the 5 transcendent faculties. Similarly, all disciples fancy having reached Nirvana, but the Jina instructs them by saying, "This is a temporary repose, no final rest." It is an artifice of the Buddhas to enunciate this dogma. There is no real Nirvana without all-knowingness. Try to reach this. The boundless knowledge of the 3 paths of time, the 6 utmost perfections, paramitas, voidness, the absence of purpose or object, the absence of finiteness, the idea of enlightenment, and the other laws leading to Nirvana, both such as are mixed with imperfection and such as are exempt from it, such as are tranquil and comparable to ethereal space. The 4 Brahma-viharas and the 4 Sangrahas, as well as the laws sanctioned by eminent sages for the education of creatures. He who knows these things, and that all phenomena have the nature of illusion and dreams, that they are pithless as the stem of the plantain, and similar to an echo, and who knows that the triple world throughout is of that nature, not fast and not loose, he knows rest. He who considers all laws to be alike, void, devoid of particularity and individuality, not derived from an intelligent cause, nay, who discerns that nothingness is law, such a one has great wisdom, and sees the whole of the law entirely. There are no 3 vehicles by any means. There is but one vehicle in this world. All laws, or the laws of all, are alike equal for all, and ever alike. Knowing this, one understands immortal, blessed Nirvana. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of the Lotus Sutra, translated by Hendrik Cairn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Announcement of Future Destiny. After pronouncing these stanzas, the Lord addressed the complete assembly of monks. I announce to you, monks, I make known to you, that the monk Kashyapa, my disciple, here present, shall do homage to 30,000 kotis of Buddhas, shall respect, honor, and worship them, and shall keep the true law of those lords and Buddhas. In his last bodily existence, in the world of Abhasa, idest luster, in the age Aeon Mahavyuha, idest great division, he shall be a Tathagata, an Arhat, etc., etc., by the name of Rasmi Prabhasa, idest beaming with rays. His lifetime shall last 12 intermediate kalpas, and his true law 20 intermediate kalpas. The counterfeit of his true law shall last as many intermediate kalpas. His Buddha field will be pure, clean, devoid of stones, grit, gravel, of pits and precipices, devoid of gutters and dirty pools, even, pretty, beautiful, and pleasant to see, consisting of lapis lazuli, adorned with jewel trees, and looking like a checker board, with 8 compartments set off with gold threads. It will be strewed with flowers, and many 100,000 bodhisattvas are to appear in it. As to disciples, there will be innumerable 100,000s of myriads of kotis of them. Neither Mara, the evil one, nor his host will be discoverable in it, though Mara and his followers shall afterwards be there. For they will apply themselves to receive the true law under the command of that very Lord, Rasmi Prabhasa. And on that occasion, the Lord uttered the following stanzas. With my Buddha eye, monks, I see that the senior Kashyapa here shall become a Buddha at a future epoch, in an incalculable aeon, after he shall have paid homage to the Most High of men. This Kashyapa shall see fully 30,000 kotis of Jinnas, under whom he shall lead a spiritual life for the sake of Buddha knowledge. After having paid homage to those highest of men, and acquired that supreme knowledge, he shall, in his last bodily existence, be a lord of the world, a matchless, great seer. And his field will be magnificent, excellent, pure, goodly, beautiful, pretty, nice, ever delightful, and set off with gold threads. That field, monks, appearing like a board divided into 8 compartments, will have several jewel trees, 1 in each compartment, from which issues a delicious odor. It will be adorned with plenty of flowers, and embellished with variegated blossoms. In it are no pits nor precipices. It is even, goodly, beautiful. There will be found hundreds of kotis of bodhisattvas, subdued of mind and of great magical power, mighty keepers of sutrantas of great extension. As to disciples, faultless princes of the law, standing in their last period of life, their number can never be known, even if one should go on counting for aeons, and that with the aid of divine knowledge. He himself shall stay 12 intermediate kalpas, and his true law 20 complete aeons. The counterfeit is to continue as many aeons in the domain of Rasmi Prabhasa. Thereupon, the Venerable Senior Mahamudgalyayana, the Venerable Subhuti, and the Venerable Mahakatyayana, their bodies trembling, gazed up to the Lord with unblenching eyes, and at the same moment severally uttered in mental concert the following stanzas. O hallowed one, Arhat, great hero, Shakya lion, most high of men, out of compassion to us, speak the Buddha word. The highest of men, the Jinna, he who knows the fatal term, will, as it were, sprinkle us with nectar by predicting our destiny also. It is as if a certain man in time of famine comes and gets good food, but to whom, when the food is already in his hands, they say that he should wait. Similarly, it was with us, who, after minding the lower vehicle at the calamitous conjuncture of a bad time, were longing for Buddha knowledge. But the perfectly enlightened Great Seer has not yet favored us with a prediction of our destiny, as if he would say, "Do not eat the food that has been put into your hand." Quite so, O hero. We were longing as we heard the exalted voice and thought, "Then shall we be at rest, when we shall have received a prediction." Utter a prediction, O great hero, so benevolent and merciful. Let there be an end of our feeling of poverty. And the Lord, who in his mind apprehended the thoughts arising in the minds of those great senior disciples, again addressed the complete assembly of monks. "This great disciple of mine, monks, the senior Subhuti, shall likewise pay homage to 30,000 myriads of kotis of Buddhas, shall show them respect, honor, reverence, veneration, and worship. Under them shall he lead a spiritual life and achieve enlightenment. After the performance of such duties, shall he, in his last bodily existence, become a Tathagata in the world, an Arhat, etc., etc., by the name of Sasi Ketu. His Buddha field will be called Ratna Sambhava, and his epoch Ratna Prabhasa. And that Buddha field will be even, beautiful, crystalline, variegated with jewel trees, devoid of pits and precipices, devoid of sewers, nice, covered with flowers. And there will men have their abode in palaces or towers given them for their use. In it will be many disciples, innumerable, so that it would be impossible to terminate the calculation. Many 100,000 myriads of kotis of bodhisattvas also will be there. The lifetime of that Lord is to last 12 intermediate kalpas. His true law is to continue 20 intermediate kalpas, and its counterfeit as many. That Lord will, while standing poised in the firmament, preach the law to the monks, and educate many thousands of bodhisattvas and disciples. And on that occasion, the Lord uttered the following stanzas. I have something to announce, monks, something to make known. Listen then to me. The senior Subhuti, my disciple, shall, in days to come, be a Buddha. After having seen of most mighty Buddhas 30 myriads of kotis in full, he shall enter upon the straight course to obtain this knowledge. In his last bodily existence shall the hero, possessed of the 32 distinctive signs, become a great seer, similar to a column of gold, beneficial and bounteous to the world. The field where that friend of the world shall save myriads of kotis of living beings will be most beautiful, pretty, and delightful to people at large. In it will be many bodhisattvas to turn the wheel that never rolls back, or never deviates. Endowed with keen faculties, they will, under that jina, be the ornaments of the Buddha field. His disciples are so numerous as to pass calculation and measure. Gifted with the 6 transcendent faculties, the triple science, and magic power, firm in the 8 emancipations. His magic power, while he reveals supreme enlightenment, is inconceivable. Gods and men, as numerous as the sands of the Ganges, will always reverentially salute him with joined hands. He shall stay 12 intermediate kalpas, The true law of that Most High of men is to last 20 intermediate kalpas, and the counterfeit of it as many. Again, the Lord addressed the complete assembly of monks. I announce to you, monks, I make known that the senior Mahakatyayana, here present, my disciple, shall pay homage to 8,000 kotis of Buddhas, shall show them respect, honor, reverence, veneration, and worship. At the expiration of those Tathagatas, he shall build stupas, 1,000 yojanas in height, 50 yojanas in circumference, and consisting of 7 precious substances, to wit, gold, silver, lapis lazuli, crystal, red pearl, emerald, and seventhly, coral. Those stupas he shall worship with flowers, incense, perfumed wreaths, ointments, powder, robes, umbrellas, banners, flags, triumphal streamers. Afterwards, he shall again pay a similar homage to 20 kotis of Buddhas. Show them respect, honor, reverence, veneration, and worship. Then, in his last bodily existence, his last corporeal appearance, he shall be a Tathagata in the world, an Arhat, etc., etc., named Jambunada Prabhasa, Yidest, Goldshine, endowed with science and conduct, etc. His Buddha field will be thoroughly pure, even, nice, pretty, beautiful, crystalline, variegated with jewel trees, interlaced with gold threads, strewed with flowers, free from beings of the brute creation, hell, and the host of demons, replete with numerous men and gods, adorned with many 100,000 disciples and many 100,000 bodhisattvas. The measure of his lifetime shall be 12 intermediate kalpas. His true law shall continue 20 intermediate kalpas, and its counterfeit as many. And on that occasion, the Lord uttered the following stanzas. Listen all to me, ye monks, since I am going to utter an infallible word. Katyayana here, the senior, my disciple, shall render worship to the leaders. He shall show veneration of various kinds and in many ways to the leaders, after whose expiration he shall build stupas, worshipping them with flowers and perfumes. In his last bodily existence he shall be a Jinna in a thoroughly pure field, and after acquiring full knowledge he shall preach to 1,000 kotis of living beings. He shall be a mighty Buddha and illuminator, highly honored in this world, including the gods, under the name of Jambunada Prabhasa, and save kotis of gods and men. Many bodhisattvas as well as disciples, beyond measure and calculation, will in that field adorn the reign of that Buddha, all of them freed from existence and exempt from existence. Again, the Lord addressed the complete assembly of monks. I announce to you, monks, I make known that the senior Mahamaudgalyayana, here present, my disciple, shall propitiate 28,000 Buddhas, and pay those lords homage of various kinds. He shall show them respect, etc., and after their expiration build stupas consisting of 7 precious substances, to wit, gold, silver, lapis lazuli, crystal, red pearl, emerald, and seventhly, coral. Stupas, 1,000 yojanas in height and 500 yojanas in circumference, which stupas he shall worship in different ways, with flowers, incense, perfumed wreaths, ointments, powder, robes, umbrellas, banners, flags, and triumphal streamers. Afterwards, he shall again pay a similar worship to 2,000 kotis of Buddhas. He shall show respect, etc., and in his last bodily existence become in the world a Tathagata, etc., named Tamalapatra Khandana Ganda, endowed with science and conduct, etc. The field of that Buddha will be called Mano-birama, his period Rati-prati Purna. And that Buddha field will be even, nice, pretty, beautiful, crystalline, variegated with jewel trees, strewn with detached flowers, replete with gods and men, frequented by 100,000s of seers, that is to say, disciples and bodhisattvas. The measure of his lifetime shall be 24 intermediate kalpas. His true law is to last 40 intermediate kalpas, and its counterfeit as many. And on that occasion, the Lord uttered the following stanzas. The scion of the Mudgala race, my disciple here, after leaving human existence, shall see 20,000 mighty jinnas, and 8,000 more of these faultless beings. Under them he shall follow a course of duty, trying to reach Buddha knowledge. He shall pay homage in various ways to those leaders and to the Most High of men. After keeping their true law, of wide reach and sublime, for thousands of kotis of eons, he shall, at the expiration of those sugatas, worship their stupas. In honor of those most high jinnas, those mighty beings, so beneficial to the world, he shall erect stupas consisting of precious substances, and decorated with triumphal streamers, worshipping them with flowers, perfumes, and the sounds of music. At the period of his last bodily existence, he shall, in a nice and beautiful field, be a Buddha, bounteous and compassionate to the world, under the name of Tamalapatra Khandana Ganda. The measure of that Sugata's life shall be fully 24 intermediate kalpas, during which he shall be assiduous in declaring the Buddha rule to men and gods. That Jinna shall have many thousands of kotis of disciples, innumerable as the sands of the Ganges, gifted with the 6 transcendent faculties and the triple science, and possessed of magic power, under the command of that Sugata. Under the reign of that Sugata there shall also appear numerous bodhisattvas, many thousands of them unable to slide back or to deviate, developing zeal, of extensive knowledge and studious habits. After that Jinna's expiration, his true law shall measure in time 24 intermediate kalpas in full. Its counterfeit shall have the same measure. These are my 5 mighty disciples, whom I have destined to supreme enlightenment, and to become in future self-born Jinnas. Now, hear from me their course. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7, Part 1, of the Lotus Sutra, translated by Hendrik Cairn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Ancient Devotion. Of yore, monks in the past, incalculable, more than incalculable, inconceivable, immense, measureless eons since, nay, at a period, an epoch far beyond, there appeared in the world a Tathagata, etc., named Mahayana Buddhist, endowed with science and conduct, a Sugata, etc., etc., in the sphere Sambhava, idest, origin, genesis, in the period Maharupa. You ask, monks, how long ago is it that the Tathagata was born? Well, suppose some man was to reduce to powder the whole mass of the earth element, as much as is to be found in this whole universe, that, after taking one atom of dust from this world, he is to walk 1,000 worlds farther in easterly direction to deposit that single atom. That, after taking a second atom of dust and walking 1,000 worlds farther, he deposits that second atom, and proceeding in this way, at last gets the whole of the earth element deposited in eastern direction. Now, monks, what do you think of it? Is it possible by calculation to find the end or limit of these worlds? They answered, certainly not, Lord. Certainly not, Sugata. The Lord said, on the contrary, monks, some arithmetician or master of arithmetic might, indeed, be able by calculation to find the end or limit of the worlds, both those where the atoms have been deposited and where they have not. But it is impossible, by applying the rules of arithmetic, to find the limit of those 100,000s of myriads of eons. So long, so inconceivable, so immense is the number of eons which have elapsed since the expiration of that Lord, the Tathagata, Mahayana Buddhist. Yet, monks, I perfectly remember that Tathagata, who has been extinct for so long a time, as if he had reached extinction today or yesterday, because of my possessing the mighty knowledge and sight of the Tathagata. And on that occasion, the Lord pronounced the following stanzas. I remember the great seer, Mahayana Buddhist, the most high of men, who existed many kotis of eons ago as the superior Jinna of the period. If, for example, some men, after reducing this universe to atoms of dust, took one atom to deposit it 1,000 regions farther on, if he deposited a second, a third atom, and so proceeded until he had done with the whole mass of dust, so that this world were empty, and the mass of dust exhausted, 2. That immense mass of the dust of these worlds, entirely reduced to atoms, I liken the number of eons past. So immense is the number of kotis of eons past since that extinct Sugata. The whole of existing atoms is no adequate expression of it. So many are the eons which have expired since. That leader who has expired so long ago, those disciples and bodhisattvas, I remember all of them as if it were today or yesterday. Such is the knowledge of the Tathagatas. So endless, monks, is the knowledge of the Tathagata. I know what has taken place many hundreds of eons ago, by my precise and faultless memory. To proceed, monks, the measure of the lifetime of the Tathagata, Mahayana Buddhist, the Arhat, etc., was 5400,000 myriads of kotis of eons. In the beginning, when the Lord had not yet reached supreme, perfect enlightenment, and had just occupied the summit of the terrace of enlightenment, he discomfited and defeated the whole host of Mara. After which he thought, I am to reach perfect enlightenment. But those laws of perfect enlightenment had not yet dawned upon him. He stayed on the terrace of enlightenment at the foot of the tree of enlightenment during one intermediate kalpa. He stayed there a second, a third intermediate kalpa, but did not yet attain supreme, perfect enlightenment. He remained a fourth, a fifth, a sixth, a seventh, an eighth, a ninth, a 10th intermediate kalpa on the terrace of enlightenment at the foot of the tree of enlightenment, continuing sitting cross-legged, without in the meanwhile rising. He stayed, the mind motionless, the body unstirring and untrembling, but those laws had not yet dawned upon him. Now, monks, while the Lord was just on the summit of the terrace of enlightenment, the gods of paradise, Tristimsas, prepared him a magnificent royal throne, 100 yojanas high, on occupying which the Lord attained supreme, perfect enlightenment. And no sooner had the Lord occupied the seat of enlightenment than the Brahmacayaka gods scattered a rain of flowers all around the seat of enlightenment over a distance of 100 yojanas. In the sky they let loose storms by which the flowers withered, were swept away. From the beginning of the rain of flowers, while the Lord was sitting on the seat of enlightenment, it poured without interruption during fully 10 intermediate kalpas, covering the Lord. That rain of flowers, having once begun falling, continued to the moment of the Lord's complete nirvana. The angels, belonging to the division of the 4 guardians of the cardinal points, made the celestial drums of the gods resound. They made them resound without interruption in honor of the Lord, who had attained the summit of the terrace of enlightenment. Thereafter, during fully 10 intermediate kalpas, they made uninterruptedly resound those celestial musical instruments up to the moment of the complete extinction of the Lord. Again, monks, after the lapse of 10 intermediate kalpas, the Lord Mahayana Buddhist, the Tathagata, etc., reached supreme, perfect enlightenment. Immediately on knowing his having become enlightened, the 16 sons born to that Lord, when a prince royal, the eldest of whom was named Ñāṇakara, which 16 young princes, monks, had severally toys to play with, variegated and pretty. Those 16 princes, I repeat, monks, left their toys, their amusements, and since they knew that the Lord Mahayana Buddhist, the Tathagata, etc., had attained supreme, perfect knowledge, went, surrounded and attended by their weeping mothers and nurses, along with the noble, rich king Chakravartin, many ministers, and 100,000s of myriads of kotis of living beings, to the place where the Lord Mahayana Buddhist, the Tathagata, etc., was seated on the summit of the terrace of enlightenment. They went up to the Lord in order to honor, respect, worship, revere, and venerate him, saluted his feet with their heads, made 3 turns round him, keeping him to the right, lifted up their joined hands, and praised the Lord, face to face, with the following stanzas. Thou art the great physician, having no superior, rendered perfect in endless aeons. Thy benign wish of saving all mortals from darkness has today been fulfilled. Most difficult things hast thou achieved during the 10 intermediate kalpas now past. Thou hast been sitting all that time without once moving thy body, hand, foot, or any other part. Thy mind also was tranquil and steady, motionless, never to be shaken. Thou knewest no distraction. Thou art completely quiet and faultless. Joy with thee, that thou so happily and safely, without any hurt, hast reached supreme enlightenment. How great a fortune is ours! We congratulate ourselves, O Lion amongst kings. These unhappy creatures, vexed in all ways, deprived of eyes, as it were, and joyless, do not find the road leading to the end of toils, nor develop energy for the sake of deliverance. Dangers are for a long time on the increase, and the laws or phenomena, things, are deprived of the possession of a celestial body. The word of the Jinnah is not being heard. The whole world is plunged in thick darkness. But today, or now, hast thou, Majesty of the world, reached this hallowed, high, and faultless spot. We, as well as the world, are obliged to thee, and approach to seek our refuge with thee, O Protector. When, O monks, those 16 princes in the condition of boys, childlike and young, had with such stanzas celebrated the Lord Mahā Nabibu, the Tathagata, etc., they urged the Lord to move on the wheel of the law. Preach the law, O Lord! Preach the law, O Sugata! For the weal of the public, the happiness of the public, out of compassion for the world, for the benefit, weal, and happiness of the people generally, both of gods and men. And on that occasion they uttered the following stanzas: Preach the law, O thou who art marked with 100 auspicious signs, O leader, O incomparable great seer! Thou hast attained exalted, sublime knowledge. Let it shine in the world including the gods. Release us as well as these creatures. Display the knowledge of the Tathagatas, that we also, and further, these beings may obtain this supreme enlightenment. Thou knowest every course of duty and knowledge. Thou knowest the mental and moral disposition, and the good works done in a former state, the natural bent of all living beings. Move on the most exalted, sublime wheel. Then, monks, as the Lord Nabibu, the Tathagata, etc., reached supreme, perfect enlightenment, 50,000 myriads of kotis of spheres in each of the 10 directions of space were shaken in 6 different ways, and became illumined with a great luster. And in the intervals between all those spheres, in the dreary places of dark gloom, where even the sun and moon, so powerful, mighty, and splendid, have no advantage of the shining power they are endowed with, have no advantage of the color and brightness they possess, even in those places a great luster arose instantly. And the beings who appeared in those intervals behold each other, acknowledge each other, and exclaim, Lo, there are other beings also here appearing. Lo, there are other beings also here appearing. The palaces and aerial cars of the gods in all those spheres up to the Brahma world shook in 6 different ways, and became illumined with a great luster, surpassing the divine majesty of the gods. So then, monks, a great earthquake and a great sublime luster arose simultaneously, and the aerial cars of the Brahma angels to the east, in these 50,000 myriads of kotis of spheres, began excessively to glitter, glow, and sparkle in splendor and glory. And those Brahma angels made this reflection: What may be foreboded by these aerial cars, so excessively glittering, glowing, and sparkling in splendor and glory? Thereupon, monks, the Brahma angels in the 50,000 myriads of kotis of spheres went all to each other's abodes, and communicated the matter to one another. After that, monks, the great Brahma angel named Sarva-sattva Tratri, i.e., Savior of all beings, addressed the numerous host of Brahma angels in the following stanzas. Our aerial cars, today or now, are all bristling with rays in an extraordinary degree, and blazing in beautiful splendor and brilliancy. What may be the cause of it? Come, let us investigate the matter. What divine being has today sprung into existence whose power, such as was never seen before, here now appears? Or should it be the Buddha, the King of Kings, who today has been born somewhere in the world, and whose birth is announced by such a token that all the points of the horizon are now blazing in splendor? Thereupon, monks, the great Brahma angels in the 50,100,000 myriads of kotis of spheres mounted all together their own divine aerial cars, took with them divine bags as large as Mount Sumeru, with celestial flowers, and went through the 4 quarters successively until they arrived at the western quarter, where those great Brahma angels, O monks, stationed in the western quarter, saw the Lord Mahayana Buddhist, the Tathagata, etc., on the summit of the exalted terrace of enlightenment, seated on the royal throne at the foot of the tree of enlightenment, surrounded and attended by gods, nagas, goblins, Gandharvas, demons, Garudas, Kinnaras, great serpents, men, and beings not human, while his sons, the 16 young princes, were urging him to move forward the wheel of the law. On seeing which, the Brahma angels came up to the Lord, saluted his feet with their heads, walked many 100,000 times round him from left to right, strewing flowers and overwhelming both him and the tree of enlightenment over a distance of 10 yojanas, with those flower bags as large as Mount Sumeru. After that, they presented to the Lord their aerial cars, with the words, "Accept, O Lord, these aerial cars out of compassion to us. Use, O Sugata, those cars out of compassion to us." On that occasion, monks, after presenting their own cars to the Lord, the Brahma angels celebrated the Lord face to face with the following seasonable stanzas. A wonderful, matchless Jinnah, so beneficial and merciful, has arisen in the world. Thou art born a protector, a ruler and teacher, a master. Today all quarters are blessed. We have come as far as fully 50,000 kotis of worlds from here to humbly salute the Jinnah, by surrendering our lofty aerial cars all together. We possess these variegated and bright cars, owing to previous works. Accept them to oblige us, and make use of them to thine heart's content, O knower of the world. After the great Brahma angels, monks, had celebrated the Lord Mahayana Buddhist, the Tathagata, etc., face to face, with these seasonable stanzas, they besought him, saying, "May the Lord move forward the wheel of the law. May the Lord preach final rest. May the Lord release all beings. Be favorable, O Lord, to this world. preach the law, O Lord, to this world, including gods, Maras, and Brahma angels, to all people, including ascetics and Brahmins, gods, men, and demons. It will tend to the weal of the public, to the happiness of the public, out of mercy to the world, for the benefit and happiness of the people at large, both gods and men. Thereupon, monks, those 50,000 myriads of kotis of Brahma angels addressed the Lord with one voice, in common chorus, with the following stanza: Show the law, O Lord! Show it, O Most High of men! Show the power of thy kindness! Save the tormented beings! Rare is the light of the world, like the blossom of the glomerated fig tree. Thou hast arisen, O great hero! We pray to thee, the Tathagata. And the Lord, O monks, silently intimated his assent to the Brahma angels. Somewhat later, monks, the aerial cars of the Brahma angels in the southeastern quarter, in the 50,000 myriads of spheres, began excessively to glitter, glow, and sparkle in splendor and glory. And those Brahma angels made this reflection: what may be foreboded by these aerial cars so excessively glittering, glowing, and sparkling in splendor and glory? Thereupon, monks, the Brahma angels in the 50,000 myriads of kotis of spheres went all to each other's abodes, and communicated the matter to one another. After that, monks, the great Brahma angel, named Adimatra Karunika, Irest exceedingly compassionate, addressed the numerous host of Brahma angels with the following stanzas: What foretoken is it we see today or now, friends? Who or what is foreboded by the celestial cars shining with such uncommon glory? May, perhaps, some blessed divine being have come hither, by whose power all these aerial cars are illumined? Or may the Buddha, the Most High of men, have appeared in this world, that by his power these celestial cars are in such a condition as we see them? Let us all together go and search. No trifle can be the cause of it. Such a foretoken, indeed, was never seen before. Come, let us go and visit kotis of fields along the four quarters. A Buddha will certainly now have made his appearance in this world. Thereupon, monks, the great Brahma angels in the 50,000 myriads of kotis of spheres mounted altogether their own divine aerial cars, took with them divine bags as large as Mount Sumeru, with celestial flowers, and went through the four quarters successively, until they arrived at the northwestern quarter, where those great Brahma angels, stationed in the northwestern quarter, saw the Lord Mahayana Buddhist, etc., as above. On that occasion, monks, after presenting their own cars to the Lord, the Brahma angels celebrated the Lord face to face with the following seasonable stanzas: Homage to thee, matchless great seer, chief god of gods, whose voice is sweet as the lark's. Leader in the world, including the gods, I salute thee, who art so benign and bounteous to the world. How wonderful, O Lord, is it that after so long a time thou appearest in the world! 800 complete aeons this world of the living was without Buddha. It was deprived of the Most High of men. Hell was prevailing, and the celestial bodies constantly went on waning during 800 complete aeons. But now he has appeared, owing to our good works, who is our I, refuge, resting place, protection, father and kinsman. He, the benign and bounteous one, the king of the law. After the great Brahma angels, monks, had celebrated the Lord, Mahayana, the Tathagata, etc., face to face with these seasonable stanzas, they besought him, "May the Lord move forward the wheel of the law." Thereupon, monks, those 50,000 myriads of kotis of Brahma angels addressed the Lord with one voice, in common chorus, with the following stanzas: Move forward the exalted wheel, O great ascetic! Reveal the law in all directions, deliver all beings oppressed with suffering, produce amongst mortals gladness and joy. Let them, by hearing the law, partake of enlightenment and reach divine places. Let all shake off their demon body and be peaceful, meek, and at ease. And the Lord, O monks, silently intimated his assent to these Brahma angels also. Somewhat later, monks, the aerial cars of the Brahma angels in the southern quarter, etc. After that, monks, the great Brahma angel, named Suddharma, addressed the numerous host of Brahma angels in stanzas. It cannot be without cause or reason, friends, that today or now all these celestial cars are so brilliant. This bespeaks some portent somewhere in the world. Come, let us go and investigate the matter. No such portent has appeared in hundreds of eons past. Either some god has been born, or a Buddha has arisen in this world. Thereupon, monks, the great Brahma angels, in the 50,000 myriads of kotis of spheres, mounted, etc., as above. On that occasion, monks, after presenting their own cars to the Lord, the Brahma angels celebrated the Lord face to face with the following seasonable stanzas. Most rare and precious is the sight of the leaders. Be welcome, thou dispeller of worldly defilement. It is after a long time that thou now appearest in the world. After hundreds of complete aeons, one now beholds thee. Refresh the thirsty creatures, O Lord of the world. Now, first thou art seen. It is not easy to behold thee. As rare or precious as the flowers of the agglomerated fig tree is thine appearance, O Lord. By thy power, these aerial cars of ours are so uncommonly illumined now, O Leader. To show us thy favor, accept them, O thou whose look pierces everywhere. After the great Brahma angels, monks, had celebrated the Lord, Mahayana Buddhist, the Tathagata, etc., face to face with these seasonable stanzas, they besought him, "May the Lord move forward the wheel of the law, as above." Thereupon, monks, those 50,000 myriads of kotis of Brahma angels addressed the Lord with one voice, in common chorus, with the following stanzas: "Preach the law, O Lord and Leader! Move forward the wheel of the law! Make the drum of the law resound, and blow the conch trumpet of the law! Shed the rain of the true law over this world, and proclaim the sweet-sounding good word! Manifest the law required! Save myriads of kotis of beings!" And the Lord, monks, silently intimated his assent to the Brahma angels. Repetition. The same occurred in the southwest, in the west, in the northwest, in the north, in the northeast, in the nadir. Then, monks, the aerial cars of the Brahma angels in the nadir, in those 50,000 myriads of kotis of spheres, etc., as above. After that, monks, the great Brahma angel, named Shikin, addressed the numerous host of Brahma angels with the following stanzas: "What may be the cause, O friends, that our cars are so bright with splendor, color, and light? What may be the reason of their being so exceedingly glorious? We have seen nothing like this before, nor heard of it from others. These cars are now bright with splendor and exceedingly glorious. What may be the cause of it? Should it be some god who has been bestowed upon the world in recompense of good works, and whose grandeur thus comes to light? Or is perhaps a Buddha born in the world?" Thereupon, monks, the great Brahma angels in the 50,000 myriads of kotis of spheres mounted all together their own divine aerial cars, took with them divine bags as large as Mount Sumeru, with celestial flowers, and went through the four quarters successively until they arrived at the zenith, where those great Brahma angels, stationed at the zenith, saw the Lord Mahayana Buddhist, etc., as above. On that occasion, monks, after presenting their own cars to the Lord, the Brahma angels celebrated the Lord face to face with the following seasonable stanzas: "How goodly is the sight of the Buddhas, the mighty lords of the world, those Buddhas who are to deliver all beings in this triple world! The all-seeing masters of the world send their looks in all directions of the horizon, and by opening the gate of immortality, they make people reach the safe shore. An inconceivable number of aeons now past were void, and all quarters wrapped in darkness, as the chief Jinnas did not appear. The dreary hells, the brute creation, and demons were on the increase. Thousands of kotis of living beings fell into the state of ghosts. The heavenly bodies were on the wane. After their disappearance, they entered upon evil ways. Their course became wrong, because they did not hear the law of the Buddhas. all creatures lacked dutiful behavior, purity, good state, and understanding. Their happiness was lost, and the consciousness of happiness was gone. They did not observe the rules of morality, were firmly rooted in the false law. Not being led by the Lord of the world, they were precipitated into a false course. Hail! Thou art come at last, O Light of the world, thou born to be bounteous towards all beings. Hail! Thou hast safely arrived at supreme Buddha knowledge. We feel thankful before thee, and so does the world, including the gods. By thy power, O mighty Lord, our aerial cars are glittering. To thee we present them, great hero. Deign to accept them, great solitary. Out of grace to us, O leader, make use of them, so that we, as well as all other beings, may attain supreme enlightenment. After the great Brahma angels, O monks, had celebrated the Lord, Mahayana Buddhist, the Tathagata, etc., face to face, with seasonable stanzas, they besought him, "May the Lord move forward the wheel of the law," etc. Thereupon, monks, those 50,000 myriads of kotis of Brahma angels, addressed the Lord with one voice, in common chorus, with the following two stanzas: Move forward the exalted, unsurpassed wheel. Beat the drum of immortality. Release all beings from hundreds of evils, and show the path of nirvana. Expound the law we pray for. Show thy favor to us and this world. Let us hear thy sweet and lovely voice, which thou hast exercised during thousands of kotis of eons. Now, monks, the Lord Mahayana Buddhist, the Tathagata, etc., being acquainted with the prayer of the 100,000 myriads of kotis of Brahma angels, and of the 16 princes, his sons, commenced at that juncture to turn the wheel that has 3 turns and 12 parts, the wheel never moved by any ascetic, Brahman, god, demon, nor by anyone else. His preaching consisted in this: This is pain. This is the origin of pain. This is the suppression of pain. This is the treatment leading to suppression of pain. He moreover extensively set forth how the series of causes and effects is evolved, and said, "It is thus, monks. From ignorance proceed conceptions or fancies. From conceptions or fancies proceeds understanding. From understanding, name and form. From name and form, the 6 senses. From the 6 senses proceeds contact. From contact, sensation. From sensation proceeds longing. From longing proceeds striving. From striving, as cause issues existence. From existence, birth. From birth, old age, death, mourning, lamentation, sorrow, dismay, and despondency. So originates this whole mass of misery. From the suppression of ignorance results the suppression of conceptions. From the suppression of conceptions results that of understanding. From the suppression of understanding results that of name and form. From the suppression of name and form results that of the six senses. From the suppression of the six senses results that of contact. From the suppression of contact results that of sensation. From the suppression of sensation results that of longing. From the suppression of longing results that of striving. From the suppression of striving results that of existence. From the suppression of existence results that of birth. From the suppression of birth results that of old age, death, mourning, lamentation, sorrow, dismay, and despondency. In this manner, the whole mass of misery is suppressed. And while this wheel of the law, monks, was being moved onward by the Lord Mahayana Buddhist, the Tathagata, etc., in presence of the world, including the gods, demons, and Brahma angels of the assemblage, including ascetics and Brahmins, then, at that time, on that occasion, the minds of 60,000 myriads of kotis of living beings were, without effort, freed from imperfections, and became all possessed of the triple science, of the sixfold transcendent wisdom, of the emancipations and meditations. In due course, monks, the Lord Mahayana Buddhist, the Tathagata, etc., again gave a second exposition of the law, likewise a third and a fourth exposition. And at each exposition, monks, the minds of 100,000s of myriads of kotis of beings, like the sands of the river Ganges, were, without effort, freed from imperfections. Afterwards, monks, the congregation of disciples of that Lord was so numerous as to surpass all calculation. End of chapter 7, part 1. Chapter 7, part 2 of the Lotus Sutra, translated by Hendrik Caspar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Meanwhile, the monks, the 16 princes, the youths, had, full of faith, left home to lead the vagrant life of mendicants, and had all of them become novices, clever, bright, intelligent, pious, followers of the course of duty under many 100,000 Buddhas, and striving after supreme, perfect enlightenment. These 16 novices, monks, said to the Lord Mahayana Buddhist, the Tathagata, etc., the following: O Lord, these many 100,000 myriads of kotis of disciples of the Tathagata have become very mighty, very powerful, very potent, owing to the Lord's teaching of the law. Deign, O Lord, to teach us also, for mercy's sake, the law, with a view to supreme, perfect enlightenment, so that we also may follow the teaching of the Tathagata. We want, O Lord, to see the knowledge of the Tathagata. The Lord can himself testify to this. For thou, O Lord, who knowest the disposition of all beings, also knowest ours." Then, monks, on seeing that those princes, the youths, had chosen the vagrant life of mendicants and become novices, the half of the whole retinue of the king Chakravartin, to the number of 80,000 myriads of kotis of living beings, chose the vagrant life of mendicants. Subsequently, monks, the Lord Mahāviññāṇa Nabibum, the Tathagata, etc., viewing the prayer of those novices at the lapse of 20,000 aeons, amply and completely revealed the Dharma Pariyaya called the Lotus of the True Law, a text of great extent, serving to instruct bodhisattvas and proper for all Buddhas, in presence of all the four classes of auditors. In course of time, monks, those 16 novices grasped, kept, and fully penetrated the Lord's teaching. Subsequently, monks, the Lord Mahāviññāṇa Nabibum, the Tathagata, etc., foretold those 16 novices their future destiny to supreme, perfect enlightenment. And while the Lord Mahāviññāṇa Nabibum, the Tathagata, etc., was propounding the Dharma Pariyaya of the Lotus of the True Law, the disciples, as well as the 16 novices, were full of faith, and many 100,000 myriads of kotis of beings acquired perfect certainty. Thereupon, monks, after propounding the Dharma Pariyaya of the Lotus of the True Law during 8,000 aeons without interruption, the Lord Mahāviññāṇa Nabibum, the Tathagata, etc., entered the monastery to retire for the purpose of meditation. And in that retirement, monks, the Tathagata continued in the monastery during 84,000 kotis of aeons. Now, monks, when the 16 novices perceived that the Lord was absorbed, they sat down on the seats, the royal thrones which had been prepared for each of them, and amply expounded during 84,000 myriads of kotis the Dharma Pariyaya of the Lotus of the True Law to the four classes. By doing this, monks, each of those novices, as bodhisattvas, fully developed, instructed, excited, stimulated, edified, confirmed in respect to supreme, perfect enlightenment, 60 times 60 100,000 myriads of kotis of living beings equal to the sands of the river Ganges. Now, monks, at the lapse of 84,000 aeons, the Lord Mahāviññāṇa Nabibum, the Tathagata, etc., rose from his meditation in possession of memory and consciousness, whereafter he went up to the seat of the law designed for him in order to occupy it. As soon as the Lord had occupied the seat of the law, monks, he cast his looks over the whole circle of the audience and addressed the congregation of monks. They are wonderfully gifted, monks. They are prodigiously gifted, these 16 novices, wise, servitors to many 100,000 myriads of kotis of Buddhas, observers of the course of duty, who have received Buddha knowledge, transmitted Buddha knowledge, expounded Buddha knowledge. Honor these 16 novices, monks, again and again, and all be they devoted to the vehicle of the disciples, the vehicle of the Pratyeka Buddhas, or the vehicle of the Bodhisattvas, who shall not reject nor repudiate the preaching of these young men of good family, O monks, shall quickly gain supreme, perfect enlightenment, and obtain Tathagata knowledge. In the sequel also, monks, have these young men of good family repeatedly revealed this Dharma Paryaya of the Lotus of the True Law, under the mastership of that Lord, and the 60 times 60 100,000 myriads of kotis of living beings equal to the sands of the river Ganges, who, by each of the 16 novices, the Bodhisattvas, Mahasattvas, in the quality of Bodhisattva, had been roused to enlightenment. All those beings followed the example of the 16 novices in choosing, along with them, the vagrant life of mendicants in their several existences. They enjoyed their sight and heard the law from their mouth. They propitiated 40 kotis of Buddhas, and some are doing so up to this day. I announce to you, monks, I declare to you, those 16 princes, the youths, who as novices under the mastership of the Lord were interpreters of the law, have all reached supreme perfect enlightenment, and all of them are staying, existing, living, even now, in the several directions of space, in different Buddha fields, preaching the law to many 100,000 myriads of kotis of disciples and bodhisattvas, to wit, in the East, monks, in the world Abhirati, the Tathagata named Akshobhya, the Arhat, etc., and the Tathagata Merukuta, the Arhat, etc. In the Southeast, monks, is the Tathagata Simha-ghosha, etc., and the Tathagata Simhadvaja, etc. In the South, monks, is the Tathagata named Akasha Pratishtita, etc., and the Tathagata named Nitya Pari Nirvrita, etc. In the Southwest, monks, is the Tathagata named Indradvaja, etc., and the Tathagata named Brahmadvaja, etc. In the West, monks, is the Tathagata named Amitayas, etc., and the Tathagata named Sarvaloka Dhatupadra Vodvega Pratyu Tirna, etc. In the Northwest, monks, is the Tathagata named Tamalapatra Kanda Naganda Binya, etc., and the Tathagata Meru Kalpa, etc. In the North, monks, is the Tathagata named Megas Vara Pradipa, etc., and the Tathagata named Megas Vara Raja, etc. In the Northeast, monks, is the Tathagata named Sarvaloka Bhayagita Kambi Tattva Vidvamsana Kara, the Arhat, etc. And the 16th, myself, Shakyamuni, the Tathagata, the Arhat, etc., whom have obtained supreme perfect enlightenment in the center of this Saha world. Further, monks, those beings who have heard the law from us when we were novices, those many 100,000 myriads of kotis of beings, numerous as the sands of the river Ganges, whom we have severally initiated in supreme perfect enlightenment, they are up to this day standing on the stage of disciples and matured for supreme perfect enlightenment. In regular turn, they are to attain supreme perfect enlightenment, form it is difficult, monks, to penetrate the knowledge of the Tathagatas. And which are those beings, monks, whom, innumerable, incalculable, like the sands of the Ganges, those 100,000s of myriads of kotis of living beings, whom I, when I was a Bodhisattva, under the mastership of that Lord, have taught the law of omniscience? Yourselves, monks, were at that time those beings. And those who shall be my disciples in future, when I shall have attained complete nirvana, shall learn the course of duty of bodhisattvas, without conceiving the idea of their being bodhisattvas. And monks, all who shall have the idea of complete nirvana shall reach it. It should be added, monks, as I stay under different names in other worlds, they shall there be born again, seeking after the knowledge of the Tathagatas, and there they shall anew hear this dogma. The complete nirvana of the Tathagatas is but one. There is no other, no second nirvana of the Tathagatas. Herein, monks, one has to see a device of the Tathagatas and a direction for the preaching of the law. When the Tathagata, monks, knows that the moment of his complete extinction has arrived, and sees that the assemblage is pure, strong in faith, penetrated with the law of voidness, devoted to meditation, devoted to great meditation, then, monks, the Tathagata, because the time has arrived, calls together all bodhisattvas and all disciples to teach them thus. There is, O monks, in this world, no second vehicle at all, no second nirvana, far less a third. It is an able device of the Tathagata, monks, that on seeing creatures far advanced on the path of perdition, delighting in the low, and plunged in the mud of sensual desires, the Tathagata teaches them that nirvana to which they are attached. By way of example, monks, suppose there is some dense forest 500 yojanas in extent, which has been reached by a great company of men. They have a guide to lead them on their journey to the Isle of Jewels, which guide, being able, clever, sagacious, well acquainted with the difficult passages of the forest, is to bring the whole company out of the forest. Meanwhile, that great troop of men, tired, weary, afraid, and anxious, say, "Verily, Master, Guide, and Leader, know that we are tired, weary, afraid, and anxious. Let us return, this dense forest stretches so far." The guide, who is a man of able devices, on seeing those people, desirous of returning, thinks within himself, "It ought not to be that these poor creatures should not reach that great Isle of Jewels." Therefore, out of pity for them, he makes use of an artifice. In the middle of that forest, he produces a magic city more than 100 or 200 yojanas in extent. Thereafter he says to those men, "Be not afraid, sirs, do not return. There you see a populous place where you may take repose and perform all you have to do. there stay in the enjoyment of happy rest. Let him who, after reposing there, wants to do so, proceed to the great Isle of Jewels. Then, monks, the men who are in the forest are struck with astonishment and think, "We are out of the forest. We have reached the place of happy rest. Let us stay here." They enter that magic city in the meaning that they have arrived at the place of their destination, that they are saved and in the enjoyment of rest. They think, "We are at rest. We are refreshed." After a while, when the guide perceives that their fatigue is gone, he causes the magic city to disappear and says to them, "Come, sirs, there you see the great Isle of Jewels quite near. As to this great city, it has been produced by me for no other purpose but to give you some repose." In the same manner, monks, is the Tathagata, the Arhat, etc., your guide, and the guide of all other beings. Indeed, monks, the Tathagata, etc., reflects thus: "Great is this forest of evils, which must be crossed, left, shunned. It ought not to be that these beings, after hearing the Buddha knowledge, should suddenly turn back and not proceed to the end, because they think, 'This Buddha knowledge is attended with too many difficulties to be gone through to the end.' Under those circumstances, the Tathagata, knowing the creatures to be feeble of character, does as the guide who produces the magic city, in order that those people may have repose. And after their having taken repose, he tells them that the city is one produced by magic. In the same manner, monks, the Tathagata, etc., to give a repose to the creatures, very skillfully teaches and proclaims two stages of nirvana, viz., the stage of the disciples, and that of the Pratyeka Buddhas. And, monks, when the creatures are there halting, then the Tathagata, etc., himself pronounces these words: "You have not accomplished your task, monks. You have not finished what you had to do. But behold, monks, the Buddha knowledge is near. Behold, and be convinced. What to you seems nirvana, that is not nirvana. Nay, monks, it is an able device of the Tathagatas, etc., that they expound three vehicles." And in order to explain this same subject more in detail, the Lord on that occasion uttered the following stanzas: "The leader of the world, Abhiññana Nabibhu, having occupied the terrace of enlightenment, continued 10 complete intermediate kalpas without gaining enlightenment, though he saw the things in their very essence. Then the gods, nagas, demons, and goblins, zealous to honor the Jinna, sent down a rain of flowers on the spot where the leader awakened to enlightenment. And high in the sky they beat the cymbals to worship and honor the Jinna, and they were vexed that the Jinna delayed so long in coming to the highest place." After the lapse of 10 intermediate kalpas, the Lord Anabibhu attained enlightenment. Then all gods, men, serpents, and demons were glad and overjoyed. the 16 sons of the leader of men, those heroes, being at the time young princes, rich in virtues, came along with thousands of kotis of living beings to honor the eminent chiefs of men. And after saluting the feet of the leader, they prayed, "Reveal the law, and refresh us as well as this world with thy good word, O Lion amongst kings." After a long time thou art seen again in the 10 points of this world. Thou appearest, great leader, while the aerial cars of the Brahma angels are stirring to reveal a token to living beings. In the eastern quarter, 50,000 kotis of fields have been shaken, and the lofty angelic cars in them have become excessively brilliant. The Brahma angels, on perceiving this foretoken, went and approached the chief of the leaders of the world, and covering him with flowers, presented all of them their cars to him. They prayed him to move forward the wheel of the law, and celebrated him with stanzas and songs. But the King of Kings was silent, for he thought, "The time has not yet arrived for me to proclaim the law." Likewise, in the south, west, north, the nadir, zenith, and in the intermediate points of the compass, there were thousands of kotis of Brahma angels. Unremittingly covering the Lord with flowers, they saluted the feet of the leader, presented all their aerial cars, celebrated him, and again prayed, "Move forward the wheel, O thou, whose sight is infinite. Rarely art thou met in the course of many kotis of aeons. Display the benevolence thou hast observed in so many former generations. Open the gate of immortality." On hearing their prayer, he whose sight is infinite exposed the multifarious law and the 4 truths extensively. "All existences," said he, "spring successively from their antecedents." Starting from ignorance, the seer proceeded to speak of death, endless woe. All those evils spring from birth. Know likewise that death is the lot of mankind. No sooner had he expounded the multifarious, different, endless laws, than 80 myriads of kotis of creatures who had heard them quickly attained the stage of disciples. On a second occasion, the Jinna expounded many laws, and beings like the sands of the Ganges became instantly purified and disciples. From that moment, the assembly of that leader of the world was innumerable. No man would be able to reach the term of its number, even were he to go on counting for myriads of kotis of aeons. Those 16 princes also, his own dear sons, who had become mendicants and novices, said to the Jinna, "Expound, O chief, the superior law, that we may become sages, knowers of the world, such as thyself art, O supreme of all Jinnas, and that all these beings may become such as thyself art, O hero, O clear-sighted one." And the Jinna, considering the wish of his sons, the young princes, explained the highest superior enlightenment by means of many myriads of kotis of illustrations, demonstrating with thousands of arguments and elucidating the knowledge of transcendent wisdom, the Lord of the world indicated the veritable course of duty, such as was followed by the wise Bodhisattvas. This very sutra of great extension, this good lotus of the true law, was by the Lord delivered in many thousands of stanzas, so numerous as to equal the sands of the Ganges. After delivering this sutra, the Jinna entered the monastery for the purpose of becoming absorbed in meditation. During 84 complete eons, the Lord of the world continued meditating, sitting on the same seat. Those novices, perceiving that the chief remained in the monastery without coming out of it, imparted to many kotis of creatures that Buddha knowledge which is free from imperfections and blissful. On the seats which they had made to be prepared, one for each, they expounded this very sutra under the mastership of the Sugata of that period. The service of the same kind they render to me. Innumerable as the sands of 60,000 rivers like the Ganges were the beings then taught, each of the sons of the Sugata converted or trained endless beings. After the Jinna's complete nirvana, they commenced a wandering life and saw kotis of Buddhas. Along with those pupils, they rendered homage to the most exalted amongst men. Having observed the extensive and sublime course of duty, and reached enlightenment in the 10 points of space, those 16 sons of the Jinna became themselves Jinnas, 2 by 2, in each point of the horizon. And all those who had been their pupils became disciples of those Jinnas, and gradually obtained possession of enlightenment by various means. I myself was one of their number, and you have all been taught by me. Therefore, you are my disciples now also, and I lead you all to enlightenment by my devices. This is the cause dating from old. This is the motive of my expounding the law that I lead you to superior enlightenment. This being the case, monks, you need not be afraid. It is as if there were a forest, dreadful, terrific, barren, without a place of refuge or shelter, replete with wild beasts, deprived of water, frightful for persons of no experience. Suppose further that many thousand men have come to the forest, that waste tract of wilderness which is fully 500 yojanas in extent, and he who is to act as their guide through that rough and horrible forest is a rich man, thoughtful, intelligent, wise, well instructed, and undaunted. And those beings, numbering many kotis, feel tired and say to the guide, "We are tired, master. We are not able to go on. We should like now to return." But he, the dexterous and clever guide, is searching in his mind for some apt device. Alas, he thinks, by going back, these foolish men will be deprived of the possession of the jewels. Therefore, let me, by dint of magic power, now produce a great city adorned with thousands of kotis of buildings, and embellished by monasteries and parks. Let me produce ponds and canals, a city adorned with gardens and flowers, provided with walls and gates, and inhabited by an infinite number of men and women. After creating that city, he speaks to them in this manner: "Do not fear and be cheerful. You have reached a most excellent city. Enter it and do your business speedily. Be joyful and at ease. You have reached the limit of the whole forest. It is to give them a time for repose that he speaks these words, and in fact, they recover from their weariness. As he perceives that they have sufficiently reposed, he collects them and addresses them again. Come, hear what I have to tell you. This city have I produced by magic. On seeing you fatigued, I have, lest you should go back, made use of this device. Now, strain your energy to reach the isle. In the same manner, monks, I am the guide, the conductor of thousands of kotis of living beings. In the same manner, I see creatures toiling and unable to break the shell of the egg of evils. Then I reflect on this matter. These beings have enjoyed repose, have been tranquilized. Now I will remind them of the misery of all things, and I say, at the stage of Arhat you shall reach your aim. At that time, when you shall have attained that state, and when I see all of you have become Arhats, then will I call you all together and explain to you how the law really is. It is an artifice of the leaders when they, the great seers, show three vehicles. For there is but one vehicle, no second. It is only to help creatures that two vehicles are spoken of. Therefore, I now tell you, monks, rouse to the utmost your lofty energy for the sake of the knowledge of the All-Knowing. As yet, you have not come so far as to possess complete nirvana. But when you shall have attained the knowledge of the All-Knowing and the 10 powers proper to jhanas, you shall become Buddhas marked by the 32 characteristic signs, and have rest forever. Such is the teaching of the leaders. In order to give quiet, they speak of repose. But when they see that the creatures have had a repose, they, knowing this to be no final resting place, initiate them in the knowledge of the All-Knowing. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of the Lotus Sutra, translated by Hendrik Cairn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Announcement of the future destiny of the 500 monks. On hearing from the Lord that display of skillfulness and the instruction by means of mysterious speech, on hearing the announcement of the future destiny of the great disciples, as well as the foregoing tale concerning ancient devotion and the leadership of the Lord, the Venerable Purna, son of Maitrayani, was filled with wonder and amazement, thrilled with pure-heartedness, a feeling of delight and joy. He rose from his seat full of delight and joy, full of great respect for the law, and while prostrating himself before the Lord's feet, made within himself the following reflection: Wonderful, O Lord, wonderful, O Sugata! It is an extremely difficult thing that the Tathagatas, etc., perform. The conforming to this world composed of so many elements, and preaching the law to all creatures, with many proofs of their skilfulness, and skilfully releasing them when attached to this or that. What could we do, O Lord, in such a case? None but the Tathagata knows our inclination and our ancient course. Then, after saluting with his head the Lord's feet, Purna went and stood apart, gazing up to the Lord with unmoved eyes, and so showing his veneration. And the Lord, regarding the mental disposition of the venerable Purna, son of Maitrayani, addressed the entire assembly of monks in this strain. Ye monks, see this disciple, Purna, son of Maitrayani, whom I have designated as the foremost of preachers in this assembly, praised for his many virtues, and who has applied himself in various ways to comprehend the true law. He is the man to excite, arouse, and stimulate the four classes of the audience, unwearied in the preaching of the law, as capable to preach the law as to oblige his fellow followers of the course of duty. The Tathagata accepted, monks, there is none able to equal Purna, son of Maitrayani, either essentially or in accessories. Now, monks, do you suppose that he keeps my true law only? No, monks, you must not think so. For I remember, monks, that in the past, in the times of the 99 Buddhas, the same Purna kept the true law under the mastership of those Buddhas. Even as he is now with me, so he has in all periods been the foremost of the preachers of the law, has in all periods been a consummate knower of voidness, has in all periods acquired the four distinctive qualifications of an Arhat, has in all periods reached mastership in the transcendent wisdom of the Bodhisattvas. He has been a strongly convinced preacher of the law, exempt from doubt and quite pure. Under the mastership of those Buddhas, he has, during his whole existence, observed a spiritual life, and everywhere they termed him the disciple. By this means, he has promoted the interest of innumerable, incalculable, 100,000s of myriads of kotis of beings, and brought innumerable and incalculable beings to full ripeness for supreme and perfect enlightenment. In all periods, he has assisted the creatures in the function of a Buddha, and in all periods he has purified his own Buddha field, always striving to bring creatures to ripeness. He was also, monks, the foremost among the preachers of the law under the 7 Tathagatas, the first of whom is Vipassion, and the 7th myself. And as to the Buddhas, monks who have in future to appear in this Bhadra Kalpa, to the number of 1,000 less 4, under the mastership of them also, shall this same Purna, son of Maitrayani, be the foremost among the preachers of the law, and the keeper of the true law. Thus he shall keep the true law of innumerable and incalculable lords and Buddhas in future, promote the interest of innumerable and incalculable beings, and bring innumerable and incalculable beings to full ripeness for supreme and perfect enlightenment. Constantly and assiduously he shall be instant in purifying his own Buddha field, and bringing creatures to ripeness. After completing such a Bodhisattva course, At the end of innumerable, incalculable aeons, he shall reach supreme and perfect enlightenment. He shall in the world be the Tathagata called Dharma Prabhasa, an Arhat, etc., endowed with science and conduct, a Sugata, etc. He shall appear in this very Buddha field. Further, monks, at that time, the Buddha field spoken of will look as if formed by thousands of spheres, similar to the sands of the river Ganges. It will be even like the palm of the hand, consist of 7 precious substances, be without hills, and filled with high edifices of 7 precious substances. There will be cars of the gods stationed in the sky. The gods will behold men, and men will behold the gods. Moreover, monks, at that time, that Buddha field shall be exempt from places of punishment and from womankind, as all beings shall be born by apparitional birth. They shall lead a spiritual life, have ideal bodies, be self-lighting, magical, moving in the firmament, strenuous, of good memory, wise, possessed of gold-colored bodies, and adorned with the 32 characteristics of a great man. And at that time, monks, the beings in that Buddha field will have 2 things to feed upon: videre licet, the delight in the law, and the delight in meditation. There will be an immense, incalculable number of 100,000s of myriads of kotis of bodhisattvas, all endowed with great transcendent wisdom, accomplished in the 4 distinctive qualifications of an Arhat, able in instructing creatures. He, that Buddha, will have a number of disciples beyond all calculation, mighty in magic, powerful, masters in the meditation of the 8 emancipations. So immense are the good qualities that Buddha field will be possessed of. And that aeon shall be called Ratna Vabhasa, it is, radiant with gems, and that world Suvishuddha, it is, very pure. His lifetime shall last immense, incalculable aeons, and after the complete extinction of that Lord, Dharma Prabhasa, the Tathagata, etc., his true law shall last long, and his world shall be full of stupas made of precious substances. Such inconceivable good qualities, monks, shall the Buddha field of that Lord be possessed of. So spoke the Lord, and thereafter he, the Sugata, the Master, added the following stanzas. Listen to me, monks, and hear how my son has achieved his course of duty, and how he, well trained and skillful, has observed the course of enlightenment. Viewing these beings to be lowly disposed and to be startled at the lofty vehicle, the bodhisattvas become disciples and exercise pratyeka Buddhaship. By many hundreds of able devices, they bring numerous bodhisattvas to full ripeness and declare, "We are but disciples, indeed, and we are far away from the highest and supreme enlightenment." It is by learning from them this course of duty that kotis of beings arrive at full ripeness, who at first, lowly disposed and somewhat lazy, in course of time, all become Buddhas. They follow a course in ignorance, thinking, "We disciples are of little use, indeed." In despondency, they descend into all places of existence successively, and so clear their own field. They show in their own persons that they are not free from affection, hatred, and infatuation, and on perceiving other beings clinging to heretical views, they go so far as to accommodate themselves to those views. By following such a course, my numerous disciples skillfully save creatures. Simple people would go mad if they were taught the whole course of life or story. Purna here, monks, my disciple, has formerly fulfilled his course of duty under thousands of kotis of Buddhas. He has got possession of this true law by seeking after Buddha knowledge. And at all periods has he been the foremost of the disciples, learned, a brilliant orator, free from hesitation. He has indeed always been able to excite to gladness, and at all times ready to perform the Buddha task. He has always been accomplished in the sublime transcendent faculties and endowed with the distinctive qualifications of an Arhat. He knew the faculties and range of other beings, and has always preached the perfectly pure law. By exposing the most eminent of true laws, he has brought thousands of kotis of beings to full ripeness for this supreme, foremost vehicle, whilst purifying his own excellent field. In future also, he shall likewise honor thousands of kotis of Buddhas, acquire knowledge of the most eminent of good laws, and clean his own field. Always free from timidity, he shall preach the law with thousands of kotis of able devices, and bring many beings to full ripeness for the knowledge of the All-Knowing, that is free from imperfections. After having paid homage to the chiefs of men, and always kept the most eminent of laws, he shall in the world be a Buddha self-born, widely renowned everywhere by the name of Dharma Prabhasa, and his field shall always be very pure, and always set off with 7 precious substances. His aeon shall be called Ratna Vabhasa, and his world Suvishuddha. That world shall be pervaded with many thousand kotis of bodhisattvas, accomplished masters in the great transcendent sciences, pure in every respect, and endowed with magical power. At that period, the chief shall also have an assemblage of thousands of kotis of disciples, endowed with magical power, adepts at the meditation of the 8 emancipations, and accomplished in the 4 distinctive qualifications of an Arhat. And all beings in that Buddha field shall be pure and lead a spiritual life. Springing into existence by apparitional birth, they shall all be gold-colored and display the 32 characteristic signs. They shall know no other food but pleasure in the law, and delight in knowledge. No womankind shall be there, nor fear of the places of punishments or of dismal states. Such shall be the excellent field of Purna, who is possessed of all good qualities. It shall abound with all goodly things, a small part only of which has here been mentioned. Then this thought arose in the mind of those 1200 self-controlled Arhats. We are struck with wonder and amazement. How, if the Tathagata would predict to us severally our future destiny, as the Lord has done to those other great disciples? And the Lord, apprehending in his own mind what was going on in the minds of these great disciples, addressed the venerable Mahakāshyapa. Those 1200 self-controlled hearers, whom I am now beholding from face to face, to all those 1200 self-controlled hearers, Kāshyapa, I will presently foretell their destiny. Amongst them, Kāshyapa, the monk Kaundinya, a great disciple, shall, after 6,200,000 myriads of kotis of Buddhas, become a Tathagata, an Arhat, etc., under the name of Samanta Prabhasa, endowed with science and conduct, a Sugata, etc., etc. But of those 1,200, Kashyapa, 500 shall become Tathagatas of the same name. Thereafter shall all those 500 great disciples reach supreme and perfect enlightenment, all bearing the name of Samanta Prabhasa, Vidaralikat, Gaya Kashyapa, Nadi Kashyapa, Uruvilva Kashyapa, Kala, Kaladayan, Aniruddha, Kapina, Vakula, Kunda, Svagata, and the rest of the 500 self-controlled Arhats. And on that occasion the Lord uttered the following stanzas. The scion of the Kaundina family, my disciple here, shall in future be a Tathagata, a lord of the world, after the lapse of an endless period. He shall educate hundreds of kotis of living beings. After seeing many endless Buddhas, he shall in future, after the lapse of an endless period, become the Jinna Samanta Prabhasa, whose field shall be thoroughly pure. Brilliant, gifted with the powers of a Buddha, with a voice far resounding in all quarters, waited upon by thousands of kotis of beings, he shall preach supreme and eminent enlightenment. There shall be most zealous bodhisattvas, mounted on lofty aerial cars, and moving, meditative, pure in morals, and assiduous in doing good. After hearing the law from the highest of men, they shall invariably go to other fields to salute thousands of Buddhas and show them great honor. But ere long they shall return to the field of the leader called Prabhasa, the Tathagata. So great shall be the power of their course of duty. The measure of the lifetime of that Sugata shall be 60,000 aeons, and after the complete extinction of that mighty one, his true law shall remain twice as long in the world, and the counterfeit of it shall continue 3 times as long. When the true law of that Holy One shall be exhausted, men and gods shall be vexed. There shall appear a complete number of 500 chiefs, supreme amongst men, who shall bear the same name with that Jinna, Samanta Prabha, and follow one another in regular succession. All shall have like divisions, magical powers, Buddha fields, and hosts of followers. Their true law also shall be the same, and stand equally long. All shall have in this world, including the gods, the same voice as Samanta Prabhasa, the highest of men, such as I have mentioned before. Moved by benevolence and compassion, they shall in succession foretell each other's destiny, with the words, "This is to be my immediate successor, and he is to command the world as I do at present." Thus, Kashyapa, keep now in view here these self-controlled Arhats, no less than 500 in number, as well as my other disciples, and speak of this matter to the other disciples. On hearing from the Lord the announcement of their own future destiny, the 500 Arhats, contented, satisfied, in high spirits and ecstasy, filled with cheerfulness, joy, and delight, went up to the place where the Lord was sitting, reverentially saluted with their heads his feet, and spoke thus: "We confess our fault, O Lord, in having continually and constantly persuaded ourselves that we had arrived at final nirvana, as persons who are dull, inept, ignorant of the rules. For, O Lord, whereas we should have thoroughly penetrated the knowledge of the Tathagatas, we were content with such a trifling degree of knowledge. It is, O Lord, as if some man, having come to a friend's house, got drunk or fell asleep, and that friend bound a priceless gem within his garment, with the thought, "Let this gem be his." After a while, O Lord, that man rises from his seat and travels further. He goes to some other country, where he is befallen by incessant difficulties, and has great trouble to find food and clothing. By dint of great exertion, he is hardly able to obtain a bit of food, with which, however, he is contented and satisfied. The old friend of that man, O Lord, who bound within the man's garment that priceless gem, happens to see him again and says, "How is it, good friend, that thou hast such difficulty in seeking food and clothing, while I, in order that thou shouldst live in ease, good friend, have bound within thy garment a priceless gem, quite sufficient to fulfill all thy wishes? I have given thee that gem, my good friend, the very gem I have bound within thy garment. Still thou art deliberating. What has been bound? By whom? For what reason and purpose? It is something foolish, my good friend, to be contented when thou hast with so much difficulty to procure food and clothing. Go, my good friend, betake thyself with this gem to some great city. Exchange the gem for money, and with that money do all that can be done with money." In the same manner, O Lord, has the Tathagata formerly, when he still followed the course of duty of a Bodhisattva, raised in us also ideas of omniscience. But we, O Lord, did not perceive nor know it. We fancied, O Lord, that on the stage of Arhat we had reached Nirvana. We live in difficulty, O Lord, because we content ourselves with such a trifling degree of knowledge. But as our strong aspiration after the knowledge of the All-Knowing has never ceased, the Tathagata teaches us the right. Have no such idea of Nirvana, monks. There are in your intelligence roots of goodness, which of yore I have fully developed. In this you have to see an able device of mine, that from the expressions used by me in preaching the law, you fancy Nirvana to take place at this moment. And, after having taught us the right in such a way, the Lord now predicts our future destiny to supreme and perfect knowledge. And on that occasion, the 500 self-controlled Arhats, Ajñata, Kandinya, and the rest, uttered the following stanzas. We are rejoicing and delighted to hear this unsurpassed word of comfort, that we are destined to the highest supreme enlightenment. Homage be to thee, O Lord of unlimited sight! We confess our fault before thee. We were so childish, nescient, ignorant, that we were fully contented with a small part of Nirvana under the mastership of the Sugata. This is a case like that of a certain man who enters the house of a friend, which friend, being rich and wealthy, gives him much food, both hard and soft. After satiating him with nourishment, he gives him a jewel of great value. He ties it with a knot within the upper robe, and feels satisfaction at having given that jewel. The other man, unaware of it, goes forth, and from that place travels to another town. There he is befallen with misfortune, and, as a miserable beggar, seeks his food in affliction. He is contented with the pittance he gets by begging, without caring for dainty food. As to that jewel, he has forgotten it. He has not the slightest remembrance of its having been tied in his upper robe. Under these circumstances, he is seen by his old friend, who at home gave him that jewel. This friend properly reprimands him and shows him the jewel within his robe. At this sight the man feels extremely happy. The value of the jewel is such that he becomes a very rich man, of great power and in possession of all that the five senses can enjoy. In the same manner, O Lord, we were unaware of our former aspiration, the aspiration laid in us by the Tathagata himself in previous existences from time immemorial. And we were living in this world, O Lord, with dull understanding and in ignorance, under the mastership of the Sugata. For we were contented with a little of nirvana. We required nothing higher, nor even cared for it. But the friend of the world has taught us better. This is no blessed rest at all. The full knowledge of the highest men, that is blessed rest. That is supreme beatitude. After hearing this sublime, grand, splendid, and matchless prediction, O Lord, we are greatly elated with joy, when thinking of the prediction we shall have to make to each other in regular succession. End of chapter 8.